There's no waistline worry with Coke, you know. Keeps me from eating something else that might really add those pounds.
Call toll-free.
Let me help you.
We now continue with Smurf.
If you're inside the building, a blue dude with a ponytail.
All American households have a gun.
Thank you.
The secret police have come to this.
The Make-A-Wish Foundation is expected to file for bankruptcy caused by one little child's wish for unlimited wishes.
Be extra careful, okay?
Cutting left to the 20, to the 15, to the 10, to the 5. Touchdown!
There's no waistline worry with Coke, you know. Keeps me from eating something else that might really add those pounds.
Call toll-free.
Let me help you.
Oh,
I'm only helping.
Lies have gotten all of us into so much trouble.
Breakfast! I'm hungry!
I eat little. I am sick. I am sick. I am sick. I am sick. I am sick.
Oh, left side.
On my meds, out of my wits. My bed feeling like sick. I am sick. I am sick. I am sick.
Oh, no way.
I am sick. I am sick. Bitch, I'm sick. I am sick. I am sick. I am sick. On my meds, out of my wits.
On your right, bro. On your right. Bro.
Sick. I am sick.
Yeah.
Sick.
Down.
I am sick. 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 I
Bro,
am sick.
of course
On my
I get
meds, out of my wits. My bed feeling like
No, someone should have taken.
I am sick. I am sick. I am sick. 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 I am sick. I am sick.
Bro.
I am sick. I am sick. On my meds, out of my wits. My bed.
All right, welcome. Stream starts in 1 minute.
Call of Duty fans, we're in for a good one. They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
Who's better today? That is going to be the question. What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
Ready for you.
Let's get on our feet! We are wasting no time!
Cannot believe it. Battle be it. Beans again. Oh man! I do not believe what we are seeing.
The newcomer, can he be the hero? Hey, Steve!
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
Ghosty going big. Ghosty fits on it!
gotta get it on it. Whoa! There is no place to hide. They ain't ready for you. I cannot believe what I am witnessing. And that will be the game. It is over.
A 499-point hardpoint game as Vegas Legion pulls off the upset yesterday over the Boston Breach. Welcome back, everybody. Day 2 of our Major 4 qualifiers, pucking alongside Alley, Cat, and Nameless. And before we jump into today's action, can we talk a little bit about yesterday? Alley, what did you learn?
Oh, yeah. I learned that Vegas Legion, I mean, it really was just like a single player that was able to push them past kind of that stalemate that they were stuck at. And it was a big win against the Boston Breach.
Standy looking good for Vegas. Nameless, what about you?
I got to know what Thieves had for breakfast. I mean, that was a world star from start to finish. Absolutely bopped the London Royal Ravens. Maybe the Thieves have arrived once again.
Draza 11-0 in Search and Destroy. Not a bad day. But that was all yesterday. Today, we have another Super Saturday, and this one is extra special because if you are a Rocker fan, you're watching your team in person. That's right. Down in Madison, Wisconsin. We've got a full house ready to party. There's a live look in as you can see the fans getting ready to go. Allie, this is dope. First time that I'm seeing it here at the CDL, but it's something special here, especially for a very struggling Minnesota Rocker team. Now you got some extra support.
Yeah, no, very special, and I think that's like a testament to the organization over Minnesota Rocker. I feel like they've kind of been that forefront organization when it comes to like getting that fan base built up and to be able to kind of host this now, especially when their team's in a bit of a drought. I think hopefully things will be looking up for them.
All right, Rocker will be in attendance twice today, but we have 4 total matches. Before we jump into those, we got to remind everybody, yesterday we saw something new, right? We brought in a new map as Fortress Control went to the sidelines. We bring in Expo, and I got to get our first impressions, Allie. What did we think of the new map for Control?
I think it was great. I think since it's such like early in the inception getting added to the league that a lot of these rounds we'll see them kind of end on lives like we saw yesterday, but there was an offensive win and we saw people not getting stuck in the most asinine spawn trap we've ever seen. You can still do it on this map, but there's still a lot to be learned. I think a lot of the times the community tends to really hate things that we haven't really gotten used to yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, guys, form your own opinion when you watch these games. I've played it a lot. I also saw what some of the pros were saying, but we had pros coming out and saying they hadn't even scrimmed it enough. So we got to see it in a couple more games. From the first display, we saw an offensive win. We saw teams potentially putting other squads in the spawn trap. We saw Beans, he was set up top. He had them in the blender for quite a bit of time. So there's different opportunities on both sides, defense and offense. I think it's far better than Fortress. We've only seen it one time, so it'll get interesting going forward.
Expo is now in for the second half of the year, at least for now, and we're also going to see some new faces on some of these lineups, starting with Vegas Legion. Let's talk about Standy and what the man has brought to the table. We also saw Ulysses in action here for London Royal Ravens, but Standy had the better day, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I think what Standy did yesterday was seriously make a statement. You know, there was conversation, at least in my mind, of like, well, he was on a good team on the Toronto Ultra. Obviously, he was a good player, but now we kind of get to really see the kind of impact and who he is when it comes to this game, putting on this Vegas Legion roster. And oh, we saw it yesterday. I mean, he was taking over maps. That first map, a little maybe too close for comfort with the numbers he was dropping, but Vegas Legion able to pull it out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget when Standy came into the scene like over 2 years ago, he was a superstar SD. Like the guy came in and he was the only player we were talking about for like 2 months time. He's taking over games his following year. He was still very good at respawn, but he became a search and destroy all-star, right? And then obviously Toronto, it didn't go his way. They had some different approaches towards the game and towards practice. And now he's on Vegas where he's being asked to be that superstar once again, giving the tools and the role players around him to sort of take a step back and allow him to slay. And he did just that. Can he continue it? I think so. It's been one game, but it was a hell of a match versus the top.
This was probably the greatest free agent pickup I have seen in a while. I don't know how Toronto just puts him on free agency like Hook did for LAG.
Yeah, I was about to say this 2 times this has happened now. Hook, they gave up the nuke for free, but Toronto did win an event, right? So they're like, all right, well, let's just give Standy away. And now he's on Vegas, so potentially that could be a problem as they play this stage.
Minnesota, also a team now making breaking roster changes, and this is one I haven't seen coming because Attach, he was kind of the face of the brand for me on Rocker. Instead, they're going after a guy that all of the coaches have been keeping an eye on from the Rocker Academy. Fame now elevated to a starting lineup.
And, I mean, a little bit of some question marks raised, but we've seen that happen a lot this season where we questioned a roster move and it actually ended up working out really well. And, of course, I think we weren't surprised Minnesota Rocker made a change, but I think the surprise more so came in for the fact that it was for Attach.
Nameless, thoughts on this one?
Well, first of all, everything I hear about Fame is fantastic. So we'll see when that, they get into game today. When it comes to Attach, I do feel very bad for him. I think maybe he got pinned as sort of the fall guy here on this team. They've been in a tough situation for some years now. They've had a little bit of success, some top 4 finishes, that reverse sweep comeback, but Attach has been on this roster for the longest.
Well,
right? He's went through a lot of iterations of it as well, and now he finally finds himself on the bench. Hopefully it pays out.
Well, Attach is in the building today. He's going to be doing a watch party. Shout out to my man Dill. But we got to talk about the new face joining the lineup. And to do so, we welcome back Dream Crazy to the stream. Dream, excellent cast yesterday, but today it's all about the Rocker and the new face on the lineup. Tell me about Fame. Where'd the guy get his start?
Well, Kevin Fame Bonanno, he actually started in the early 2019 beginnings where he, of course, like any other player, need to build up equity, you need to build up stock, and he started competing in Game Battle Premium tournaments where he made a name for himself, and Parasite, actually, the 2013 World Champion, picked him up for a Southern California local where he was placing 3rd, and then onward to Modern Warfare 2 where Fame again played on online GB tournaments because that was a different type of a year, but fast forward a month later and he qualified for the 2020 Challengers Atlanta Open with Recon 5. So that seemed like a turning point for Fame where his skills were reputable by Diamond Khan, Kitani, TCM, and then Noisy, that's where they built that duo ship in 2021 and thus formed Ottawa Esports roster. They were killing it and they were just dominating the CCL. Severely successful, obviously, and then,
Well, can we talk a little bit about the CCL? Because I first heard about this when we brought Ghosty into the starting lineup for Optic. Ghosty wasn't the only one. Fame also competing in this league. What is it like playing College COD, and what did Fame do?
Yeah, and just that's like College COD, these players that are so versatile. I mean, you could just see it, just being able to transfer from one college to another. It just makes them so flexible in and out of game. I mean, he got 2nd in the CCL 2021 playoffs. He got 1st at the ABC CCL Invitational, 1st at the Mutineers CCL Invitational. I mean, my goodness, this guy went on a spree, and then thus, I mean, continuing on, he makes a break in the Challengers Elite, landing a solid roster under Strike X, and then, I mean, thus is history. He finds his long-lasting trio and Goddard X, Pander, and Real, and I mean, the Rocker Academy squad had picked him up, having an extremely dominating performance while competing in Challengers and CCL, and it was at that Toronto Open. He had some crazy impressive stats. I think it was like a high Slayer rating of 104.1, and then an overall KD of 1.1. And I mean, the damage per minute that this guy was putting up, just out of the hill, like he could do anything, Puckett.
Now, when I was watching him backstage with the coaches from the Rocker, he was, of course, playing in Challengers, and the man was running a sub. Today, he's coming into this lineup. Is Fame going to be the main AR? Is that your expectation? What are they expecting from the young man playing in the starting lineup now?
Well, when we had a little bit of we had word from, of course, the coaches, Looney and Brian. That's kind of what they had planned for him. They tested him in that main AR role. They tested him in the flex role, and it seems like they're comfortable with him sitting in hill with the AR and then allowing players like Afro, Cammy, and Bance to just roam a little bit. So you have your main AR playing more objective base, and we'll go from there. And with Fame, that's kind of one of the things where he's comfortable because, well, he can, first of all, he could do it all. But the question that was kind of questionable about this bucket is that for his Rocker Academy squad, he was running a sub. He was the main sub. So it's going to be an interesting one, but Fame, not really worried just because his history of how well he's been flexing for so long. Even these search and destroy clutch ups, like it's 5-5. Fame is easily picking up a 2-piece. I mean, we've seen that time and time again, his ability just to clutch up search and even in control. And I just only imagine with that 10-20 record for the Minnesota Rocker, that can only help turn that around.
Now, Dream, I do want to preface this that you are in front of a watch party live in Wisconsin for the Rocker. How many games do the Rocker win? They're playing Florida and they're playing against LAG today.
Hey, listen, when you got that energy, we got the watch party, you're at your home turf, you're only the inevitable is going to happen. Hopefully some magic happens. And also, too, just wanted to shout out the Rocker, just behind the shield, just seeing some of these challenger players and their history and just what they have to go through to even get to this spot. It's truly, truly amazing.
Incredible stuff. Thank you, Dream Crazy. Excited to have you with us a little bit later this weekend as well. For now, though, let's tune into the schedule. Alley Cat nameless, 4 matches coming our way today. Rocker kick it off against the Mutineers. We see them later against LAG at 6 o'clock. But we have our champions from the latest major, Toronto Ultra taking on Boston Breach. And we close it out with the Thieves versus Surge. Alley Cat, what has you excited?
Definitely that Boston Breach and Toronto Ultra match. I mean, we're seeing our champions finally coming off of land. And Boston Breach, I want to look at Beats. Historically has a 0.6 overall against Toronto Ultra, so that'll be a banger match number 2.
Listen, it's going to be a great day. And, you ask Dream, like, if Minnesota Rocker, how many games they're going to win. Listen, Attach is in the building, so some wires might get cut. We don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be very interesting to see how they perform with the new player.
Rocker fans, make some noise. Your team is on the stage first as we have a live look in throughout the show. Rocker taking on the Mutineers as they kick off their home series. That's all part of the CDL Major 4 Qualifiers.
Call of Duty League Pick Em is back. One of the band, a few more points, and then we'll be it. Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Woo, it's getting good.
Give me the smoke, I want it all. When they saying take a toke, I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when I'm talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke, I want it all. When they saying take a toke, I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke, I want it all. When they saying take a toke, I love the hate. Give me the smoke, better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke.
Welcome back. Minnesota is hosting Florida for our first match of the day, and I want to start with the Mutineers because we've already talked about Rocker attached down. We're going to see Fame stepping into the starting lineup.
Good timing.
But the Mutineer squad, they made some changes last major qualifiers, and it seemed to pay off. They upset the subliners on their way to a 5th-6th finish.
Yeah, and it's one of those situations where they're one of the only teams that made as many roster changes at the same time that they did. They technically made 3, even though Brack was in the previous iteration of this roster, so they've been looking a lot better recently.
That's a look at the Mutineers, but I know everyone today is going to be cheering on the Rocker. We got Miles, we got Chance, and it looks like the Rocker are ready to kick things off with their team's intros. Let's head on over to that.
First up, your favorite AR, all the way from Scotland. Please welcome Cammy.
What is this shit resolution? It's a 1080. Okay.
From
It's not me.
dorm room Kai to the main stage, making his CDL debut.
Wow, that looks bad.
Give it up for Fame. One of the most cracked subs in the entire league. You know him, you love him. It's Afro.
Is he one of the most cracked?
The greatest European player of all time, the bowler for Britain. Make some noise for Bats. Once again, Madison, Wisconsin, give it up for your Minnesota Rocker. Oh yeah, Madison. It's about that time, baby. We gotta get y'all lit. Let's go. Let's go. R-O-K-K-R. R-O-K-K-R. R-O.
God, that's cringe.
Let's go. Keep it going, y'all. Let's get lit. Let's get this game started, baby. Let's get it.
And here we go. Game time. Madison, Wisconsin. For those of you there in the theater, we hope you're enjoying yourselves. For those of you at home, let's get things going. That's right, Chance. He's in the house, quite literally. How you doing, brother?
Dude, this is going to be one of the most unique experiences, like, certainly I've had casting Call of Duty. Strange environment, and talk about the introduction that Fame is going to get. Brand new guy on the roster. He gets a home crowd for an online match. It's going to be a good time.
It's going to be a very good time, and Rockers sorely need it. Currently sitting quite low in the point standings. Luckily, they do play teams who are below them today, but a win would be essential. We'll see if Fame is the missing piece for the Rocker puzzle today. Got a very exciting matchup ahead of us. Chance, a good series as well. We've got the maps and modes. A little bit more on that later. But how you feeling, man? How's Wisconsin treating you?
This place is genuinely booming, and honestly, I cracked a joke about eating cheese curds for the first time. I'm saying life-changing experience for me, being able to eat those. But here's the maps and modes we got. It is not particularly great for either team. Both of them throughout Stage 3 have been on the struggle bus, so these are maps down the line that you're focused on the improvements, that the adjustments have to be there in the mix, and an opportunity for both of these teams. Obviously, you pointed out the point standing for Rocker. Florida, they're playing catch-up. You gotta get to the top 8 spot. Right now, Rocker are the gatekeepers. This is the series to take them down.
Fun way to do it as well. Here are the home series. Hydro Mikado, Hotel Mikado, Embassy Game 5. We have to go the way, and it is a packed house here in Madison. Wish we could be there, friends, but for now, it's going to be Rocker, Mutineers. This is going to be a banger. We cannot wait to get this one underway, ladies and gents. Chance, which way are you dressing, man? I mean, again, you said that as far as the stats go, nothing too crazy either side. I mean, it's current form, surely, for the Mutineers, and the honeymoon period for Rocker.
Well, in the current form is the big question for Florida, because obviously when they made their roster change and started in Stage 3, it was the struggle bus. It took them time to get the momentum going, but then at the major, their first win they had against the New York Subliners and eliminated them at top 12. So honestly,
Minnesota
Florida,
plays twice today, which kind of really fucks Vegas. Placer's pissed about it. So yeah, this whole live event is so bad. And that guy dancing on the stage is the worst part of it.
Here we go, ladies and gents. Time to get into map number 1. We're playing Hydro, we're playing Hardpoint, and if you ain't
yeah, that's exactly it. So they're just like playing their online events in I don't know what you want to call it, like an esports place. And so they have their fans there, but no other team is there, and they're just still playing the teams online. It's kind of weird.
We'll see what he can do straight off the rip.
Straight off the rip, his CDL debut, and he starts it with a kill. That is exactly what you want. His teammates joining him there in the feed as well as Minnesota Rocker. They've got plenty of space to work with here on the map. It looks like we saw Afro try to make a play there towards P2, but nah. The Florida Mutineers line holds the time now, ticking in favor of Rocker. Not a bad start whatsoever.
Literally doing his exact job, wins the opening break, gets the trophy out for the boys inside of the hard point, and hey, 25 seconds left on it. It looks like the team is going to be focused on the rotation, but there you go, the first swimmer out and about. You see Capsule being very annoying for Rocker to deal with, and perfectly timed from Capsule to make sure Rocker are going to be spawning out all the way across the map.
right across the map. Far right hand side, that's where you're going to be seeing the members of the Mutineers. That's what they want. They've got P2 up. It's a 7-point game for now after the opening break. Capsule on a 3, looking to catch a few more. Eyes on that right hand side of the minimap though, Wisconsin. And for those of you at home, you know the deal. There's plenty of players now for Rocker trying to get in towards P2. Slides in from Capsule, no good. It's Cammy and your new guy, Fame, finding those kills. Hard points up now in the hands of the Mutineers. Here come Rocker.
Yeah, quick to make this break as well, right? A couple players trying to jump in, but it looks like Florida should be able to hold it. Back there for the cleanup man, but the spawns came in close for Minnesota, and they get the break on P2.
There's the break. A crowd hears it as well. Fans now the front line. No more kills to be had. Fellow's going to be there to slow him down slowly but surely. That's going to be 30 seconds remaining here on this hard point. Afro can't get the cross up. Brack stays alive. And that's going to be hard point rotation once again in the hands of the Florida Mutineers. Good time out of Rocker though.
Well, still Minnesota, obviously, with what, 15 seconds left of this scrap time to work the break, and looks like maybe not the best start. Vance gets caught along the way, but it's another situation. You get the break here on P3, you might be able to run the score up, but looks like Florida, nice and stable. They got P1 pushed out as well, at least for the moment. So, Rocker, 0-4 progress on the map. Mutineers are going to have that early hold.
Famous 4 and 3.
Rocking out all of them through the front.
That's
good.
good.
Player on the water side. That's going to be a bit of a dip for Afro, but not for too much more
freaking
time.
7 and 2 though. That's
A little bit of
insane.
a disconnect here on the push through the front. Mutineers holding it down, keeping the kills going. Fella gets caught unaware. It's Afro, manages to get himself in there and towards the point, and on the flank, Bance is there as well. There's a pinch here for Rocker. This could be a break. Not a lot of time gained from the Mutineers. 30 remaining on this one. Capsule, the front door, sweet coverage once again. Mutineers hold.
Oh, that is beautiful the whole way around, too. Obviously, Cap with the big 2, but Vance gets taken down. So the awareness from Havoc on point, and now for Florida, opportunity to flip these spawns, force Rocker in the back end. They get another wave of kills. This game could spiral just a little bit, but Rocker recover, get the final 15 seconds to scrap, but geared up for that rotation. Guys like Brack already posted up, ready and waiting.
Yeah, a little bit of scrap time for now for Rocker. Maintaining this lead. Mutineers, though, they've got, once again, rotation towards New. Low right-hand side of the minimap, here we go. They're going to set themselves up now for the attack. Rocker have got all these different lanes to approach from. They can come from the water side, they can come from underneath, down low, they can come through ruins. P2, that's where Vance is now. He's going to be the front man in. Any more kills to be had as Havoc now slows them down. Fame in the feed as well. Good work from Afro. It's a late break, but we are in. One man left alive now for Rocker, staying alive in the back. It's Afro. He's still going. Capsule cuts him down in the end, and it's a tight hard point here.
And that massive back and forth fight just for Cap to land that final blow. So this is still big time to collect. And you see Rocker right now still trying to hit the 2-2 split to attack this scrap time. Meanwhile, guys like Havoc are thinking about the rotation over towards New. So an important moment, Florida setting themselves up for success. Havoc taking the long route. You still got the battle for this scrap time. And I'd say Mutineers, massive opportunity. Another 3 down in the feed. And you see those players on Rocker spawning in the back.
That's a big lead change moment as well. You've got one member in
go,
the back
Fame.
now for Florida Mutineers. That's going to be Havoc. He's very sneaky indeed. Vance now looking to hunt him down. Get the back side of the map. Sweet. Havoc loader was the front side of the point. Kills are there. Here comes Fame right into the jaws of Havoc. Eats him alive. Time now ticking once again for the Mutineers. Back spawns though for Rocker. Chance they can make the break.
I mean, still though, a beautiful play right there from Havoc, right? That long route just for the intro kills, and now he's got his teammates setting up and waiting for the chow. This is comfortable for the moment. You see all the ARs winning the gunfights. Now it's just about trading the next couple. So Cap, big responsibility. Trades do not come through in Rocker. They get the clean 4 down.
Clean 4, clean break. Hard point now, Rocker. 25 seconds on this one. They're going to have plenty of time. Soak this up, pull themselves right back into Afro now, push the front line forward. Watch that submachine gun go. Brackno, couple of nades his way. You might be able to slow down these players, maybe get them off the point. But for now, Mutineers full control.
And hey, I mean, get the ARs posted up, maybe back up towards top dome. That's what Capsule is maybe going to be working with to try to keep these spawns under control. But we already saw water routes being taken early on, and hey, it gets red. Havoc is there to chop them down. Looks like it's still that opening salvo, though, looking to go through, but it will be Florida in the hill, at least for a moment.
That moment is gone. Vance now flying forward, taking Capsule toe-to-toe. Great shots, lead change. Minnesota Rocker. Can they maintain this position? Looking to try to get the P2 flip as well. That means getting the players towards the right-hand side of the minimap. That's where you want to see those purple arrows appear. Rocker Vans. Oh, Capsule wins another huge gunfight chance. Open hard point for now, and it's still an incredibly close game.
Good luck with this one, by the way. I mean, again, it is just water routes on water routes, trying to get these cheeky angles, but it is sort of a similar situation to what we had the first time around with Rocker getting a little bit more time on this early hill. And if Vance can find the route on rotation, talk about the opportunity for the opening, because you even have number 2, Afro, taking the round back.
Bad play.
Spawns have been flipped. Rocker have completely set themselves up for success.
Fame doing what he can now. The newcomer here in the squad for Rocker. Not a bad performance from him
He saw his
whatsoever.
head.
Hard point now in his hands. Looking towards Nu. Can he win the fight against Brack? Doesn't see the drop there. Here comes Fellow from the inside. So Fame's got a lot of work to do. Can't get any more out of that life. Brack.
Fame, I need a positive KD out of you, please.
Oh, Havoc wins a big fight there against Bance. In the back line, though, Afro, the one shining hope right now for Rocker here in the play.
Well, still though, it's Havoc actually slowing
Still quite a
everybody
bit of
down.
time
So
now.
Afro's in the back, but he's only blocking spawns. Finally you connect, but 20 seconds have gone by on P2. Now you're starting to get the kills to actually make the moves, but jump inside the time. Looks like Fame is there to get it done in Afro. The life that he just had staying alive for that long. Well, you see it in the scoreboard. Rocker have the lead.
That's Rocker now with the lead. A great opportunity to push this forward. Speaking of pushing forward, here comes Afro. Doesn't catch that player out. Havoc, great job there on the prone. Final 20 seconds here of our second hard point in the second set. And already, Rocker starting to move this lead further forward. Final 10. So we now look towards that left-hand side of the minimap. Rotations are on. Can Cammy get his way forward?
Oh, well, damn, yeah, if he's going to gun like that, he absolutely can make his way forward and maybe needs to get a couple trades as well. This is the same hill Florida locked down last time around. It looks like they're setting themselves up in the exact same way. Number 5 Capsule, post in the back, blocking the spawn. You get P1 pushed out. This is the dream setup for the Florida Mutineers.
Yeah, they're holding it perfectly. Oh, here we go, though. Signs of weakness. Cammy flying forward. Fellow traded out his Fame in a classic 3v3 now towards the point. The last of the spawners going to be making their way into the fight slowly but surely. Much closer spawns from the
I thought he was going to two there.
Over the Capsule now. Close on the point. Brought down again. It's Fame and Afro in the feed. The backline now. That's where we go to Fellow. Wins. No! Afro gets it again. Great work, Rocker. That's a huge win.
Yeah, Afro maybe heating up just a little bit with a gunny like that. Poor Capsule, 10 HP, desperate to stay alive, but you see the approach. It's the ARs posted up. It's Bance the cutoff man, and Fame with the 2-piece in the feed. New kid on the block right now on the 5 spree and the Super Soaker for Florida. This was their hill last time. Now they got bullied, and now they are so far away on this rotation.
Maybe gets themselves streaks as well. See if they come into play in just a moment. Great rotation, though, from Rocker. Good break there. Mutineers didn't have a whole lot left in the tank. On that point, the back spawns don't pay off for them. Here we go, though. Into the next point. Cammy atop Rock. Can he find any kills here? Can he get any more time? Well, let's quick find out with a Minnesota Rocket listening.
Trust me. One's deep hour. Yeah, in front of me. Nice. Bruce, hit the outer now, Brack. Just hide careful, hide careful. Yeah, take it, Brack. One's in blue, one is in blue. Yeah, they could hit the back when you didn't spawn in B5. Nice, it's Brack, one Brack.
B2 and back to Guard Rock. B2 and Guard Rock. And mid that. Nice. Out right now. We're gonna be B5. We can hit mid. I'm getting out. I'm getting into blue. I've got outer, okay? I have blue.
I just stunned you.
I'm playing blue in the corner.
Yeah, I'm trying to play the back. I'm gonna get on long rock. I'm gonna get on long rock.
Blue on me. Blue, no, he got me, bro. 2, yo, one's on old, one's blue. I might spawn out.
Did someone get info so I can pinch?
Yeah, I'm looking for it. Top blue. He hasn't charged yet.
We could be on top.
Nice.
On old, one shot, blue. On old fellow. Nice, last guy. You look for
Oh.
One shot outer, he's gone out.
Nice. Spawn in front.
He's mid.
I'm getting your pool.
He's mid.
There's 3 mid.
There's 3 mid.
Yeah, I'm playing your single dad.
There's one to be coming.
Yeah, I'm gonna stack.
Yep, I'm blocking. I still
Hide.
He's Cubby.
Maybe.
Yeah, Cubby.
Could be Cubby. Yep.
Oh, what?
One more front.
Yep, I'm trying your outer. He's gonna be front door already.
Yeah, go front. Cubby.
There's 2 front doors.
Yeah.
One close. Could be small. Could be your small.
Yeah, Cubby. Nice. I'm watching top there. On time on you.
Go, guys.
Nice.
Yeah, I have a streak for this P1.
We have still got shit. If you want to go right, Kev. Do you want to go deep, Kev? Yo,
I'm playing.
Fame's got a I can't talk. Fame's got a positive KD and hella time in the point. That's so good. We need that 14 seconds to go. Come on, fellas.
Finally crossed over the 200 point mark. Rocker, though, chance looking fantastic.
And if I'm Rocker, it is a 14-point game. I would just be dive bombing P1 and trying to get them out of this time. You got the cruise missile coming into play. You got Cammy's already picked up the 2-piece. What can the Crews find?
I'm pretty mixed on this game though, because I want Vegas to get more points and make it the champs, and it's going to be tougher for them to do with back-to-back Minnesota games today.
10-second game as Cammy now looking to get in over the top. An open hard point for now. This is not over yet. Mutineers, the guns are up, the guns are hot. They are not letting anything get away from them just yet. They're playing hard for the P2.
Hey, this is actually a little bit desperate too. If you're making a P2 play, that is a lot of time wasted. Actually,
Dude, the way he drove out of the water like that, what the fuck?
They get one guy out of the hill, and now they can survive by a point, except for the fact they lost the spawns. Minnesota Rocker gonna get it done.
There
it is.
Afro
Whoa,
lay down,
weird.
get the map win. Great work out of them to start the series off. An explosive opener there on Hydro as Wisconsin's on his feet as there we go, Rocker. They take map number 1.
And what a very unique and strange experience for that Hydro map 1. I gotta imagine Fame. A lot of thoughts racing through his mind, but played pretty well, man. Gotta tip it. Super Soaker inside the hard point. Went on a 6-spree at some point to collect the Crews, and I'd say a pretty sizable impact he had on map number 1 to take Florida down.
Hey, there we go. Great start to this series there for Rocker. And I was thinking about this, a really interesting way to get, you know, a
Here's my
newcomer to the
fantasy team
squad
that I picked.
Put them on land
Yesterday,
in front of the
Standy
crowd,
fucking popped off for me. 1.15, 10 kill streak, 7,000 damage, 4 first bloods, and they won 3-1. And then Scraps really let me down. So if Fame could get these 2 games here for me, and no Pred won't let me down.
Pop-off moments outside of this 6-spree, but just did his job the entire time, and I don't even think that Minnesota necessarily had to outslay by any sort of crazy margin, right? I know Band's 18 and 25 at one point, but they had the rotations when they need them. Really, even that P3, I know the first go-around they got bullied out, second time, absolutely perfect, so the adjustments on the fly were there.
Right, here we go. Highlights from this one. Fame again, debut here in the CDL. A lovely start. Everyone wants to start their career off with a win in the professional leagues, and he gets the job done. First map done anyway. Going over to the search after this and control. Can he make it a 3-0? Sorely need those 10 points if you are Rocker as well. But Chance, any sort of major takeaways from the performances of either team here in the map 1?
I mean, again, pretty just, you know, a close battle. It's not like Florida got blown out anyway, but both of these teams' record on this map, not good across the entire year. So this is really just sort of an opportunity series for both of these teams to start their stage off right. And obviously Minnesota get the ball rolling, had a nice little jump on the Hydro, but that search and destroy, Minnesota Rocker currently on an 11-lost spree. That is record-breaking L's that they are setting up in search and destroy. So maybe we'll see if Fame can continue his success and carry that into map 2.
They will need it though. Fame, if he can be their man to turn things around. Mutineers, a very formidable search and destroy squad. This is not going to be an easy one at all for them. The Mutineers looking to find a bounce back here in the series. Rocker, they take map number 1. Hydro can be a cruel map, a fickle mistress. For the Mutineers, fist bumps, clean things up. We've got a long series ahead of you, boys. Here we go. Mikado, search and destroy. Map number 2, Hotel, will be the control we play today. And, of course, Mikado Embassy to close it out. If we have to go the distance, of course, it is first to 3 here in our series. And it's now a lovely place to be if you're a Rocker fan.
And, well, a Rocker fan, lovely place to be outside of the fact that the record on this map is 0-3. So winless on Mercado across the entire year, but obviously for Florida, 0-1, at least with this current roster. Obviously, you got to be on the lookout. We know Brack has actually had a decent amount of success with the sniper. You know he's going to be trying to set a guy like Havoc up for all these mid-map routes that are going to be coming through. So Florida, make no mistake, very dangerous team on Mercado.
Super dangerous team. We'll see how that goes again. The snipes looking for fast flanks. For those of you who have played it in ranked, you know what I'm talking about. Mikado can be a lot of fun indeed. We'll see how that goes in just a brief moment. The players get ready to load in this one. We've got some S&D stats to look at. And
I do really like Mercado. Of all maps, I think Mercado might be my favorite.
Here's the stage 3 search and destroy records. And if you're a Rocker fan, just don't look. Look away.
God.
Maybe check your phone. Maybe go pet the pet.
Oh,
shit. Search and destroy has not been your mode.
The record-breaking loss streak, that is painful. The .67 Team KD is one of the toughest things that you're ever going to see. So again, not particularly great for Florida throughout stage 3, but they had a very slow start when they made the roster change. They started to get the ball rolling just a little bit, and again, so much more success at the major. So I say, again, very dangerous for Florida in the search and destroy game mode. That record doesn't reflect it, and Minnesota need to turn things around. I mean, Miles, I don't know if you were paying attention to the video that the coaches put out where both Looney and Brian say. We're talking about it, of how Brian's saying much more focused, just like hyper-focusing on the S&D gameplay. We'll see if that shows here in Map 2.
Well, they need the confidence boost here, and I think the crowd here in Madison, Wisconsin can certainly help out with that. We heard an elated response to the Map 1 win. We'll see if Search and Destroy can be as kind to them again. Rocker versus Mutineers as, hey, it's getting rowdy in there. Let's see what happens, though. For the Mutineers, a bounce back sorely needed. I wonder, though, how many Mutineers fans are actually in the venue, Chance? You got a sort of a test there?
I did see one. There's a guy walking around in a Florida Mutineers hoodie. It cracked me up because I didn't realize Florida fans literally traveled that far north. I figured the cold would scare them away, but we'll see how it goes, man. Always a fun time. Madison, apparently the party capital of the world. I know, like, the Wisconsin Badgers are nearby, and I know even this place last night, it was getting busy. So the nightlife here is not too bad. Fans are going to be a little bit rowdy as well. High expectations.
Hey, they might be real rowdy if they can get a win today, but we're almost ready to get into that Search and Destroy. Mutineers looking for the bounce back. Search and Destroy has been a solid mode for them. We're not going to be playing on Fortress, so don't expect too many muscle ups, but we'll see what kind of shenanigans they can bring to the table today. What a fun time to be a Call of Duty fan with home series taking place. This feels very 2020, if you ask me, and I mean the good side of 2020, not the that thing.
The global pandemic.
Yeah, you know I'm talking. You know that. You remember that? You guys remember that? Yeah, me too. But we're almost ready to get into map number 2 here, ladies and gents. Just Control. We don't see Expo today. These two teams not opting to play the new mode or the new map here in the CDL. What do you make of the hotel pick, though, while we get into that?
Again, it's literally across the board. All 5 of these maps, the record is not great for either team. With the exception of the Embassy Map 5, Minnesota actually enjoyed that one, but a long way to go in that regard. And for Minnesota, I mean, maybe nowhere to look but up. If you're just consistently losing 11 in a row, you got to break the curse at some point and get in the mix. And more shining lights for the team. As poor as their stage 3 was, Cammy was starting to pop off and looked like he was sort of finding his form. It really just was the SMGs that had a pretty steep drop-off throughout stage 3. So look for those guys to turn around. Look for Cammy to be consistent. And of course, being on defense on Mercado first thing, not going to be easy as those nades are going to fly through.
What a shot from Fellow. Wonderful way to start the round for the Mutineers. Cammy, see you later, mate. Fellow still holding that mid-map position. Here comes the bomb. It's a slow push towards A. His team have entirely taken control of the site here. So this is a good look out of the flow of the Mutineers. Here comes the bomb. Better late than never. Mid-map, though, that's going to be where the attack comes from now from Rocket. And Fellow finds his second. Wow, what a shot.
Yeah, Ben's is trying to be a little bit cheeky. That's a tough spot to work with, but he takes him down. 4v2. You get the bomb down. Offense on Mercado round 1, basically undefeated.
Cap still backs up wisely. Here comes Bounce through mid-tunnel. Fellow will not find any more with that snipe. It's now a 2v3. Capsule still holding the hedges side of the map. Numbers still favoring Mutineers. 30 seconds to go.
And Afro has to make a move, right, just to draw the attention from Capsule. So movement starting on both sides of the map. And Vance actually guns him down for the 1v1. An opportunity for Afro to fry, and he's got the Denny to pop. You gotta go.
Here we go, 15 seconds. Afro trying to make something happen here. Oh, Havoc is making his moves. He's running all over the place. Shots exchanged. Oh, no, he's shooting a ghost. What have we got? Not enough time. Afro may win the 1v1, but Havoc and the Mutineers win the round.
Yeah, no, that is the tried and true from Havoc. That is one of the most tragic things when you do all of that work for the potential 2v4, and Havoc's the guy you got to beat towards the end. But really just great setup from Fellow. Early on, connects with the snipe, gets the bomb down as well, gets the second blood, and Fellow, well, makes the round easy for his teammates, obviously. It got spicy towards the end.
It did indeed. Wow. Good work there from the Mutineers. A slow bomb move, that full A site control, 2 snipes out of Fellow. Beautiful stuff from them. Can they keep it going? Here we go. Rocker now. They are on attack. Bomb in the hands of Bance. Snipe shenanigans. Not this time, Fellow. That comes pretty close.
He's got the intel, right? So Afro does get spotted, but the intel doesn't make a difference, or maybe just there for the trade. So an important first blood for Afro to be able to pick up, and you see the idea from Rocker, playing it like it's a little bit of Moscow, going on that rotation over towards B. And for the moment, Florida haven't read this in the slightest. If they choose, they're going to get this down with no pressure, or Fellow's going to catch you on the cross. Boomstick out in full force.
Man, he's hitting shots here on Moscow Las Almas. Vance gonna lay that bomb down in a moment. Yeah, not gonna waste a whole lot of time there. Slower hit. A little bit of noise been made once again. Brack, he's gonna be the man in the middle of the map. Fellow still with that sniper in hand, and here we go. Post-plant position for Rocker, 2v3.
And they're not giving Fellow anything with the snipe right now, so you're actually having a series of one-on-one gunfights, and Fame's gonna hear it a mile away for the 2v2. And now the other players from Florida have grouped up together, but Vance has the angle covered. He just has to be able to pick up one, but he can't do it. All up to Fame. You get to see what the rookie can bring.
Unfortunate timing from Bance there. They're already on the bomb. Here comes the hit. Now will Fame see anything? It's a great spot to be in. There it is. Lovely timing. Beautiful shots. That was what the plan was. Brack dives right back on it. Here comes the stun check. Final 10. Here's the hit. That's a big win from Fame, and that is a decisive
Let's go,
round
buddy. That's what we need.
Absolutely beautifully played. In the 2 versus 3, it kind of caught me off guard. The spot that Vance was going for the plank. You see, he was worried about the tunnel push coming through.
Nasty.
As soon as he gets it down, tunnel push is now open, so the plant spot on point. That little dash of creativity being thrown in the mix for Rocker to get that round.
Great round from Fame. Finding out quickly what he's made of. The play like that, again, strange one, thinking he got that mid-map wide open. He plays the late rotation, gets both the players on the bomb there. Great work in the 2v3. Florida Mutineers now there on attack. Nades land. No snipes just yet, though, but Fellow, he has struck in every round so far. This one, no different. There's one. The second as well. Oh, my God.
Disgusting.
I mean, hey, just get Fellow in the mix. That is your key to success. I was kind of confused that he had it instead of Brack. Well, that question has been answered. Another 4 versus 2 around the A side.
Capsule once again cleans up one in the middle, and this is an outstanding round from the Florida Mutineers. Cammy, what have you got? 30 seconds remaining, and what an unbelievable 2-piece from Fellow. Capsule
they had that shit locked down.
The Mutineers, an amazing bounce back.
Ain't no way anybody in Minnesota was getting
I mean,
in
if
there.
he's hitting shots like that consistently, you can see he's always a motor mouth, getting the confidence going. Middle of the map might just be locked down completely, like offense and defense. Because for the moment, Fellow seems untouchable. I think Cammy only tried to counter snipe a single round, and if you can establish sniper dominance on this
that
map,
double
that
sniper
is
kill
gonna be
was
a massive
crazy.
benefit to your team.
Yeah, who would have thought Fellow, a marksman of Mercado, putting in work for the Mutineers there. That round was all him with the snipe 2 there from Capsule as well. So 1 round advantage for the Mutineers. Here we go once again. Rocker now on attack again. The headbutt towards A. Plenty of numbers here. Capsule on the inside. Can't get anything out of it. Bance finds his first kill. Dips out. No problem. Man advantage Rocker.
Yeah, those are good nades as well, right? Capsule the only one able to make it through. Havoc tagged up in 2 weak, but now Havoc, maybe an opportunity to make a play. Closes the door so he can make the cross, but shooting a Ghost as well. He's gonna get caught, and you see Fame, he's flexing. He'll do it with any gun, doesn't care. Pick up the big 2. Leave Brack in a 1 versus 4.
Another clean bounce back round from both teams. This is a very, very lethal round of search and destroy. Good stuff there out of Fame, the 2-piece. Cammy getting involved there as well. He gets on the board also. So Rocker now starting to fire on all cylinders. We'll see what the Mutineers do in their round, because chance, the way this is going out, both teams absolutely swinging in their attacking rounds.
Making plays as well, and interesting enough for Fame to pull out the Vaznev. You see how tall he is? That's an AR, if I've ever seen one. You know the height dictates what weapon you're going to use, but if a man can do both and run in the trophy, always a nice guy to have on the team.
Oh, another headbutt. Stuns connecting. This is a big one from Fellow. Dives in. Can't get the second. Trades are there. Here comes Afro into the feed. Lovely hip fire. Finds 2. Traded out again, though. It's a 1v2. All down to Benjamin Bance. A wild round. Can't pick the right corner. Cleaned up as another wild offensive round out of the Mutineers.
I mean, that is just a straight up bang out A and see what happens. What nades and tacks are going to be able to land. Literally a single stun that is able to slow down Fame, I think really gets him the edge in that round. So it was nice to have the double trophies, but a stun that lands a little bit too close stops you in your tracks. And then obviously it is just a trade fest after the fact. So nothing too clean or easy about that round. Just a standard Mercado A hit.
Just an A hit. Flying at each other. There's a guy in the crowd who's watching the stream on his phone from the venue. I appreciate it. Unless he's just taking a photo, hard to tell. Snipes up from Fellow. Will he land another? This SPX putting in the work. Cammy finds that first blood, dips on out. Does manage to avoid the sniper of Fellow, so it's a lovely pick. Man advantage Rocker.
Well, now the next question for number 4. Be careful on the cross, and Cammy makes it in time. So Fellow not able to even up the odds, unless Cammy wants to give it away for free. Now we got a 3v3.
Fame. Are you going to hold this, or are you going to peek it? He's okay, doesn't land anything with a stun. Couple of tags in. I love this from Fellow. He's watching that flank push. Brax up close and personal now, trying to creep his way onto the site. Sniffed out by Fame. Once again, 3v1. All down to the masterful marksman, and he has been cleaned up as well. Offensive rounds go crazy here on Mercado.
Yeah, big wins, and like 2 different B hits coming through for Minnesota as well on this map, so very happy to mix things up. Probably Afro the MVP in that round. Reads the flank, catches Cap, gets the final kill towards the end. It seems like for Rocker, as long as you're able to dodge the sniper fellow, you're gonna have a good time.
Yeah, it sounds so easy. Just dodge the snipe. Just get out of the way of it. Don't let it happen. It's happened plenty here in this map already. Somebody's got to win a defensive round eventually. 3-3, tied up here in the search.
Well, May down and bound. They've been on point for Florida to see if they connect with anything, but a couple players from Rocker are able to make it through, but the gun trades are coming through. Advantage to Rocker. Looks like defense, finally. The shining light is there. Brack, an instant 1v3.
An unfortunate lineup there from the Mutineers. It doesn't pay off for them. It was a team kill. It could have been a 2-piece for Afro, but right now it's all down to Brack. He's popping a squat in a corner. Fame's downstairs, jigging, absolutely shaking. Afro, cool, calm. Bance's head has not been spotted yet. What's Brack got in the tank? Can he pull out some magic here? Less than a minute.
I mean, there's quite literally nothing you can do in this situation. It's up to Rocker to throw it away, but that is a good start. The 2-piece down low can't come through. Trades on point. Minnesota Rocker, they got the defense they need.
There we go. The defensive win, finally. Minnesota Rocker. Great work out of Fame. Can hear all this taking place. Those noise cancelling headphones certainly helping out. Now last minute change of plan there. Maybe from Bance. He's going to pass on some play call there. We've known him to do this for every team he's been on. No different here on the Minnesota Rocker. What are we going to see now in this attacking round out of the boys in purple?
And typical from Fam as well, right? 8-3 in his debut, had a strong map 1, and now waiting out the nades here in this round. So Rocker forced to play a little bit slow before they make the approach through the alley, but Dead Silence popped out and about. Question is, can he trade Cap, or can Cap just give it away? The patience too clean for the Rocker first blood.
It's 4 in a row now for Fame. He's still
Why is it lagging so hard?
Dead Silence to go as well. Guns are up, though, from the Mutineers. No one's going to be able to fly on through. No tags, no nothing. Spotted out, though. Here we go. Bottom side of the site completely covered. Numbers here from Rocker. Nades out. This is going to be a bang.
Like, my computer's running fine.
By the hedges. Waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
Okay, there we go.
As patience will soon pay off. Fellows trophy, I don't think that's going to do a whole lot. Waiting for the mid-map pinch as well. Here comes Fame, flying forward. Tags are in. Brack now trying to win the fight. Gets at least one. Turns and burns. No hope. Cammy's there for 2. Rocker win another.
Absolutely gunning them down 1 by 1. The trades on point, the patience in there, and I don't see any nerves there on that main stage. Rocker right now absolutely flowing on this map. And again, even just the mix-up they're having in strategy. They've had 2 different B hits. They've been fast and aggressive over towards A. That time, slowed the pace down. Posted up with the TAC 56, get the first blood on Capsule, and then the round just falls into your lap after that. So Rocker right now mixing up the bag, going deep in the bag of tricks. Right now, clean and easy, 1 round away.
It's lovely to see it. Can they end the spree? Minnesota Rocker history in the making. Capsule's trying to help out. Oh no! Pharaoh drops as well. Fame 10-4. What a debut here in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes, and Fame double digits is gonna be there to get it done. Havoc, good luck with this one.
Last man up. Afro dives into it. Nearly cleans him up as well. And Fame add another to the pile. Nays there from Havoc. He knows he's in trouble. Trying now to make something desperate happen. No bomb to be had either. The push through mid. Havoc wins another. Surely not. As Havoc is turning this situation into a winnable one.
Well, maybe
2 players remain.
I think KB was able to pick up a gun as well, so he didn't have the sniper to deal with, and the players line up, and they're there to take Havoc down.
Ba-boom.
It got dicey.
It's over.
The Rocker, they broke their curse.
God, look how horrible their stream is from there.
As Minnesota Rocker, not only do they end the curse,
like, some of those cameras are so pixelated.
Against Florida Mutineers.
Straight up tippable right now out of Fame as well. A team that had lost.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, Minnesota. Let's get this 3-0 down.
Digits, pulling out the Vastnev, pulling out the tack. Sometimes he's got the trophy, sometimes he's got the Dead Silence. Seemingly, Fame, he can do it all.
They had a great map as well. Good stuff there out of Rocker. 2-0 so far here in this important matchup for them. 10 points on the line again, and Fame, what a debut. 11-5 to help break the curse. There on Mikado La Salmas, the search and destroy woes have ended for Minnesota Rocker, at least for now. We'll find out what happens with them a little bit later on. Of course, they have another series later on today. They're playing the LA Gorillas, but it is not over yet, ladies and gents. Hotel Control, that is where we go next. Chance, how are we feeling about it?
I mean, honestly, if you're a Rocker, you got to be feeling great at this point, right? Get the monkey off the back there for the map 2. You obviously look pretty strong on map 1, and I think maybe the main focus point for the team is going to be Fame, and he's playing well so far, so the vibes are going to be flowing going into Hotel.
Hey, we'll see what happens here as everyone in Madison, Wisconsin just run off to grab himself a quick break, because that's right, we're going to go to a break as well. We come back, we're playing Hotel Control. Don't go too far, Call of Duty League fans. We'll be back.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28, only on Prime Video.
An exciting start to the series sees Minnesota Rocker up 2-0 over the Florida Mutineers. Let's find out what happens though as we now dive into Control. Miles and Chance here. Chance being in Madison, Wisconsin amongst these lovely fans, having a good time. I'm sitting at home here in LA. Actually quite hot, really hot, sweating to be honest in this stupid sweater. How you doing, Chance? Exciting start to the series.
Doing great. Again, the city is absolutely wonderful. It's a very beautiful place. It has old school vibes, but very active downtown. We're literally like down the block from the Capitol. So fun to be here, food delicious, and I'm just ready for the Call of Duty action to continue because right now, Minnesota, they have been completely on point. Everything you've wanted Fame to be able to do, Super Soaker in the hill, keeping on point with the slang, and that man was dropping numbers in the search and destroy. So it'd be fun to see if you can keep that up on Hotel.
Yeah, Hotel Control, excuse me, coming up next. We go to a Mikado Hardpoint if we have to go to another map. But if you're a Rocker fan, you do not want it. So far, though, the records this season a little better there for the Mutineers, but Fame has certainly got the home crowd buff for sure. Let's find out what happens here in this game of Control, ladies and gents. Bound to be a banger, and can Rocker find one of the very few 3-0s we've had in this season already?
We will be starting with Fame as well. It looks like a pretty aggressive B hit going to be coming through from Minnesota Rocker. So trying to capture the more difficult point first. Fellow getting tagged up, and yet no trophy's going to be there yet. So the kill's going to come through. Minnesota, they have the pressure they need.
Pressure's on. Right, he and Fellow now defending this side of the map as best they possibly can. Fellow still kicking, back in it though. Wonderful work out of Fame in the Cami. Can't get involved there. A little slow to work with the assault rifle in hand. 26 lives apiece. As we're still committing players towards that B side. It's all on the Vance. Over by the kitchen though. Fame finding the kills. Rocker still on the aggressive.
And I think Vance right now is just going to be trying to be annoying as possible. Get the cutoff kills through the middle of the map, and job well done on that front. Mid is going to be there nice and easy. And it looks like Florida have absolutely zero pressure over towards the A zone, but if there's only one guy on it, Minnesota, they're trying to set up for the spawn kills, be aggressive, and work the live count. And if you can make the moment happen, if you get a 3 or 4 down, jump on B.
Afro might be able to do it. That's 3 dead. Plenty of space to work with. Over towards the B zone we now go. Fellow, got to win a fight here. Oh, can't get it done. Afro starting to heat things up. Guns at the ready. No. The push through Spa. That's where we're going. Ban still one of the point. First segment long gone. The second on its way out. It's a 3-man stack or 2-man stack. As Fame, he's going to get the A zone captured alone as well. Here come the Mutineers though. Cami, big guns up. Nice work there with the tack. Can't get any more. They've done the damage at B, but they didn't finish the second segment. A is gone.
Yeah, you see the moment though, but also keep in mind, it's the lives game, right? 21-14 with 1:40 left to go. There's an opportunity to win this round 2 ways. But obviously you see Florida, they've been able to slow things down, get 2 players pushed out into bedroom, and it looks like Rocker don't want to deal with bed just yet. It is the triple flank coming through.
Triple flank. Havoc. Guns on the first. Nice work there, banking that stun. Oh no! Bance wins a huge one. That's the backline open. The stack is on once again. The second segment down its way out. Oh my word, 2-mans there from Rocker on the point. Fellow can't win the gunfight top bed. It's nearly done. Anyone there to slow it down? Incoming through mid. Caps it all. He and Havoc trying to find it. Cami with the kills. Rocker with a round.
That is absolutely beautiful work coming in from Minnesota Rocker. That gunfight win that Vance had on the back when Havoc had his number. Absolutely the difference maker. And the timing from Afro was perfect to go and hit bedroom as his team has the pressure on the point. So that is as good as it gets for an offensive round. Rocker, everything they wanted to execute, they got the job done. And Camby, we talked about how he's looking better throughout stage 3. 8-2 in that round. Man's trying to run the numbers up.
Certainly running it up. What an unbelievable honeymoon period we are currently in for Rocker. It's Fame 2-1 this round, doesn't get a whole lot done, but over towards A, we are flying, and Mutineers, it's a 4-man hit. Cami's about to be able to give a lot of information away. He and Afro finding the kills, Afro finding another one. Can he get the third as well? This would be sensational. That stun's going to seal it. Bang, Afro, what an opening break.
That is a hard read as well, to aggressively like that triple up to defend the A zone, and that play call pays off. And now you just get to set up a round. You can snake if you want inside the restaurant. You have Florida with 0 pressure on the map. And obviously Fame being the funnel system, and with a gunny like that, good luck trying to get past this guy.
They don't manage to get past Fame, but they do manage to get themselves over towards A. Mutineers now with the chance to get themselves onto the board. Slow cap from Brack. His teammates all in position around here, slithering his way into that first segment completion. And there it is. Number 1 done. Fame on the flank. Looking to add a few more of the kills here. Makes it a 4. Makes it a 5. What are we seeing here? Fame out of nowhere, looking for kill number 6 in a row.
Oh, they're scared to challenge as well. Got to run away from that one. Good luck. Have fun. If you can't keep past Fame, you want to go for the B hit. But even Bance right now is in position to be annoying. But if Bance is behind Losum, the pressure is going to be on Rocker. They need to get him some support. Because right now, Florida, 3 players stack up over towards B.
That's playing this very slowly. Oh no, Havoc cuts him right in half here. Back over to Fame. Kill number 6 in a row. What a round out of him. There's number 7. Fame cannot be stopped. Last 20.
Fucking 8-1. God damn, that guy's cooking.
The player cam right there, but he is feeling himself. 8-1 in 2 rounds, the most dominant round you are going to get on defense.
9-1.
Desperate to
Let's
get
go,
any sort
buddy.
of life, but for the moment, they're being suffocated. Ain't nowhere to go, basically nothing to find. And even if you capture A, still, you're down to 10 lives. You barely have any time left on the clock. Rocker have absolutely picked them apart.
Well, okay, you add an additional minute to your final 9 lives, though. This fellow wins his fight towards the backside of Kitchen now. Mutineers with an opportunity to fan out across the map, make their approach. Fellow now toe-to-toe against Cammy. Win this fight, you're in a great spot. The nade's going to change things. Doesn't. Oh, no, Cammy!
How'd that work?
Blows him out of the water, and the driveway is wide open now. 6 lives left for the Mutineers.
I gotta figure out what Cammy is made out of. He just took a couple tags, the van exploded next to him, and he just straight up walked it off. So Rocker right now simply built different, but maybe an opportunity for Florida. A long way to go, down to 5 lives. You gotta make this perfect.
Brack's making moves. He's close enough to the point. Can he get himself in here? He has to find the gunfights as well. Fame wins another 2. Unbelievable work. Havoc now gets into the feed. The final 3 lives now for the Mutineers. Are they able to get close? Will Fame check it? Does. Havoc's there in the feed. Can't get any more out of it.
Wow, that's crazy.
Teamwork. The trades are there. Capsule falls. Minnesota Rocker. What an unbelievable game of control they are having.
I mean, that is just absolutely dominant. This team is on an 8-series loss spree. Stage 3 for these guys was absolutely abysmal. This is a nice little bounce back, man. You got Afro 17-9. You got Fame popping off into control. And that is one of the more dominant rounds on defense you are going to see on Hotel. Minnesota Rocker right now seemingly on cruise control.
Mutineers, cruise control. You turn the ship around now, lads. Like, pull that anchor up out of the water and get things going, because it is now or never. Last chance for the Mutineers to stay alive here in this series. Otherwise,
Man, I didn't know that Florida was
Here we go.
actually there playing with them. That's interesting, and that changes everything.
Brack has done his job and then some. And look at the headshot that he's collecting. That first gunfight from Brack turns into 3. He gets them all. Brack just dropping everybody on Rocker.
Takes care of business, holds the line now for his squad. 4 in a row for Brack. See if he can get streaks in a moment. Afro, though, now. Slow and steady creep across the map. Capsule, spied out, sniffed out. The early bird gets the worm, but Afro gets the trade. Now we fly over towards the A side of the map as well. With the numbers. Afro might get shot in the back in a moment. He does. There we go.
Kill.
Trying to keep this place safer for his squad. Can Fame find another kill? 12-5 already.
Yeah, try to be the post-up man for the team, right? Watch the flank a little bit, check the side door, see if you can take down Capsule or at least keep him at bay. So the read's on point. Rocker take care of the flank. They got that mid-alley under control. And once again, leaving one body on the point. It is the slow progress taking place over towards A, and maybe the opportunity to make a play or maybe double up and just get the job done.
Double it up now. Afro and Cammy getting that work done. Capsule with a slow approach.
The snaking, oh my goodness.
He might be playing for kills at this moment. Gets himself 1. Gets the second as well. Capsule traded out. Fame there, the last man live over towards A, but that's the capture complete. 1:35 on the clock.
I love how snaking was just like GA'd a couple years ago, and now fucking everybody just does it.
And he delivers the big 2. Now you fly towards the B zone, and I was going to say maybe force out the bad spawns, but he's still in Florida, spawning up close. Banks has another couple gunfights in front of him.
What? Can't win any more Fame. Can he win his? Yeah, he does. Traded out immediately, though. No one left now for Rocker on that side of the map. It's going to be defensive work now for the Florida Mutineers. Buy some space. Take care of business. It's Afro up next in the bedroom side of the map. If you can clean him out, you're in a much stronger spot there for the Mutineers.
And I think he knows that someone got behind enemy lines. That was Fellow, and he gets taken care of. Capsule, next one in line. All like dominoes falling down. One more gunfight round for
Florida.
Advance that's going to do it. Here comes the stack. Rocker trying to get it done in 3.
Damn.
3 though. Oh my God. Dives in, takes care of business himself. Deady popped. Fly forward now for the Mutineers. A 1 life lead as they are battling tooth and nail. 45 seconds to go.
And a moment like that, they are taking turns popping off on defense. First time Rack, second time Havoc, and now gonna light up the feed with the help from Fellow as well. Much more stable, but only a 3-life game for the moment. But with 30 seconds left, Rocker, you see where they're spawning. It is gonna be a hike and a half to try to get towards this B zone.
They don't necessarily have the time. It's all going to come down to Afro. If he can find a kill here on the point and stop the clock, give his boys a few seconds just to cross the back line.
They got those kitchen spawns. That's a tough one, man.
9 to 11 now. Mutineers with a life count.
With like no time on the clock.
It's going to come down to this last hit.
See what you can do. You're setting up the pinch, but at 2 players in bedrooms, so you got to be very scattered and be ready to get cracked for these gunfight wins.
It's falling apart already.
Here we go, fellas. Still holding
It's over.
down. Kills are there. Bance gets one of these. Oh, but no chance in hell. They managed to get 1 player on the point in the end. 0.4 on the clock. But okie dokie, Mutineers. They show the resolve. Nerves of steel. They stay alive here in the series.
Oh, yeah, and here's the play from Brack at the start of it as well. This is the 4 spree that he goes on, catching everybody by Rocker 1 by 1. And then the second go around, it was Havoc that picked up the big 3 piece. So the Heroics are there from Florida. They keep their life alive and working on the bounce back. I know Capsule at one point was 3-17 at some point during that round. So I know he's heating up just a little bit as well. Florida trying to keep the fight alive.
Fight is still alive indeed. Another attacking round now for the Mutineers. Can they capture both A and B? We saw last time round A was a tough one to get into.
You can get on that windowsill if you shoot it. It's kind of
immediately by Brack. You're going to see numbers now developing over to
kind
the
of
A
OP,
side, and we'll see if
honestly,
they can get the capture
because
sooner
whoever
rather than
looks
later.
there.
It's honestly just the hard read game. I think Minnesota were playing, right? They triple stack A on defense round 1. This time they tripled up B, but it's because they got the cruise missile to roll through and see if you can make a dent, make a little impact on the hill, or at least keep them away for a moment. It looks like Vance, the last one standing around the zone, he's going to get cleaned up, and the slow capture commences once again for Florida.
Havoc. Still getting it done by himself right now. We'll see how long it takes. Reinforcements now appearing in the feed. Brack's going to be there to help out. Second segment gone. Fellow, he's the calf man. Lovely work. 3 in the feed for Tyler Fellow. And now the fast moves across the map. Streaks now above. We're going to see that hit over towards the B side, or a bit of a curve now from Brack. Oh, he's taking the long way around. Bends it like Beckham indoors.
Oh my goodness.
Great shot there with the cruise.
Holy fuck, he's good with that thing.
Took a while, but we got there.
I mean, look, Boz, I know that cruise missile was fantastic, but I think Cammy killed 3 players before it actually landed on top of him. So yeah, Cammy just completely destroys the team in that moment. You burn the cruise and you keep things nice and under control. But Fellow wins another big gunfight. So right now it's only Bance behind enemy lines. And the question is, how sneaky can he be? Not sneaky enough. Capsule's going to drop him in Florida. Now it's all guns straight ahead. No flanks to worry about. Gun him down to the zone.
Florida, they're in. It's a 2-man stack right now. 3, Fellow, Brack, and Capsule all get the job done.
Minnesota. Oh my god, those guys are fucking so accurate. Like they just snap onto each other.
Cammy, the last man left alive, gets involved. No hope in hell. That should be the round, and that should be a decider. Here
Holy shit.
The Mutineers have done it. Final round.
Okay, Florida. I see the fight that they got. Get the vibes flowing a little bit. The fist bumps out and about. I kind of see a moment like that where you have the cruise missile coming through a little too late as Cammy picks up 3. I'd imagine that round's just chalk, but instant the bounce back was there. Every player inside a bottom bed or out by the plaque gets taken care of in Florida. They find their way. They find their groove. And again, Capsule, who had struggled in the first 2 rounds, turned things around in the past 2 to set us up rather for the round 5.
Round 5. Capsule starting to heat up. Slow start from him as he's bounced back wonderfully. Rocker, we'll see who gets defense, because I haven't been counting the segments. I've been a little too lit, but they've got themselves defense indeed. Can Rocker hold on once again? The Mutineers, they've got to attack again.
Yeah, you see Rocker again playing it safe, the triple stack over towards B. So I think they got away with a cheeky one on their first round on defense, but
oh, bad timing, Havoc.
Not able to get past. No dead silence plays coming in through there. You see Rocker just making sure they keep control of the map, get players constantly pushed out towards bedroom, keep those spawns at bay. And honestly, winning out all the gunfights, KB again able to pick up the big 2. So Florida back on the struggle bus, back with these kitchen spawns, and now such a long way to go.
This is the best Cammy has looked since Cold War, 29 and 21. He's finding kills left, right, and center. Afro, what a hip fire that was. Most of that done with one hand on the drop. Afro and Bance in the feed as well. Cammy once again. Mr. McGilligan back at it.
Yeah, no mistakes being made around bedroom as well so far. Vance doing a good job to stay alive. He has a little battle against Havoc and Cap, and poor Capsule can't buy a kill if he had the money in his back pocket. So now back towards kitchen, back towards the A zone, but it is Afro here to shut you down. Him and Cammy doubling up on the 30 bombs.
30 and 19 on a 4-spree. He likes big feed.
Fame, get on B, get on B, bro. Or wait, they're defending, aren't they? Oh yeah, they're defending. Never mind. Stay there. You're doing good.
Have to get out now. And the Mutineers, it's a big gunfight, and it's all onto Afro to hold him down. Can he win this one and basically win the map and the series for his team? Here come the Mutineers. Can they get onto the point? They should. Yes. Stack it up. Watch out
Come
for
on,
Cammy.
Minnesota.
Fuck. Gunfights. Fellow wins a big one. Over towards Bance. If he can be sneaky, you can end it all here.
You can still jump on this if you want to. It is 3 players, actually maybe too much for Vance to deal with, and the reads from Havoc are there anyway. So it is a massive life disparity for the moment, but Florida, they're just looking for the one break, and it's all about that bedroom control. Havoc going to be playing with the idea, maybe to make a move to clear these players out, but that is not a good start. Afro cannot miss.
Trades, so are the name of the game right now for the Florida Mutineers.
Oh, hello.
12 lives left. Space now to get themselves on towards B. Got to take care of the reinforcements first. Capsule will be the first man into the fight. All the timing. It's a bit awkward. He's got a lot to deal with. One part of the problem dealt with. Afro, though, manages to be taking... No, he gets his kill. He gets away with it. So Rocker are still in a strong spot. 3 of them now on the defense. Just over 30 seconds to go.
Oh, and they're able to make it to bedroom as well. Fame able to shut down Fellow, and you get players like Afro back in the mix underneath. 7 lives to go and about 20 seconds left on the clock. And that is a dangerous word in a dangerous moment right now for Florida that, again, has to be perfect on this break.
Yeah, the Crocs are in sport mode now. They're flying in. Final few moments. Capsule, check every possible avenue you've got. Watch out for that one-player back spar. Can't win the fight. Now through the front lines, the final 5 seconds. Soaring. Brack might be able to dive on it. Has to get the kills. His teammates aren't. They're nowhere near. The gunfight's done, and it is over. Rocker, 3-0.
Let's go, Minnesota.
They're in Madison, Wisconsin, and the fans are loving it. An essential victory for them in the points, an essential victory for them in the standings. And they finally broke the search and destroy curse. It feels a bit like Christmas.
Welcome to Wisconsin, and for Fame, welcome to the CDL. One hell of a debut he was able to have on point in all 3 game modes. Yes, indeed, was fantastic and deservedly getting a lot of love.
Oh, wow. An incredible debut for Fame. Happy to be in the squad, I would imagine. 3-0, quite the turnaround there from Minnesota Rocker. GG's in the chat for the Mutineers. Close, but no cigar. Despite the brilliant performance we saw in that search and destroy, exciting snipes, a couple of great rounds there in the control, but Hotel was not their map today. Cammy with a 4K. That really is some of the finest COD he has played in a long time. This roster shake-up has certainly made things look a little bit better for Rocker. Is it too little too late? Or is this the beginning of the comeback? The resurgence from Rocker. What a run it would be. For the Mutineers, no chance. Tough scenes. They've come all this way. It was a brutal series, and at times it didn't feel like a lot went their way, but 3-0 is the name of the game here for Rocker.
Oh yeah, I mean, Florida gonna tilt off the face of the earth, right? You just flew halfway across the country to play Call of Duty for 40 minutes, and now you gotta fly back home. So that is a tough one there, and not just the love for Cammy, by the way, in that final one. I think the biggest stat line differential, it was Afro versus Capsule. Capsule triple negative, and Afro seemingly did not lose a single one-on-one gunfight. So Afro, when he's on form, superstar in the league.
West Midlands finest now doing it for Minnesota Rocker. GG's to them again, and congrats on that 10 points. We're looking at those standings a little bit later. Things are getting spicy indeed, ladies and gents. We're ready to go to the desk, though. We say goodbye for a moment, Madison. We say howdy, Columbus.
All right, goodbye, you gorgeous gamers. I'm so jealous of Chance right now out there with the crowd in Madison, but this was my takeaway from this matchup. Minnesota is now a top 3 team.
Faded.
All right, follow the math here, though. Florida beat Subliners.
Sure.
Okay.
Subliners yesterday beat Atlanta.
You're sounding like
And Minnesota beat Florida. Therefore, Minnesota better than Atlanta. top 3.
Yeah, you sound like that GIF, like the lady with all the numbers trying to figure.
It sounds like Reddit to me right now.
All right, first impressions though. Fame in the lineup. Rocker with a clean 3-0, end of an 8 losing streak. What are the initial impressions here, Allie?
I'm very impressed by Fame. I know, like, I didn't know a whole lot about him, and, you know, shout out to Dream Casey kind of giving us that background earlier on today. And from what we've seen, I mean, he's doing what he needs to be done. Like, it's not any super standout in the fact that he's not super aggressive. He has been playing kind of laid back, but he's been putting up these huge numbers. I think the biggest difference for me was definitely that search and destroy. We talk about the Minnesota Rocker. I mean, an 11 search and destroy loss spree, and they weren't close. Like, they were 6-1s, 6-2s, and 6-0s in those 11. So that Fame comes in, drops that 11-5 stat line. They win that map 2 in a 6-3 fashion. Then they move into the control. Again, they've been struggling in all game modes. They go up 2-0, and what you think is going to happen, Minnesota Rocker, they tend to choke sometimes in these moments. They don't. It's a dominant showing. It's a dominant opening 4 feed from the Minnesota Rocker. They get that control, and they pull it back. So I think an impressive showing overall from the new player in Fame.
Yeah, you know, when I thought about this Minnesota team, even with the last iteration of their roster, in order for them to find success, I thought they had to be a fundamentally sound team, very strategic in the search and destroy, and excel there. And that's what we saw in this series. You know, Fame played fantastic for this team. Although I do feel like anybody could have got plugged in, they needed a breath of fresh air, right? Yeah. Like, this is a new roster. After you struggled, you didn't win a single match in the last stage, right? And now you're playing in front of a home crowd. They had everything going for them today, on top of Fame rising to the occasion. He's coming in to fill the shoes of Attach. Like, Attach is a great player. He was doing damage. He was getting the kills that he needed to do on this squad. And Fame came in and filled those shoes above and beyond, especially when they needed him most, which is in that search and destroy with some big clutches.
The Collegiate COD national champion, now winning his first matchup in the CDL, and he also earns Scuff Play of the Game honors. Let's take a look at this 1v2. Nameless, walk me through it. You are losing your mind in the green room.
Yeah, you know, it's just like a tense situation for him to be in off the bat on this squad. So they were in a 2 versus 3 situation. Fame finds that first kill over going through garage, and then Bans falls in dark. So now Fame is left last alive, 20 seconds left on the clock, and he has to pick a lane. He goes through mid, finds the kill. Brack's not able to get the trade, and then Fame just sprinkling it on top, throws the stun, and finds that final kill. That's a big clutch when you need him most, right? It's like a tie game at that point. You're in front of the home crowd, and it's your chance to seize the moment. He did it.
And we saw the crowd lighting up afterwards, play in front of an audience. Always an advantage. We just saw it in Texas. It's happening in Minnesota, at least for Rocker fans in Wisconsin today. We got to give a shout out to everyone in person. And remember, you can rock your gear at our next event, shop.callofdutyleague.com. If you're not wearing it in person, you can also wear it in the game, Allie.
Yeah, and honestly, it's like I said, every time we do one of these drops, I feel like they just slowly get better and better and better. So I'm looking teams maybe to hook me up with some of those hoodies.
Yeah, can we get some team packs as well? Just send us the codes. We are ready here. My ranked games need a little bit of variety. When we come back, we've got another series on our hands. It's part of a Super Saturday. Series 2 of the day features The Breach looking to bounce back against our Major 3 champions, Toronto, Scrappy, Hixie, and the boys, taking the stage next.
Boom. Wait, doesn't this video still have Standy though?
I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, 'cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta run out the next.
Oh, they re-edited it. Shit. What fucking state is Boston even in?
Welcome back, everybody. Match 2 of our Super Saturday 4 series going down today, but
The
this
New
one
York.
is going to feature some of our highest seeds. You've got the top dogs in Toronto Ultra. At least after the last major, they seem to be the team to beat. They pick up Hixie, they go on a ridiculous run in Major 3, then they beat Optic for the title. Is Toronto the best team in the game, name? Let's start with you.
Yes, 100%. They just won the last major. They did it in a pretty comfortable fashion in front of a home crowd, 4-2 victory. Everybody played fantastic, and Scrappy's on top of his game.
It's Massachusetts. That's
So
what it
Allie,
is.
they're the
I'm
top squad
stupid.
right now. What do they need to continue doing to
Boston,
win today?
Mass.
Well, they need to continue kind of that respawn
You know, I
dominance.
didn't
When
know
we
that.
found that both these teams kind of
Yeah.
matched up. It was Boston that was
Yeah,
always
good
able
job.
to steal away those
It's
hard points. And
Massachusetts.
so I think Toronto's trying to focus, and we'll see that in the vetoes later, to try and maybe find their footing that maps 1 and 4. But I think the Search and Destroy is really going to be that point, because these are both really good respawn teams going at it. So those 2 and 5 are really going to be
Thanks,
where they're
y'all.
focusing.
All right, if you're a team
It clicked.
chasing Toronto, what are you looking to emulate? What are you looking to learn from this squad, Nameless?
I mean, they're just sound, especially when you look at Hardpoint. Like, at times when they need to slow it down, they really, really can. And that's something that they benefited from bringing in Hexy.
So yeah, I'm a Canadian. My American geography is not great.
The guy has next level gunny. He can take over games situationally with an AR, which is very difficult to do in this game, especially with the class that he runs. My guy doesn't even have the fast AR class on half the time. He's just sitting back and beaming, running like Fulcrum. So Scrappy's a very unique player, man. And we really saw him get to his final form at that last major. And something else to comment on is, like, when you get that first win, that first tournament win, sometimes it boosts your confidence and you get even better in the next couple months following. So maybe we actually haven't seen the final form of Scrap. Either way, this is a big battle. These teams have played a few times in the past, and it's been back and forth.
So you think we could see an even stronger Toronto today than what we saw at the end of Major 3?
Most definitely. It happens to some teams and some players, especially after they get that first chip.
Allie, that's bad news if you're the Boston Breach, because the opposition in today's matchup just dropped a series to Vegas Legion, our 9th seeded team. So tell me about the Breach. Let's flip the script here and talk about the Green Squad. What do the Breach need to do to take down our top dogs?
Well, what Breach need to do is, well, they need to continue winning those hard points in the series. I only say that because of that loss versus the Vegas Legion, which, to be fair, that is a matchup I feel like throughout all season. Vegas Legion, even before their roster change with Standy, kind of kept it pretty close when they would match up against the Boston Breach. So maybe it was just a matchup advantage for them. But against Toronto Ultra, it seems Beans, the newest player who was lighting it up when he first showed up, has been struggling when it comes to Toronto Ultra specifically.
All the way?
Overall, when it comes to his matchup specifically against Toronto,
Oh,
so
fuck.
eyes are gonna
That
be on
is
Beans when it comes to this series, and it's also
that is a
gonna
good
be those
question.
search and destroys, because that's where Beans has typically been lighting it up for the Boston Breach and really
I
overall
want
put them in
to
that top 4,
see
top 6 team
a team
conversation.
with a rookie
And so,
do
like
it.
I said, this is gonna be that player to watch.
Yesterday, Beans had his moments,
But not
especially in
Toronto,
search
because
and
they won the
destroy
last
games
one.
when he is at his most dangerous. What
So I
is
think if a
Beans
team with a
doing on
rookie
the
could win it,
map?
I'd be satisfied. But obviously, overall, I want Optic to win it. But that's just me being a biased Optic fan.
But I do think Beans does have the ability to take over games, especially in search and
I think it's
destroy, like
possible
Ali mentioned.
New
He was
York
very
could
controlled.
do
He had
it,
himself a great,
but
he was in position, spawn killing them, playing off the
on
information.
LAN,
So, like I said, I think he's heavily reliant on
I don't
the rest of the
know.
squad.
Like I just don't recall them ever like popping off insanely, but maybe I'm wrong.
224 channel points, 1,000 channel points rather.
Boston is actually pretty nasty since Beans has joined, because he just brings that fire that Methods didn't have. So I think they could do it too. FaZe has just looks kind of sloppy. Like they're still so good, but like to being a championship team, they just kind of look a little bit sloppy. So I don't think FaZe will do it.
Yeah, I like what Toronto did here. They get rid of the Fortress. It's a map that they've had trouble on in the past when they go up against the Boston Breach, losing it last time. Also, Boston are very comfortable there. Basically the same record that Boston has on Embassy as well. So it's like a pick your poison with Toronto Ultra.
But yeah, if it's who I honestly think will take it, I think it'll be either Toronto, Boston,
Who drops most kills in this series, starting with you, Ali?
I'm gonna go with Insects.
or maybe Optic, because they have been pretty good lately.
I got Toronto winning, but I think Vivid might drop the most.
Vivid from Boston. All right, let's see how this one plays out. Chat, let me know. Who do you think is going to be dropping the most bombs? We got our casters ready. Let's send it on over to the boys from the UK. Bryce Tacular, Chris Tunn, take it away.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Yes, a big game coming up for this next one. Boston versus Toronto. Our defending champs start their Major 4 run against a Boston team who haven't, in at least recent memory, had a good time against Ultra.
Yeah, and I think I wanted to touch immediately on what Ali was saying about Beans. He has been a top performer for the side of the Boston Breach on average, but against Ultra, 0.68 overall, a 0.7 in the hard point, and 0.6 in the SAD, and a 0.6 in the control. Not numbers we associate with Beans in some of the performances that we've seen from him so far. Can he bring something different to the table here against Toronto? They played him quite a few times already since Beans' inception into this roster, but Ultra, their first game, of course, since being champions in Texas. And the curiosity is how good can this team be? I very much agree with that. Is this even the best that we've seen or potentially could see from this side? They've got a lot of growing still to do, I think, myself as well. This should be an interesting series, though. I think map number 1's a questionable one from both these two teams. It's hard to say which way it's going to go. Ultra will be feeling good heading into it, though. The vibes are going to be at an all-time high, right? Yeah, Bryce.
Well, they certainly were a few weeks ago, but we'll see. I do say, I think realistically, Ultra should have the mental game here against Boston. They are heavily favoured now into it, and you are right, momentum and mental game should be on point. Speaking of on point, Ultra are actually bleeding a good amount of time away from P1.
Yep, nice to see it be done. Insight up top on the bridge. It's very hard to get any sort of control when the SMGs are running around in this kind of area as well. Kleenex trying to find kills inside of PD. Him and Hixie trying to make the plays. But when we do speak about Embassy specifically, as we get this rotation starting to be locked in by Ultra potentially. There's the 2 kills from Hixie in the mid-map. That should secure it. In terms of rotations, it's been really, really poor from the side of Ultra when they have specifically played this map. And I believe this is the first time with Hixie that we're seeing it from them. Very strong holding team, though. The best in the game when they do get a hold of these points. They're in towards P2 on their own at this moment in time. Boston yet to get more than a point.
Yeah, I was going to say, big bleed off P1. They should really have a little bit more of a hold at P2. They have got the stack, they've got the back spawn, they can now at least contest it. And Hixie will just be fighting for his life. A contest here is great, but he still manages to pick up times. Boston have not managed to get him off of this yet.
Beautiful hold here from the side of Ultra. They're sitting in the position where they can rotate over towards P3 almost freely. Boston Breach, though, starting to spawn up towards the tennis court side. So now you're thinking about maybe more of a contested rotation that will be coming through and into fruition in about 20 seconds time. But eventually, Scrap Insight are going to get collapsed on. Some good time in there for Boston Breach. I mean, some much needed time, if I'm honest with you. It's been a lightning start from the side of Ultra. Kleenex up top as well is going to slow down everything down this side. Ready and waiting for the Boston push that will inevitably come through down this side. Ultra with a nice rotation. That's 2 in a row from them so far.
And that is a perfect rotation, and now they have the hold. It's a hard push again here for Boston. Didn't have P2. Hoping to get something around P3, but realistically, all they've had so far is scrap time. You see they're still fighting for this one, trying to get the kills onto Awakening. Already finds one. Beans finds a second. An opportunity here for Boston to get through. Scrap tries to hold Orange with it, and he isn't going to. And there's a great trade coming in from Boston. That is a beautiful break from them in the end.
For all that we say that Toronto Ultra, the best team at holding down hills on this map, maybe from a small sample size, the best team at breaking Boston Breach, but here comes the break back from Ultra. Breach no time to set up with the tennis court spawns coming in, but Vivid, he was the one that named the set, could drop the highest amount of kills in this game. Is this the 8th on the board? Not quite. Scrap guns him off the top. 15 seconds to go. The gunfights will go Ultra's way. Boston Breach once again licking their wounds, heading over towards P4. They are going to finally get a good rotation in here though, Bryce, but can they make it count?
Yeah, well, it's not doomed quite yet. 60 seconds, 1 rotation, and this is a hill that they can hold. They've stacked it quite deep. You can already see Ultra looking to pinch this from various directions, but they haven't found any kill feeds, and they're going to have to try and reset. I say that as income Toby, and he's going to die as well. Bean's trying to hold, and a lot of pressure coming in from Ultra, but it's still going to be Boston holding them out right now.
Just want to hover on exactly what's come up in the top left of your screen there. Awakening sitting at 3 and 6, but on this map specifically, on this hill specifically, 2.19 KD when that timer on the top of your screen is active. Don't think he's found one yet, so he needs to step it up when it does come down to it. Nero and Beans, though, have been the ones that are holding down the point. My goodness, Nero deleting players left, right, and center. It's only Kleenex who can find a break with 20 seconds to go. Boston Breach, hold on. First good hold, in all honesty, from a decent rotation that come through from Breach. Suddenly back into this game. For all that Toronto Ultra did have a very good start, it can quickly be turned around with one good hold.
That's what I talked about. Just make sure you get the 60 and move on. It looks like a lot, but this early that you can't really worry about it too much as Boston start to turn it up just a little bit. They've got the rotation as well. Ultra and not having everything their way. And now Boston have gone back-to-back in hills and are looking to cut that lead down to size.
It's going to be a 3-man push coming in from Ultra, but Vivid, the timing just works out perfectly. This should be easy pickings, fishes in a barrel, so to speak. Nero will come through and find the final couple of kills. Nicely done from Boston, but still is one player left. He was. Insight is dead. Still a great hold from Boston Breach. And considering after the first 2 hills they were getting blown away, it's now about a 10 to 15 point game.
Awakening is trying to hold down Ultra as he knows they're flying at him here, but both teams will continue to push this point because P1 is up next. Vivid looking for the players in the corner, and Beans is going to get it as well. Both teams breaking this perfectly over and over again. And as we head towards our second set of rotations, the lead, well, basically it's irrelevant.
Very low in it. Toronto with the good start, but when Boston have found a good rotation over towards P4, they get nearly every single point and break Toronto so fast as we headed over towards Kitchen, and that has been the equalizer. My goodness, Nero. 2 kills falling his way. The SMG starting to heat up to the side of Boston. Awakening quiet again, to be honest with you. He didn't necessarily have the best of series yesterday, but that's going to be a 4 wipe. Nero, Vivid, and Beans all combining well. It's going to be a rotation coming in over towards P2. Ultra not necessarily in the best of places over towards the PD side. They want to be extending around tennis courts, but with that P1 control from Boston, there will be a lead for them for the first time in this map so far.
And lead should be short-lived. I think Ultra will be on this point. Going to be a challenge coming in from Nero, though. You can see it around the back, and he will get it eventually. Hicks and Nero go head-to-head for this scrap time. At the moment, neither team really in a great position for it. You can see that Insight is going to be here first around P2, but he's outnumbered, and he's got a pinch coming for him in every direction as Vivid bunny hops and rips him out of there, and Boston have an opportunity to get a great lead.
And a good position from Awakening as well. May only be 10 and 10, but influencing the spawns. Can he lock this down? Yesterday didn't necessarily have the best of times around this area, but Insight will be the first to fall. 2 screen up for Awakening. It's going to be the 3rd as well. Nero's there to help clean up the pieces, and all of a sudden it's Toronto Ultra having to break from the back. It's a lead for Boston again. This is a great hold so far.
You see, it's still Boston. A complete reversal, realistically. Ultra, if you think a lot of their points come in that first 1-2 rotation, and now they haven't been finding an awful lot. They're going to have to settle for P3. A better hold on P3 this time is necessary as Nero gets destroyed by Insight a little bit too quick on shutting down his trigger. But they are here this time. Ultra, they are 30 points behind. Last time this was broken super fast.
No shot,
Nero's done it again.
How on earth is he broken this all on his own? Toronto Ultra, that's very scrappy, to be honest with you.
Goddamn, Boston has been clapping their cheeks lately.
And now
the hell happened?
Got the cross at 6, nearly 7 for Vivid. So now the spree can come through over towards P3, but you might not need it. Awakening is frying, and Boston Breach have turned this one right on its head, Bryce.
Yeah, you called for Awakening to turn up. It seems like he waits for the second set of rotations in these hard points as now he is gunning. Good Lord. And Ultra find nothing around P3. They're hoping the Clears can do something. Scrap is just picking players off and going towards
shit.
it. But Ultra are here first and haven't got a point. They must be disappointed by this again and again. They are losing this rotation now. There we go, another player going down. They're trying to put the pressure through Awakening coming under fire. How on earth are you allowed to make these kills? And it will be scrap time for Ultra, but that's not enough.
Ultra have got to win these fights. Boston have got to be feeling good. It's a 50-point lead. They were 60 down after 2. Boston Breach, let's go for a listening.
I'm gonna P2. Another close P1 on me. Gonna play inside of 2. I stand back truck. Actually, I'm gonna drop top, guys. No back truck, no back truck. I'm jumping top, Nothing back left, Yeah, back S1, deepest one. S1, absolutely. Nice. I'm on top, Yeah. Back to time, inside. Yeah, I'm going top. Take your time. Back to 2. Take your time. I'm going back. We have break. Is anybody S1? Yeah, He's dead. Bathroom. Yeah, that's him. Toby, I stunned him. He's in bathroom. I'm gonna skip him. I'm behind him. Take him sec. I'm gonna squeak dead. Sign on me. Weak. Front right. He's still front right corner. They're in the back. Front away. They're in the back. Yeah, it's looking for inside. The back, dead. I'm in new weak scrap. He's on the ramp. He threw a trophy on himself. That's in new scrap. Back alley. Put salad back. In red. He's in the log. I'm gonna shoot this. No, do that. Nice. Try go low. Oh my god! I'm blocking this last one. Maybe I'll watch that. I'm seeing red. Let's go back alley. Very weak. He's laying down in between the tables. He's coming. Watch out.
And Boston Breach are fired up for this. The comms have gone ballistic, but the score is still close. Boston break in here with 20 seconds left to go. Ultra will continue to put the pressure on themselves, but it won't end here. It might end P1.
15 seconds to go on this hill. It's going to be valuable time. Ultra will happily take that final 10. It will be an ever so slight lead as we head back over towards P1. We may not see many more hills, but the comeback from Boston has been inspirational, to be honest with you. It's been
the one thing I don't like about this map is how close P1 and P5 are to each other.
Get themselves back into this one, trying to steady the ship. They have all the experience underneath
like
their
they
belt.
should
There
have
may well
just,
be rookies on that side.
I don't know how, but just done it slightly different.
They will be still cool, calm, and collected, but they have to have those comms firing right now. Boston Breach may only be 20 away.
And one thing right now that Ultra don't want is any time going away on P1, because they're going to have to keep putting that pressure forward. You see they're looking for it as well. Awakening sees several players jumping across the mid as well. And every single second that goes against them, Ultra have to expose themselves and put themselves in a dangerous position. And they keep falling over and over again as Beans tries to clear up, but it's a breath of air. Awakening will take the last time. They can still win it here as Awakening makes a second. Hixie looking for it as he eventually gets around the corner ton. But it's still pressure. Ultra cannot allow this to flip. And now we got a P2.
Yeah, they got it now, of course. Ultra, you need to have a good hold here. They were just fighting tooth and nail to try and keep them off it as best as they could. Kills have been traded so far. Ultra here, but Boston need one decent break.
And that's it. That's all done. Boston fought all the way back into this against Ultra. And they've taken them down. A slow start, but a great
Good job,
finish,
Boston.
Frying the entire time.
Just ARs, to be
Yeah,
honest.
see, Boston can take down the former champs of Major 3, so I think they could stand a chance of taking it all the way.
All the time you've seen players over towards the tennis side. We're watching the spawns coming in from Toilets PD. Whichever way that Ultra were coming from, they were getting cut to ribbons. Boston Breach, a huge game from them. It's a 4K damage game from Vivid. Beans, of course, up to the top of things. He'd be happy with that, KD, considering his history up against Ultra. Good start for the side of Boston Breach, but it's a hard point that they would have been feeling confident on, knowing that Ultra do not enjoy Embassy. It was a map they would have had to win, I feel, when I look at the rest of this series. Still very doable for Boston, but Ultra will not be too concerned, I think, from map number 1, but Boston will be more than happy to take it.
They really will. I think the telling thing was the comms. When we went in with Breach, I'm fairly certain it was Beans just screaming dead over and over again. It's obviously not the most helpful of call-outs where that player is dead, but it does say that the intensity was there. When players are feeling like that, when they are essentially very enthused about what's going on, it means they are playing fast, furious, the reflexes are popping, the adrenaline is in the system.
I mean,
and they were slaying.
I mean, it's just moments like that from Awakening.
Look at it from here, by the way. 17-16, Beans is. Look what he ends up on, because at the moment you still see Vivid 26-15 or whatever it was. Beans is on a huge streak here at this point.
I mean,
and it just completely shuts Ultra down.
I think that was around the dead conversation, wasn't it? I think that was about that kind of area, wasn't it? It was a 6 or 7 spree from Beans, leading from P4 to 5. Nicely done from Boston, and that's a nice win for them to get. Of course, in the last series up against Toronto Ultra, they did take map number 1. It was Fortress that time around. Ultra not wanting to play in them on that. They end up playing them on Embassy and suffering the same fate. S&D on Fortress was map number 2 in the previous series. It's going to be Hotel this time around. We'll see Embassy for map number 5 if we do need to get there. So both S&Ds different. Oh, actually, just the first one. The Hotel S&D was the last one. You know what? Our reading is difficult at times. Look, I think this is still potential here for Boston to get something in this search and destroy, but Toronto are going to be feeling confident heading into this one as well as the Control series is far from over. Boston with that 1-0 lead. I don't want to say it's necessary that they absolutely necessary, I should say, that they got that, but it will feel nice to have that little bit of a buff, and considering how Toronto and how strong they are across every single game mode, Boston will be happy to have that buffer.
They really will. And here's something I'm going to cover now, because I feel like people haven't really spoken about it. All the talk at the moment in the CDL is about who's in 8th and 9th, right? Talk about Rocker, we talk about Legion. Currently, after that Rocker win, Boston are only 20 points above them. Like, there is always going to be a race going on. Legion currently on 100 points, Boston Breach on 140. There is 2 full splits left to go. Trust me when I say every single team needs these 10 points outside of like 3. FaZe, Ultra, and Texas, they don't really need it. They might be safe. Everybody else, well, they're fighting for survival the entire way. You can see here, Boston Breach 6th, 140 points. It is not out of the realms of possibility that these teams could slip below.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Boston as well, like how good of a major you still had, and it's still putting you in this position. They have definitely looked a bit stronger since Beans came into the roster, so I think they'll still be feeling good, but you're very right. Every single game is so crucial. Greenberg Hotel coming up next. Both these teams setting exactly the same record at 4 and 5, but last time around it was a 6-2 victory for Toronto Ultra on this map when we were in beautiful Arlington, Texas. So can they repeat it? That's the question. It did take 5 maps for them to dispatch of Boston Breach on the way to the title for Toronto Ultra, and I don't think they'll be too concerned about having to go there again. They know their search and destroy is strong, and last time they really did shut down Beans in the search and destroy. Beans dropping a 0.3 in that series on the search. Will need to be better on Hotel here. We know that he can be. The sniper will be an effective tool up against Ultra, but can he be effective enough to maybe drag Boston over the line here in the search and destroy?
Well, let's find out. It really is a big scalp if Boston can take it. We talk about strength of schedule. Couldn't be a more difficult game to start with, right? Major 3 champions, Toronto Ultra, high flying after that win. To lose the first game of Major 4 would certainly be something. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. An awful lot left to play. I'm just looking forward to it. Everything in the CDL is heating up. All these teams are very competitive. Let's find out how it goes then. We're going to be on the attack, first of all, with Ultra.
Keep an eye on retakes and bombs going down. There's a couple of interesting stats around that if we do get there, but the first blood going over towards Kleenex, this man can just be so elusive on the map. Hotel is the kind of map that he does enjoy, maybe not from the respawn screen. The Scrap will eventually trade that kill out, 2v2.
Just waiting for information here. You can see Scrap backpedaling. Doesn't know where these players are exactly. Checks everywhere. And Hixie has no idea either. We'll know now. Can we find Awakening? He's going to see him as well. Just around the corner. Down to a 1 versus 1. And it's rookie time. Beans versus Hixie. Dead silence could be the big play.
And I believe Hixie, last time around when these two teams met, when Ultra managed to defeat the side of Boston, Hixie shouted over, "Ben, you just can't beat me." Well, there's a 1v1 here. Who's going to come out on top? Last round we actually seen Hixie inside of the kitchen. He managed to pull off a 1v1. It was a huge one. And that is going to be another one added to his belt. Nicely done from Hixie. Just nice and patient. Beans kind of just had to take a risk in that scenario. It's a very hard retake. Hixie with the 1v1.
And yeah, it wasn't that dramatic in the end, realistically.
I know, I was building it up, and it really wasn't dramatic at all.
Yeah, a lot of corners to check, unfortunately, and they didn't get any information, so Beans just had to make a play with time ticking down. There is first blood in the air for Ultra, and they'll be happy with that in the end as we move forward, and Boston has their own go at it. We spoke about a potential of a sniper play coming forward, but it looks like a big hit at the moment. Boston going straight towards A.
This bomb looking like it is going to go down. All taking their time. Ultra still with some control over towards the top bedroom side. I mean, bedroom really the most important part of this map in so many different facets. Nero still exploring his options here. Do we push forward? Do we try to find a kill? Do we just cover? Let our teammate maybe get this bomb down. When it does come down to it, the retaking side of things for Toronto Ultra, there's a positive stat for them. They're not going to have to retake if they don't let the bomb go down. Insight's got the angles. There's 2 kills to his name. A 4v2 Ultra. For them now to find a 2-0 lead. Vivid and Awakening. Tough spot to be in.
Yeah, perfect timing from Insight. And realistically, Boston have to find their way back into that bomb site, get the bomb, find the Ultra players. They're outnumbered, and they've got to do it all in 30 seconds. Awakening going to get taken down as well by Insight. Insight potentially for the ace this round. Only Vivid left, and Vivid will take him down before he gets anything else. Goes straight for the bomb, straight for the plant.
This is doable. This is doable. If he can get the bomb down and get out, which might just be the harder part.
Whoa! What a play!
Oh my goodness, Vivid.
Oh, never mind.
Almost had a miracle there, not quite. I thought he was going to get away with it, but they eventually just hold the irons. And that little bit of a shoulder, that little reach out, cost him.
Big players coming in from Insight. Stopping that bomb going down. So crucial. And follows it up with a second kill as well. Stash working out for him so far. I enjoy it on his face. It looks good.
We've spoken about this before. Maybe we should grow mustaches.
I don't think... Do you think Kleenex could grow a mustache? I don't think he looks like he could.
I was talking about us.
No, but I was just talking... Kleenex was on screen. I was trying to be... You know what? Mine's not terrible, but it's not great. It's not quite as thick as that.
My face is bad enough and ready. I don't need to experiment anymore. Anyway, let's move on with this one. Ultra 2-0 up in this S&D. They have the attack again. They're going for a B hit. They've got bodies here. I wonder when Boston adjusts. They haven't really seen anything towards A yet.
Oh, Nero. There's the sound cues. Help me, please help me, God. Scrap will find one. The trade comes through. Bomb immediately going down here. Is Awakening going to check it in time? I think Scrap could be dead if he doesn't get out in time, but Awakening chooses to just play his life. Wait for the rest of the team to come here with the reinforcement. 3 versus 3. Hard retake for the side of Boston now.
So many areas in kitchen to check, and they're waiting. Awakening knows he's probably going to end up with a trade here when he flies through. They'd had to begin with. Should now be able to push this. Doesn't get a hit marker either, so he knows he's backed off. They're all waiting on Vivid. He gets caught by Insight, and Awakening tries to dive through. It's only Beans with a sniper, and down he falls. That entire play rested on Vivid's shoulders, but they caught him before he could do the damage.
Yeah, you can see Boston just try to move into action as soon as Vivid gets taken down. Maybe a couple of guns are looking the wrong way. They don't get that luxury. Beans barely even gets to fire the bullet before Scrap deletes him and sends him to the next round. Ultra feeling good here. Nice little lead. It was a 6-2 last time around against Boston. Very much on course to beat that at this moment in time. 3-0 to Ultra. Comfortable. Very comfortable so far.
It really has been. But 6 rounds does an S&D make. See if Boston can fight their way back into it like they did the hard point. Already see Scrap versus Vivid. It's a big fight. Scrap gets away with his life. Nobody from Boston kind of pushing forward yet. They have spread out on this map, maybe looking for a pick.
Waiting for a misstep from Toronto Ultra, who have struggled when First Blood has went the other way, typically. In terms of 3v4, sitting only at 19% of the time, third worst in the league. So the first blood's very important to them. Those 3 rounds are being dictated by the numbers that Ultra can play. But the numbers that they had over towards B are diminishing as Scrap will walk away. And Boston Breach will happily fill that gap. Scrap though back here, ready and waiting, will be able to find one. Its best case scenario was always going to get traded. Are Ultra in a position to respond to this?
Well, Hicksy's going to be here, but is he going to check this in time? I don't think. Oh my goodness!
Oh.
He gets it. Kleenex with a nade coming straight through, and that bomb is open. It's a 2 versus 3. If it gets naded out of it as well, that's going to be defused, surely.
He got off it.
They got off it. Vivid comes straight through as well. They're going to look for this player. It's a 1 versus 2. Vivid's in the box, but they don't know. Vivid finds one. Oh, second. Oh my goodness. How on earth he snuck through in the kitchen, I do not know. But Ultra let it happen.
And I'm wondering if a grenade is just coming in towards Kleenex to maybe get him to jump off that bomb. It was hard to see without seeing his cam, but he was at least halfway, and then all of a sudden I looked back up towards the bomb, and it wasn't being defused. So they had to get off it for some reason. If they'd stuck it, they would have got it, you would presume, but big plays from Vivid nonetheless. That's a huge 1v2, huge moment for Boston, 4-0. You're talking lights out. You're talking you're heading into map number 3 at a 1-1, but now it's 3-1. This is a little bit more doable for Boston Breach. Big round from them.
They've taken a bit of mid-map control here. It cuts down the options for Ultra.
What is the play? They were up in the mid-map. Any sign of movement potentially be pounced upon by Nero at this stage. Shots being fired. They know there's somebody in the mid-map. Well, they will do now as Kleenex just about gets out. Grenade over towards the side. It'll be too little too late. Nero having to get out now. It's a 4v4, but the bomb is down.
And both teams in position. Boston with a very difficult choice now. Which angles do we push? Which gunfights do we win? Hicksy will find the first. Boston no longer having that angle to work with. They are burning time as Viv is going to try and challenge what he does get it, but Kleenex trades as the teams fly into action. Beans gets a second, and Kleenex is playing so patient in bedroom. And that time is going to be the dagger for Boston. They don't have it. Surely Vivid finds it, but Kleenex finds his teammate, and now it's no good. Boston took way too long to get in position, and even with winning the trades ton, it's not going to work.
Ooh.
Force play for Vivid is the only thing that Boston have to take away from that one. Did so well to find a couple of kills on his own. Kleenex winning the crucial one over towards the bedroom side. He wins that, the round is done. I'm actually quite surprised that we would see Kleenex even challenge that player that was left over towards the site. Wins the gunfight though, and we'll be happy for it. Toronto Ultra now in a really nice spot. Now it's important to find that because all of a sudden you've got the Vivid 1v2, you've got Vivid maybe finding something to bring it back to 3-2. Toronto Ultra would have been a free fall, but right now 4-1 up and still comfortable.
Let's double check. It has to back up just a few seconds. Beans looking for something with a sniper. Doesn't find anything yet, but his teammate's falling. He finds the first though. Will this be a chow? We can see the X-ray, but Beans can't. He is looking. Anybody gonna chow for him as well, and he sees a shoulder, but doesn't get the hit. And Ultra will now have to play around this. They know Beans is gonna be on Overwatch.
Such a difficult player to get rid of down this side of the map. Sniper just so effective. Awakening just catches Hicksy in the middle of nowhere. Insight will respond. 2v2.
Scrap Insight. Here goes Beans over the pistol. Finds Scrap as well. And now it's just Insight left. And he's very confused about what to do here. Don't know whether he heard that door, but he heard something. Sees Beans jump across, goes for the chow onto him as well. Awakening falls. It's another 1v1. Beans against a different member of Ultra this time. It's Insight.
Did he manage to pick up a gun during that? The answer is no. So it's pistol and a sniper. And a very, very crucial round that could go Boston Breach's way. Did Insight see that door open? I don't think he did. The pistol shots from Beans are clean. And it's another round from Boston. Beans with at least 3 kills in that round, I feel.
Oh, it definitely was.
Yeah.
He has used that sniper pistol combo fantastically well. And inside, he had the right call to find them on the cross, but wasn't able to gun them.
It's always a difficult one when the bomb is down over towards that B side. They could be inside the kitchen, they could be lying down, they could be towards the back, they could be in restaurant waiting for you to push up, they could be flanking back around you. There's so many different places. Such a hard retake. 3 for Beans in the round. They keep this just within touching distance with Boston Breach. They've had to clutch up to find those 2 rounds, but they found a first blood here in round number 7. 4-2 lead. It's potentially going to get cut down even further, but Ultra answer back 3v3.
It's a readjustment from Boston. Will Beans be in a position to pick somebody off here? He peeks at the right moment. It's disaster for Ultra. Slowly, surely, but Scrabble Renzi finds Vivid. Beans might have an opportunity here. He's waiting for somebody on desk, but nobody is. Here he goes. He checks. He doesn't see it. He's going to see a pixel and he finds it as well. Huge from Beans! A 5 streak! He's putting Ultra in the dirt by himself.
He's just read that so perfectly. I'm not sure if he gets the information on the player pushing up towards light stairs, but as soon as he finds that kill into bomb, he expects the flank to come through, and he's shooting before Scrap's even round the corner. Sound cue or not. Brilliant awareness coming in from Boston Beans. And now this is going from what looks like a comfortable Toronto Ultra map number 2 to a Boston Resurgence. This is very, very close now, Brycey. If Beans can find a 6th as well to add a cruise missile to the arsenal, it becomes a dangerous proposition for Ultra.
Good find first blood. Beans trading up the top there. Scraps will get the trade himself, though. Beans just peppering up all of them. There is a tiny modicum of control here for Boston on this bomb site. They can plant, but to do it, they need Beans to move forward. I suspect what's going to happen now is Awakening will go on Overwatch, and Beans will move towards the bomb site.
Awakening trying to watch reception for as long as he can. The flank, though, as we can all see, is not forthcoming. That bomb, though, is down, and this big gunfight up top is not going to go anybody's way. Nero does pepper up Scrap. Will have to back down. Hixie yet again into the fight, but a flank is maybe on the cards, but he's going to have to start moving soon. Ooh. Big fight coming through. Nero gets the sound cue, and all of a sudden, it's looking like another round for Boston.
Nightmare here for Ultra, by the way. Awakening all the way towards the back. Nero laying down by stairs, and Beans is going to be underneath as well, and they just win every single one they need to. Boston bring it back to 4-4.
That's 3 rounds in a row. Ultra just leaking. First bloods, important kills, all going the way of Boston. Can't recall if Beans managed to find another kill there, to find a cruise missile. That would really be salt in the wounds for Ultra, who, I mean, looked to be having a grand old time not that long ago. It was the last of his smiles. There's plenty of big moments, but a couple of clutches from Boston, a couple of solid rounds from Boston, and they're back into the game. Beans still on this 5 spree. Oh, look at this.
Straight out as well. Might have caught it, but Hixie will get that first blood. Beans will have to wait. Vivid finds Kleenex as well. Beans just got to lead up to this one, looking for it. He just can't get the bullets on. It's down to a 2 versus 2. Scrapping inside. Oh, Beans does get the nade and the cruise. And now Scrap in a 1 versus 2.
And what happens there is Vivid runs straight through the middle of the map, straight to desk, and finds 2 of the easiest kills you're likely to find on Hotel. And now the push comes through from Scrap. The call out's going to be there from Beans. He's just going to play at the time. 45 seconds remaining. He's just baited Scrap into getting off that.
Shoulder his life away, hoping Beans picks a different angle. But look at the patience from Boston. Beans and Awakening. They have it all covered.
Are they going to get bad timing here?
They are getting bad timing. This is the worst timing. Scrap has dead silence. He's popped it as well. He's going to find... Oh! Oh, no, he's not! Wow. I thought there for a second Scrap had the timing. But Awakening turned
Toronto going to choke this?
and ended the round. And I apologize for how high-pitched I went there.
Lola's downstairs barking her head off right now. I mean,
they had a pretty good lead.
I mean, that man has had his ears cleaned out. Awakening hears him come behind him, spins and fires. 4 in a row from Boston. Beans with the cruise missile.
Cool.
This is just so difficult for Ultra now, who have absolutely crumbled. This could be a 2-0 lead in the series for Boston.
Toronto choked it. Let's see what they can do.
When he calls in this cruise, he may use it just for information. He use it to back them off the platform. Oh no, I like it. I like it. They're going B. They're going to use the fact that Ultra will have to rotate to this as they can, but already it's coming in.
This is all info for Boston. Over towards the B side, but he's just found it. Through the eye of a needle. Hixie gets taken down. Scrap must find this kill, but he's managed to slip the net. Vivid gets the timing and everything. It's looking like a Boston win now, unless Insight and Kleenex can find a 2v4.
It's your Major 3 champs, ladies and gentlemen.
Where Vivid is gone, but he's getting peppered up from different directions. Kleenex should be able to find him, but he's hunting. He's now alone to 1 versus 4.
Oh
Finds
shit,
the first.
Kleenex.
If ever
This is
they
gonna
needed
be
a hero
so
play,
hard.
it's
Holy
right
fuck.
now.
Yeah.
Kleenex though gets cut down to size, and Boston Freeze go up
It'd be like
2-0 against Ultra.
I mean, Ultra are 4-1 up there and lose the game 6-4. It's a hell of a comeback from Boston Breach. Started finding some first bloods, started getting a little bit more aggressive to counter what Ultra would do, which was moving to halfway, finding the first bloods, and then slowly finding their way in rounds. Boston switch it up.
Back to back.
And do not look back. It's a 12-7 from Vivid. Beans with the 10-6 with the spree towards the end, which was the catalyst for that 6th round for Boston. 12-minute search and destroy, and honestly, it felt like Ultra were in complete control for the majority of it. Then all of a sudden, Boston flicked the switch. And don't look back. A 2-0 lead in this series is something that could have always been potentially on the cards, but it's a surprising one to me based off their performance yesterday. But Ultra left reeling after the first 2 maps. Control may well be their best game mode. It's
Not
going to
many
have to be
teams
here.
have chosen
Boston turned up to
Expo.
play this game, Bryce.
It's interesting.
You are right, both maps kind of going the same way in the end. Realistically, a slow start from Boston turns into a dominating final performance. Unbelievable, really, but let's find out what happens in the rest of it. All that and more coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you for more Call of Duty League.
Boom. So that's my fantasy team there that I picked. Scraps kind of let me down. I thought he was going to do better because he did do pretty fucking good in Major 3. Standy popped the fuck off yesterday. The 1.15. Fame did pretty good today, but the CDL hasn't posted his stats yet. So I'm trying to just figure them out myself, unless it's finally up now. No, stats for this match are not yet available. Check back later. So it looks like in game 1 he went 23-19, Game 2, he went 11-5, and then I guess map 3, he went 23-14. So pretty good.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28th, only on Prime Video.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. This is Boston Breach versus Toronto Ultra. And at the moment, the champions of Major 3 are down 2 to Boston. Could this end here in a 3-0, or are we going the distance, son?
We still could go the distance here. Both these teams very much enjoy it as a LSU low control. Alongside myself, I do enjoy it. It's a nice one to see when you're loading it in the ranks. Some may well disagree, but both these two teams with very solid records. Last time around, though, when we were indeed online, which could be the difference maker, was a 3-0 for Toronto Ultra. They will be hoping to find some form back after what has been a very strange first few maps. It's felt like they've been in control. It's felt like they're doing everything right, and all of a sudden they forget how to do everything right. They start doing everything wrong, and Boston Breach really do start to turn up. Is that going to be the same story here in map number 3, or is it the start of the reverse sweep?
Let's see already. Beans usually plays this position. So do the rest of the league, and there's a big fight going down straight away. Nero's not going to be able to get it. Beans tries to go for it, and already kills are erupting everywhere on this map. And you can see that while that's gone down, it has given Ultra the opportunity to get straight into A-Ton.
Yeah, it's the AR duo that get them in there as well. Inside is here with 2 kills to his name on the outside. Beans will get the better of him this time. Fat grenade on its way over there, though. Vivid will be dead to rights. Can they manage to find this back? Awakening and Nero from up top, but it's 2 ticks already locked in for Ultra. Or was that second tick even locked in? It wasn't. No, nearly there. Just about hold on if you're Boston. And now if you're Ultra, you're in a little bit of an awkward spot. Spawning over towards the B side, do you take that opportunity and run with it, or do you still continue to chip away over towards A?
I think they're still going to put a little bit of pressure in towards it. It isn't even fully cleared. So waiting to get this, and with radio control actually puts them in a really good position. Ultra can look to convert this. Just have to make a few kills here to give Insight a chance to hold it down for them.
The problem they've got that is Nero is just running ragged in their base right now. That's 3 kills to his name. The POV in the map in the bottom left corner, not quite there, but he has been causing havoc around bar, which has stopped Ultra getting anywhere near. They may well have had Insight in a good position, but the rest of the team couldn't get there to back him up. Now, Kleenex will find his kill over towards A. Toronto on 2 different fronts, finding some attacking success. The kills over towards the backside. Beans tries to flank. He's not going to find a good position for Ultra now, but not a lot of the time to secure it here.
Well, they get that second tick, but can they get the next one? That's going to be the real key. Here comes a chow, and it's Nero again. Scrapple eventually take him down. They have to make sure they convert this. Time is ticking. And Boston has committed a few players towards it. Beans going to make a pick. But it should be Ultras.
Should get a hold of it, but Boston quite happy to make their lives as difficult as possible. Eventually will get secured. That time will be extended. Those couple of kills that fall through for Ultra, quite crucial as well. Awakening is going to be a pain in the backside, though, over towards the blue side of the map. Ultra will know there is a player there because they spawn over towards A. So can they clear them out? Can they find the kills on the forefront? It's been all Ultra for the past 20 seconds or so. Boston just about holding on, but the crucial kill is going to be on Awakening.
And there's a huge kill from Awakening all the way across the other side of the map. It just rebuffs the pressure. It allows them to breathe, reset these lines, and Ultra have to fight their way all the way up the map again. And they are losing the kills and the trades. They only have 6 lives left.
Great pressure from Boston. Because Ultra are now hunting for Awakening, and then they can then push up through the mid-map pretty much uncontested. Vivid will find another. But Nero at 10 and 6 has really been the standout from this Boston Breach side. 5 lives remaining for Ultra. One more opportunity.
Nero, though, going to cut down the first. 4 lives left. A flawless potential.
God.
But in Nero is just killing everything. A 12 and 6 start for him. He has really been the problem. Ultra cannot get anything going as he just wins gunfight after gunfight.
I mean, it was something I was about to touch on as the attacking round will come in for Boston Breach in just a second. But Nero, a 1.21 on this map. His offensive KD is a 1.3. That defensive side of things.
If I did my math correct, Fame got a 1.5 kill death ratio in his first match
disrupt whatever Ultra are trying to do
today.
If he's
like,
on the
that's
defense,
crazy.
he's in bar. If he's on the attack, he's up top over towards
like
the
overall,
defensive side.
across
just
the 3
causing
games.
issue. He's behind you, shooting the back, and winning absurd gunfights on top of that as well. 13 and 6 to kick things off, and pretty much dominant from Boston. To start this control, a very different flow of the game, as we've seen Ultra come out the gates hot and then slow down towards the latter stages. Boston have not slowed down since those 5 successive rounds in S&D.
Well, you can see right now that's a couple of kills going down, but Nero still moving pretty swift and winning the gunfights he needs to. That's 4. 1 health. Gets on, stops the clock on the beat. Boston have numbers here.
Big kill. Oh, Kleenex finds it on the beans. Runs over towards the rail inside, so that will very much slow down Boston. But Nero in this position, you've got to watch the POV because it's just been quite simply exquisite so far from the SNG play. Shots into Hixie are good. Can he find any more here for the Boston side to keep this pressure on? But staying alive is just as important.
Ultra right now, they're trying to figure out how to deal with it. The Mandel means he dies just off the streak. And Ultra can kind of wipe that sweat off the brow. Time is not on Boston's side here.
Oh, it helps when Vivid is gunning like that. Honestly, the Nero hitmark is catching me off guard, but he hasn't slowed down. He will not be deterred. 23 seconds to go. Quite similar to the previous round where Ultra had to get a hold of it nice and late, and it may well be the case here for Boston. They're locked in.
And Nero's just not dying. That's a big lock in here now. That first tick will be all done. A is captured. With a minute 22 and 1 life in the pocket. Boston, can they convert this and make it 2-0?
I was about to say the only problem for Ultra is that they don't have anybody really past the 50-yard line. They want to get somebody as far forward as he possibly can, but they're probably a little bit scared of the positioning of Boston and the position of this man. 18 and 8 from Nero. Wanting to add to the kill list now, and he may well be able to do so. Did they hear him come around from behind? No, they didn't. The Deddy has popped and they can't hear him. Pixie and Scrap will eventually find these kills, though, important ones at that as well. Crucial that Ultra hold on hit.
And it's stressful. They knew Nero was somewhere on the flank. He's 19 and 9. Attacking is just difficult, especially if your teammates aren't getting the kills at the moment. Ultra doing a great job of deflecting it. Nero get that gunfight, eventually falls to Kleenex. Another reset here for Boston. See, Vivid's going to try and get in position as well. Bean's going to make a big kill onto Scrap. Vivid makes a second one. It's dangerous now for them. That's 3 down. Boston have an opportunity inside. Has to hold them at bay. He knows where Vivid is. And Scrap will get him off the trade, off the respawn. But Boston have to commit.
But it is an opportunity for Boston, you're very right. They find the kills off the respawn, now they've got the player up top. It's a big gunfight win from inside Awakening. gun out of his socks, and all of a sudden you now have to retake if you're Ultra. Boston's still in a good position. The kills falling their way.
Vivid gets another one to the flank here. They are keeping this locked in. That first tick is done. Inside, he's fighting for his life, but he falls as well. There's two now. Clinics has to fly towards it. That second tick is coming. 7v7, but it's surely not going to go down to the life. Did Clinic see him? I think he did. Finds the first one. Second tick is now in. Boston trying to reinforce, but Ultra have the numbers. They're looking to try and put this pressure on as Hixie finds another kill. Awakening gets one, and that time will be ticking. And it's not going to be enough. Ultra hold on to their defense by the tiniest of margins.
It was a stressful one. And honestly, it's a really good play from Vivid that actually starts that one up and running. He's on top plant towards the Ultra side of spawn, the defensive side of spawn, and starts to spawn kill players who have just died in inconsequential gunfights. But because that sort of reinforcement is completely cut off, next couple of gunfights are so important, and Boston win them and they move immediately. But I want to say that the overextension, when there's not a lot of time, when Ultra are coming off the respawn, you see a player push past tin for Boston, I wouldn't have minded just a stack and hold on tight. That's kind of a heads-up play. It's one of the ones you would typically make, but if they stack that, maybe they have the time to get it locked in. Either way, they will go into this round with the advantage on ticks in terms of the attacking side. Defense could be heading their way in round number 5 if we do get there. But Ultra need to bounce back here. It's been 2 very, very close rounds. But ultimately, the score is level.
And Ultra just trying to get this one done quickly, so they've got lots of time to work with.
Do we have any die-hard Toronto or Boston fans in here?
They get 2 more kills. Hixie sitting in the corner waiting for some reinforcements to get there for him. Makes his own luck. 2 ticks to the good. He's going hunting.
He needs to, because the rest of his team haven't managed to find a kill between them. So Hixie just needs to keep that pressure on. That's what Control is all about. Pressure where you can find it. Nero, though, is the only one who can seemingly kill anybody at any time on this map for Boston. Is this going to be the third? Not quite. Maybe get a little bit greedy there, but when you're feeling it, you're feeling it. Scrap finds 2. A secured. One Ultra with a lot of time on their hands to try and grab a hold of B. Some decent map positioning, but again, Awakening push towards that blue side will be a thorn in this side of the Toronto Ultra. They're finding the kills across the map, though. Awakening the only one left.
And Ultra really have turned up here in these seconds. Awakening has to use his life. Clinics knows he's here as well. He's going to be looking for him. Going to see him take away. He wins it at the same time. Eventually will fall. Is there enough time left? Boston have come off the respawn. They are reinforcing in numbers.
Nice shots.
And all of Boston fall. The second tick is in. The rest of Ultra will pile onto this now.
This is gonna be tough. They're stacking it. Oh, it's done.
Scrap gets a nade onto him as well, and Ultra take the attack.
And Awakening does so well to stay alive as long as he does. He does so well to find a couple of kills alongside of it as well.
Fair.
Boston, even with the distraction,
who are you rooting for?
Nowhere near Ultra. I'd love to see Hixie's POV of that gunfight. That when I'm not too sure who he gunned towards the end, but it looked absolutely absurd. Ultra finding and attacking round out of nowhere. They've really been on the back foot throughout this Control, and is that not the story of this game so far? One team seemingly in control, seemingly comfortable, in the lead, feeling good, and all of a sudden something goes wrong. You lose a round. And typically you lose the map, but plenty of Control still to be played. Nero, slow down just a little bit, and maybe is that a factor in Ultra finding a round?
Potentially. Scrap just trying to make sure Awakening doesn't do anything. Oh, of course it wins it regardless.
Dang, Nero's popping off right now. Rocker fan, nice.
Nobody really gone to a site. Yeah, there's Insight looking for Beans. Beans has to back off. Finds Nero as well. Bullets just thrown at everybody, but nobody going down. It's actually an easy cleanup for Hixie. And the biggest problem is right now is that Boston haven't found anything.
Great snapback from Charlie. Finally 3 now has Hixie. And for Boston, yeah, you're right. They haven't found anything because they've been putting a lot of resources in over towards the B side. It's almost like you find one kill, they get a taste for it. You think to yourself, maybe we could get our way through. Maybe we could ride our luck. But maybe they've rode their luck a little bit too long. Boston breach now. In an awkward little spot, 25 seconds to go. They do have a little.
That was silly, running out in the open like that.
Defended over towards B quite well so far. Vivid keeping that pressure on, but whilst that does happen, Breach very slowly capturing it.
Vivid actually just making a nuisance of himself over towards B, allowing his teammates to get onto A, slow it down for just a few seconds. But Boston need reinforcements here. They do make the kills as well, though. That's 3. Beans cleans them up before. Only Hixie's going to be here. Is he going to wait, or is he going to go for
Man,
the
they all
hero
spawned
play?
out so far. Holy.
Wait is the name of the game. He's actually going to just push open that door and get gunned for it.
Yeah. Not much for Hixie really to do there. Does he back up and find himself another position? Yeah, I mean, I'm okay. I mean, Scrap just finds 3. A will still be secured. But that's so much pressure off the back of Ultra. Because those kills are found, now all of a sudden, Boston, you're in your spawn. There's a lot of work to do yet. As Ultra can push themselves up past the halfway mark of the map. And now they can just gun from here. It's so difficult for Boston to find anything here. And it's all off the back of Scram finding those 3 kills. Stops Boston from being able to push from an advantageous position. And Ultra can just take all of the control that they want.
Oh, Boston aren't winning really any gunfights. They are trapped. Ultra have control. Clinics finds Vivid before he can get through the inside. Hixie finds Awakening. Beans has to check his own spawn for players. That's how much pressure they're under as Hixie on his 5-3 goes to work. Looks for the last one. He knows Vivid is here. And just peppers him up, reloads, might go for it again. Still has dead silence.
I mean, he's playing it perfectly. He just needs to stay alive in this area of the map, and he is constantly a problem for Boston that they have to worry about on this attacking push, but they've all started to send it through the middle of the map. One last chance for the side of Boston.
Hixie's got away with that as well.
Slippery little snake.
Boston are actually going to be on the point and going for it as well, but Hixie is long range vazzing them. Vivid has had to hunt him for about 20 minutes. Eventually they get him, but it will be Ultra in the kill feed. And now Boston have 5 seconds. It's jump onto the point, but it's actually just get gunned out of your socks.
Oh, he got killed. It was on a 0.0 and he stopped it.
3-1 on the control.
Ugh, that was disgusting from Kleenex, whatever happened. I mean, I'm producing the high-pitched noises that you are as well during this series. It's been such an interesting one. It feels like one team are in control, and then the map goes the other way. Nothing is done until it is done. It's Toronto Ultra.
It all starts with
At
1.
this moment in time, Boston were looking likely for the 3-0. Rounds 1 and 2 were comfortable for them. They may well have lost the second, but it was only Ultra holding on by the skin of their teeth to find something in this series. But the next couple of rounds were looking good. 3-1 Ultra, eventually comfortable in the end. It's such a strange series, Bryce. Honestly, it's been hard to predict which way the maps are going to go at any stage. Control over to Ultra, though. The reverse sweep has potentially begun.
Yeah, I want to say as well, I think Nero had something like 20 kills out of the first 2 rounds. And then found 8 in the next 2. Talk about slowing down. That is always going to be an issue. Yeah, he's 13-6 going in this one. 14-6.
So yeah, here's the stats I got for Fame from the last match. 1.5 KD. Yeah, his highest streak was 8. Dropped 5,700 damage. 2 first bloods, and then they won the series 3-0. So that was huge for my fantasy. Scrap still really let me down, but he'll pick it up tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yeah, they really did shut him down.
And then, yeah, next up, we got Fame again.
Say to him, like, okay, what were you doing for the rest of the game? But, I mean, if he doesn't play like that, or Boston is even a position to find a round? That's the question. Big performance from Nero throughout the first couple of rounds. As soon as he slows down, Ultra put the foot on the gas. Nicely done. Big game from them, and honestly, Insight, the AR gunfights coming through for him. Scrap alongside of him as well. There was something in my notes that I didn't really mention there, but the AR duo for Toronto, typically a 1.14 and a 1.13. Wow, that's actually incredible. Scrap's average on this map is 1.14, and he's just dropped a 1.14. That doesn't happen very often.
Wow, statistics told us exactly what was going to happen. But we always knew this series was going to be hard fought. And nobody thought Ultra would go out straight 3-0, and that hasn't happened. Hydro Hardpoint is up next, and hey, we would be remiss if we said we didn't think it probably would go the distance. Tan, I don't know about you, but I got a feeling this is all the way to map 5.
Yeah, I think, you know, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, because I think, you know, you look at maps 1 and 2, the records kind of told you that there was definitely a possibility that Boston could take those 2. Very tight in map number 2, tight in map number 1, but a map typically that Toronto don't enjoy in Embassy. But then you head into a Control. We know how good Toronto are at Control. Probably the best team in the game at it in terms of on an average over the 3 maps. Of course, it'd be interesting to see how they do on Expo, but maybe just another time. that LSELO goes their way, you're now heading into a Hydro. The records kind of speak for themselves. Boston are sitting there 6-6, have played at plenty, but haven't necessarily had the success that Ultra have. They're sitting at 4-1. They will be feeling supremely confident that they will force a map number 5. And well, last time around these two teams played, it was a map number 5 that was needed, and it was Ultra who took it away. Still other series to go. Boston could still close it out, but they're up against it here in map number 4 as well.
We will see. I know what people are probably thinking at the moment, and yeah, I'm kind of there with you. We kind of had Ultra as the favorites coming into this, and it wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility for them to fight all the way back in. Reverse sweeps do happen, and obviously these are our major 3 champions. We saw them get crowned just 3 weeks ago. Boston hoping to take this major scalp straight off the rip, though. Can they put it to bed in the hard point?
I think it may well be a tall order. Hydra has been a good map typically for Ultra. I mean, look at the stats. Rotational, second, breaking first on a map that's very difficult to break on. Okay, and you look, I mean, if you look at anything else, their hold percentage is not great, but hold percentages for every single team is still pretty solid. When you find those rotations, you find a lot of points when it comes down to Hydro. Toronto, second best team in the game at those rotations. If they can do that, they'll walk away with this map. You would like to think it's going to be about the battle between the fast ARs on this squad, on both squads. Scrap with a 1.23 on average, Wake with a 1.21. That's where the fight's going to be.
Let's see, everybody's swimming. You ain't swimming, you ain't winning. Kleenex. They're going to try and get through already here. We'll just try and get a bit of P1 time in case it doesn't work out.
It's all about these kills over towards this ruined side. Awakening will not be the last line of defenses. While Kleenex turns around and just tries to get rid of a Vivid, should be able to clean them up. He pushes over towards the tin side, and the distraction is enough to, well, distract Kleenex from what was ultimately his initial objective. That's to try and get spawns on P2.
He's above you.
And that's going to be the problem.
He's above you.
If you can't get into P2, you need to milk P1 as much as possible.
Yeah, he is.
And just send players around. It's really difficult to get that transition going. So coming into problems as well. He wants to get out of there, but he will be taken down at the same time. And Ultra have done pretty enough milking, but it's still going to be a hard push as they look to get through Dome.
Not going to make a milking job. Not going to make it. Boston locking down P2 and just really good work over towards the ruined side, working well with each other, but they have given up Dome control, so Ultra with a little bit of a foot in this one. Kleenex through the front door will find one. Where are the rest of Ultra?
Just trying to just play his life here for as long as possible. We'll find one, but the fight is still going on here as Beans tries to take down Hicks. He finds the fire. Fire! It's Vivid who got him. It wasn't Beans. It's okay. But Boston, hold on.
Just about spawns in towards the back, benefiting them, of course. One player just trying to disrupt as best you can, and I think if you're Ultra, you lose the P2 rotation. You can keep Boston up, and for the majority of the time, and you take it as a win. 13 seconds to go. Boston will just about take the lead, but after
Isn't it interesting how desensitized we've become to death to a point that we love watching a game that is just about killing people?
I don't think he does. He might see him now. He could have turned, look for
Like,
it,
society is strange if you think about it.
Now Boston can put the pressure on. Nero gets another kill. Nero finds a third as well. Just mowing down Ultra on his way to the point.
Ultra having to find clutch kills here. He did it a couple of times on P2, successfully doing so. Over towards P3 as well. Vivid on his way, Awakening and Nero combining together to find some kills. Kleenex is going to have to work some magic here, though, as he does find 2. The rest of the team spawning close still for Ultra. 25 seconds remaining. Boston kind of doing a similar job as to what Ultra did in the previous hill. Hold on, this is the worst gunfight I've ever seen. Eventually will be cleaned up by Kleenex. But because those spawns are there, Ultra can hold on. Boston did disrupt that, but maybe not as well as they had done the previous. And now the spawns towards the back for Boston as well. Really good play from Ultra.
Perfect flip in the end, and wow, they give him scrap time. Wait a minute, another flip. Bit of a chaos spawn. Just Boston spawn in P2.
Scrap's like, excuse me?
Happens sometimes, but it's a little bit of a problem here for Ultra. They're trying to get Awakening away from the back of Broken. Now it's thrown down their front as well. You can see Hixie has spawned out. It is going to be a knife fight in a cupboard as both teams try to get this battle line sorted out. And
I wish spawns weren't so far away on this map. Like where 6 just spawned, like that is so far from everything, man. Like spawn them like more mid, closer to mid cut. Like,
honestly.
I get it makes it harder for the team, the other team, but like I think that would make the game more fun and more fast paced if you didn't spawn like 12 miles away from everything.
P3. Flip the spawns when you need to, win the rotational gunfight, we're good. Spawn said, no you're not. Boston do as best they can with what they've been offered, if you like. A really good job at breaking in where you could. 3 seconds remaining on that hill. Location for Ultra. Rotation for Ultra, I should say, is in full flow. Boston are here though.
Waiting for the players he knows going to chow as well. Relying on his SMGs and they send in Kleenex. He stays alive. They're trying to stay this one out just a bit. They know that this spawn has flipped as well. Boston attacking from the back. Looking for a player up top. It will be gunned down by Nero, and it will be Boston who gain control ton.
And that's a much cleaner break. That's nothing to do with any sort of spawn cheese at all. Pixie towards the back door, still keeping those spawns for the side of Ultra. Potential pinch could be on the cards. I think Kleenex has just got horrible timing in the middle of the map, but he actually has slipped by. Gets into the point, finds 2 as well. It's looking like he was going to get cut down from behind from Nero. But now inside the point is going to have to clutch up as well. This has been so scrappy. Neither team really able to lock down a good 60 so far, which is something we've seen a lot when it comes down to Hydro. It's all about those rotations. It's all about those spawns. If you can find a rotation, you typically find a lot of points. But so far, this has been about the breaks. It's about keeping it messy. Ultimately, though, it is Ultra in the lead. It's about a 20 or 30 point one. But rotation of P2 is there for Boston when we do get there. 50 seconds still remaining on P1.
And Boston actually got a little bit lucky because realistically they had parallel spawns to Ultra. Ultra didn't overextend, expecting somebody to be around P1, but they weren't. So now it's the same scenario as last time. Get time on P1, and they are doing it. This will give Kleenex a little bit of an opportunity to maybe push out. The spawns coming in for Beans towards the back. They have kind of flipped them out. Except everybody's spawning that side.
Yeah, it's difficult now because Ultra, you've got to try and read the impossible. Yeah, oh my god, Kleenex the snapper. The gunfight's falling the way. It's only Vivid in a good position to do something here. Needs to lock this down. Kleenex, big kill. Vivid, huge kill.
As we go towards it, we're going to find out how these teams are feeling. Let's see if the purple dream is alive with the Toronto Ultra. Listen in.
Get into rinse. I don't think get this point. I'm wrapping back to you, Charlie. I have the. Bottom dome in the water now. Okay, on this side. In the water. Right, so top dome. Hey, 2 left, I got 1. On my left, runs. I'm 1 shot. Let's go, baby. Last guy, Ben. He's in the wall on the right, I think. L, 1 shot, absolute. I'm gonna keep getting on this. Run away. Yo, big 40, yo, massive 40. Back, he's dead. Jimmy, one more left. You get my cross, Jimmy. Can you get my cross? Don't worry about doing left. Don't worry about close health. Absolute close. So weak. Dead. Nice. The one with Mackies. One Mackies. One more Mackies. One more. Weak.
Oh damn, 6 spawned out. What the hell? And then Boston spawned in? What the hell is going on?
Big spawn, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I guess they're set up for new now, kind of.
One's Mackies. Back green, on the cages. One more, backstairs. Last guy, I think. Staying up, Jimmy. Just climb. P5 and backstage. Or backstairs. Dead. Alright, just kept spawning. Let's go top. Back cages. Alright, Ben's back. Yo, one's on me, like, left. Back as well. Yeah, play your own kill, Scrap. Spawn on UP2, by the way. Play that kill. Play the spawn kill. One's back blue. Got me too. One's blue. Yo, 2 P1. I didn't hit him on the rock wake.
Toronto is running away with this.
Dead, bro. 1 front. He's climbed up top. Oh shit, back P5. Alright, one's window.
And Toronto Ultra calling out Big 40. They get the Big 40 there. Now 100 points ahead. Boston do stop the bleed here on P3. But is it too little too late?
Ooh, careful. Oh.
I'm just trying to look at the minimap and
try
and figure out what's going on with the spawns here. It's been a bit funky today. It often is on Hydra, but what's not funky for Boston is that 4 dead. Ultra find the kills, and now they can start extending over towards that P4 side of things. Crucial that Boston find a good hold here because they won't get scrap time. They will get
out
rotation.
Of air.
225 is.
You gotta get air, buddy. Holy.
Target for Boston. Kleenex. There's a soggy little tissue getting around the outside there. Awakening will eventually take him down. But is that maybe the initial break that Ultra need to find? The spawns are still there for Boston.
Ultra trying to stack here for a break, but Nero already deflects the first one. Inside, looking for another one. They are getting some kills going forward here, Ultra.
Ooh,
and
they broke it.
The pressure. Only Bean's going to be left, and he will find Insight.
Oh, never mind.
But taken down by Scrap. And now Scrap will find Nero as well, but not Awakening. Ultra just have to continue to fight this for as long as possible. Boston must not let them in under any circumstances.
See, putting the pressure on. Oh, if you could have found the second, it would have been huge. But Ultra have disrupted again. They've been so good at doing that. If Boston have found a rotation, Ultra have just kept them to the minimal amount of points they possibly can. But now this rotation coming on through, Kleenex, important gunfight teammates spawning over towards the back of P4, but he gets one with him as well because, screw it, why not? Vivid spawning over towards P3 as well. It's absolute chaos across the map. Kills being traded. You need to find the kills if you're Boston, though. You need to find a break.
And now you can see Scrap just trying to hold every single angle that he can. Pressure mounting here as Beans goes on a 5 streak to try and keep this alive. And there is a melee. And Boston are in. 40 seconds. Ultra have to break back into this. It's not over. Ultra still hold all the cards. But Beans trying to have the Cinderella
Come on,
story.
Toronto, don't choke again.
We managed to cast some quite outrageous comebacks in hardpoint. This will be up there with them. It's about a 60 or 70 point lead now for the side of Ultra. Still looking good for it, but Vivid and Nero are trying their best, but it will be Kleenex to clean it up. 5 seconds.
There it is. This is all they need. Oh, well, it don't matter.
Straight down as well. An Awakening. The 2 ARs forced to put themselves in a position, but down they fall. And Ultra bring this series back to 2-2. A map 5 is on the cards. Oof. Here's a reverse sweep.
Very much beckons.
Look at Beans. Goddamn.
The thought when we were heading into Hydro that it was on the cards.
Guy's stressed.
And we get it again. It's random map 5s for us. We're taking the Jay and Lando curse here. And I'm happy for it. I'll take it. 2-2 between these two teams. Map 5 we go again. Last time around it was a map 5 that went Ultra's way. Will that be the case here? A very, very good Hydro hardpoint out the Toronto side.
It was. They played that perfectly most of the way through, and
no, they're gonna do like probably another 4-minute break, I think.
Bit, just because they could rotate early and give away so many more points. Boston weren't able to get back into it. It was just not enough time. And at the moment, everybody's tied up. So a decider on Embassy Search and Destroy time.
He is a huge boy.
I want to decipher. We'll head into the stats after their break, but the momentum very much is with Toronto Ultra. They'll be knowing that previously in a game where they went to a map number 5 and they beat Boston on the Search and Destroy. Boston may well have countered them when it comes down to the hotel. They figured out whatever piece of the puzzle they needed to in that one late on where they found 5 rounds in a row. But they're going to have to find another Search and Destroy if they want to prevent that reverse sweep coming through, Bryce.
They certainly are. Well, let's find out who walks away the victor right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you for more Call of Duty League.
I didn't want to say it, but I was thinking it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We have a game for you. This is Map 5, Boston Breach versus Toronto Ultra. And we're looking forward to it. 10 points on the line. Ultra don't really need it, but Boston do. But also a potential reverse sweep, Ton.
Potential. I think Ultra will probably be looking at it and saying to themselves, we were in a good position to close this out 3-0. The initial start to the hard point was brilliant. The search and destroy, they were 4-1 up and cruising. It took a comeback somewhat in the control and a very solid Hydro hard point to send us to this stage. But Vivid really has been the man. And it's come down to it for Boston. He's finding kills all over the place. He's had a good S&D performance so far in this series as well, sitting at 12-7. Will need to be equally as good if they want to close this one out. It is a map that does somewhat favor Boston. They're sitting at 4-2, Toronto at 2-2. The poor first bloods once again from Ultra. Kind of similar story as what we see on Hotel from them. But it's a map 5. Sometimes the stats go out the window, Brycey. Let's just enjoy it.
Enjoy it, we will. Comes the initial break. Vivid, wait and see if anybody pushes. They haven't gone for the long cross, and Ultra will know that. Boston looking to play this very slow, methodical, wait for a pick or a mistake. The onus will be on them. They will have to make the first move if Ultra don't.
And Hixie's the perfect player for Ultra to try and do this job, be a nuisance, get around behind him. Kleenex is also very adept at trying to do that as well. Nobody making the move yet. Even if Hixie can find some information here from this position, which I'm sure he will do at some stage, his job is almost done for Ultra to a certain degree. And the team wanting to make a move yet, but here we go.
Nero. I think he's been seen as well, though. Kleenex fires a few bullets, but doesn't get him. And Beans will take down Scrap. They're waiting for it. Kleenex goes flying out. He's picked the wrong corner. Turns, burns, but no good. Nero will find him in the end. Hixie managed to get one back towards it, and he's going to try and fly in there at the same time as all the kills go down. Insight makes a kill, but Boston still will have to push this.
I mean, it was just a little bit over-eager from Kleenex. He really doesn't want that bomb to go down. 10 seconds, though. Insight. He's got a good chance to do this, but Awakening is planting. He's going to have to try and make the issue forced, but Beans is there for the cover. First round over towards the side of Boston. Toronto bled that time as long as they could. Honestly, for me, you can see Kleenex a little smile to himself, so probably thinking he could have played that a little bit better. Jumping off the top of P3 to force the push over towards the bomb. Nobody there. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, but aggressive from Kleenex that time around doesn't pay off.
And yeah, I mean, Kleenex, he tried to make the right play. Almost pulled off something miraculous, but Boston did do a very good job of converting it with very little time left. This time Ultra, they're already going for the long cross, but without the bomb.
Very aggressive again. First kill is going to go over towards Scrap, a second over towards Kleenex. The first bloods have not necessarily been flowing overall on Embassy for Toronto, but they will find them in the second round. Awakening. A small glimmer of hope now for Boston in this round. It's a 2v3, but in Toronto's favor, and that bomb is down.
And Hixie has dead silence. Cleans out Orange. Can Beans and Awakening find something here? They were the duo that won the last round. The time is against them.
It's a hard retake from this side as well. Beans with the scope. Just trying to find something, and I imagine Hixie would punish him, but he has been punished already. The kill flies through. It's just so hard to retake. You guys will know you're playing ranked at home. If that bomb is down, there's players in PD. If you haven't got anybody flanking, you're both pushing from that P3 side. It's so difficult to try and retake. You've got to basically wait for a mistake. Coming in from the team who's planted the bomb. No mistakes there from Ultra. The Major 3 champions getting around on the board here. A convincing one at that as well. One apiece. And just a quick stat line. We actually haven't had a reverse sweep in quite some time. The last time around, it was actually Optic over FaZe in Major 2 qualifiers. So it has been quite some time, Brycey. One still on the cards here for Ultra.
It is all tied up. This time Boston going for the more traditional cross though. They're going straight for it. Ultra going for the counter, and Vivid and Beans, they're going to find all the kills onto Ultra here straight away. Beans just trying to take off Scrap's hair. It's all advantage here for Boston.
Oh, inside with some good shots, but Beans an equally as good one. Scrap now in the 1 versus 3. Does well to find Awakening, but once again, Mission Impossible, you're not going to be expecting this. Vivid inside of Orange. Nicely done from Boston. Aggressive, and on the back of Beans sitting towards PD and finding the picks. Last time around, Beans and Boston played this map. He dropped a 10-3 for the squad. He's on his way to potentially doing something equally as good here. Boston in the lead again.
This, I just got a feeling that both these two teams should go the distance here on S&D ton. They try to counter here. The one big issue that Ultra will have to figure out is this sniper from Beans. It's just giving them opportunities and getting trades when they need it.
Ultra got a couple of players who can play that role. Typically scrapping insight. Pixie will find first blood this time for Ultra, Awakening an immediate answer back. And now that bomb's in a little bit of a difficult position, and somebody who's in a good position is Vivid. Dead silence popped, and this is just bad information for Ultra to find out. Vivid up top PD. Their arm might be choked.
There we go. Clinics already finds one though. 2 versus 2. Beans and Awakening again. The last 2 alive for Boston. And that sniper is just ready. Linux may throw a shoulder here as he goes to check it because he knows he will have to move out at some point. Scrap on the other side of the map.
He's opened the door though, because Beans was watching over that B side. Scrap starts firing and Boston bite. Scrap, is he going to be able to get away from this position as well as that bomb will go down over towards B? The shot's raining through. Scrap probably dead to rights here as well, just trying to survive as long as he can. Is he going to get out as well? Yes, he is. Big place from Scrap to distract. Kleenex just ready and waiting to Orange. This is a big round.
Yeah, Kleenex has probably been here for quite a while going, where on earth is this enemy team? And both of them are playing with Scrap on the other side of the map. 24 seconds left. For Ultra, they have the opportunity, but that bomb is being defused. Kleenex will have to check. Goes out, finds Beans, checks the bombs, gets the second one as well. And he doesn't have to do anything for the first half of that bomb going down, but the second half he strikes.
And they just completely sold them there if you're Ultra. Scrap over towards A, starts firing out some shots. Oh, guys, we're going this way. Definitely going A. Whereas Kleenex can pick up that bomb that's in absolute no man's land and planted straight over towards B. And what was crucial there is that Scrap got out. If you're Boston in that scenario, it may well be Kleenex to pick up those final 2 kills, but then they would have the information that Kleenex is the last one, of course, over towards that bomb site. You don't have to worry about Scrap wherever he is. Scrap plays that very, very well. May not find too many kills in that round, but influenced it a little bit more than finding those kills, to be honest.
All tied up.
Look at this flank.
It's a big flank, but can they make it? They're looking for Beans. That's what they want. Awakening already finds Hixie though. Kleenex will get Awakening, and Inside will find Beans before he can do any more. Nero trying to get away with this one. Dead Silence pops. He desperately fights for his life. A 3 versus 2. Boston will have the bomb down. It is a significant advantage.
They're just expecting Nero to push forward. Have they heard that over towards the orange side? Insight hasn't moved. Nero hasn't moved. This bomb's being defused though. Can Vivid find the shots? But Nero can. He can find a second as well and gets out. 15 seconds.
There's a challenge. There goes the nade. He's a challenge it anyway. Nero gets the clutch. Kleenex throws back his head in exasperation. They thought they had it.
Just plays it so patiently. He's sitting up at top orange without making it sound for quite some time. Insight doesn't get the cue, doesn't know he's there. Pops up top, kills Insight, gets the guy off the bomb. It was looking good for Ultra for a second in terms of that retake, but they couldn't make it count. Boston in the lead here, 3-2. It's blow for blow for blow so far. Big attacking hit from Ultra over towards the B side. Coming here, Kleenex watching the cross as he starts to get aggressive. Can survive as well. Scrap will fall though. 3v3. Kleenex trying his best to find this kill. It could be crucial. He finds it, but now a 2v2. That's a big hit.
It is. Oh, he's caught that one perfectly. He's actually
hit him in the face.
Well.
Sorry about that noise.
And Beans has got it inside the clutch.
It's a big round.
I just updated the points on the standings.
It's quite often the AR battle when it comes down to it on this map. Ultra really struggling with these first bloods. I'd like to get a check on those if we can. It feels like they haven't found many. Sound cue for Boston. Insight now. A lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it.
Oh, Beans almost gets caught, but he doesn't. 27 seconds. Insight just doesn't have the time to play with. And Boston will not give him anything.
I mean, ideal scenario here is, yeah, he has to run top orange, try and gun Beans, try and get the bomb down. It's just impossible. Beans will hear him, will win the gunfight, sprays before he gets around the corner. It's a 2-round lead for Boston in map 5.
And that is huge for them. They know it as well. They can stop their own fate. They can stop the reverse sweep. Just 2 more rounds in the S&D. And this is a match they desperately
Boston,
want.
the team of neckbeards.
And it actually, sitting on the first blood side of things, it's actually 3-3 now. So Boston making them count, Ultra not making them count. It just felt like Boston have been the ones on top of that one, but it shows I'm paying a little attention. But there's definitely another first blood over towards Boston. Beans has been such a thorn in the side. He may well find another here. The stuns and the nades. Insight in trouble. Toronto in big trouble. 4v2 in favor of Boston. This is to go 5-2 up. It's
Oh
my
my
goodness.
goodness. Ultra have fallen apart. Our major 3 champions about to be handed an L. 1 more round here for Boston. They take down Ultra, which technically makes Legion the best in the league, but we'll get to that at some other point.
By proxy, yeah. Well, here we are. Last time around, it was Ultra 4-1 to the good in the search and destroy. And we've seen 5 rounds in a row from Boston. Ultra, you need to find just the 4. Stone check's going to go out. Beans in a good position here.
It's his first blood and Beans is in trouble. He wants this kill for it as well, but Insight will nade him out and Ultra just go full on blitz and just run them down. I suppose that's the way to deal with a sniper.
Fly them.
Yes. Double nade. Push straight at them. Much more aggressive. Ultra staying alive.
Still need quite a few more rounds. That was a lot better. Aggression paying off. I thought obviously with the stun coming out to check the push.
Man, at least Grab's camera froze there. It could have froze it like a really funny time.
It's been influential for the squad so far. Needs to be again. That is a lot of nades over. First blood for Ultra. Once more. Insight with a big stick out himself. Can he counteract Beans here?
Oh.
No, he can't. Beans already holding the angle. 3-3 now. And Beans going to be on Overwatch. Bomb down for Boston.
Daddy Nelly up for Hixie here. It's got to be the play. Can you find the kill here inside of Orange if you clean X? Yes, you can. Still going to deal with the players over towards the backside though for Boston. Beans put on the pressure.
Okay, Toronto.
Find him. The bomb's being defused. Can Awakening do anything about this?
Here he comes. The largest of wakes. Tries to thread the needle, but can he?
Oh, what?
He got him before he defused.
Oh my goodness.
Awakening. Trying to clutch up a 1 versus 3.
He's done for now though. Like, yeah.
Scrap, but Hixie will get him. It is no Cinderella story.
That's crazy. What a shot.
Ultra managed to stop him in time.
Huge round from Hixie. Cleanex finds one inside of Orange, then Hixie just forces the issue. It's a nice retake from Ultra. Awakening does his utmost to try and prevent another round from coming in here. But yeah, we are 1 round away from another. Game 5, round 11. That's 2 in a row from Ultra. They still need to find 2 more if they want to find the reverse sweep.
Here we go. Ultra still can't put a step wrong though. Going out for Beans with a sniper again.
They may well be stunned up. You've seen them slow down there, so the information is probably there for Boston. But this bomb is going down nonetheless.
Ooh, careful.
Oh, Beans stays alive.
Yeah, Hixie got the plant.
Forced to back down. Bomb down for Ultra. Fights on towards the back as well.
It's a late retake, actually. Boston managed to force a way around. It was Nero who took his time. Scrap must find a gunfight win here.
The next Awakening. It's down. It's a 2 versus 4. Ultra did not find the gunfights when they wanted them. Beans is going to be overwatched with his sniper again. Nero's going to get... Oh, no! It's Scrap in a 1 versus 4 himself. He finds the first gun by Vivid, and Boston have done it. They've taken down the Major 3 champions. It is a huge scalp to start off their campaign. I say start off, they were lost yesterday, but it's
good
still
for
a huge
Boston.
scalp. Beans beats his chest as they beat Ultra out in this series.
Right, let's update those points.
And put to rest the demons of their games against Ultra, specifically for Beans, who had a hell of a game number 5. In that 2v4 scenario, it's still doable for Ultra with that bomb down. You just got to stay alive, PD. But watching the windows is the sniper from Boston. That's Beans. Such a good play. Stays alive, holds the angle, finds the kill. It's 10 and 5 from him. Dropped 10 the last time around that they played Embassy as well. And it's kept that trend moving.
Difficult to deal with at all stages, and Scrap towards the back. You really hope to get Vivid or Awakening. You could have had both. Would have been a different round, but because they both played their lives, couldn't do anything with it. Forced them to check the bomb. Couldn't get Nero before Beans sniped him out of his socks. And Boston, 1, 2, and 5 walk away with the W and the 10 points they desperately wanted.
Yeah, that would have been a scary one. Yeah, heading into a Search and Destroy against Ultra. Potential reverse sweep on the cards. I think Ultra would be really disappointed with that. You think back to maps 1 and 2, positions that they were in. Okay, yeah, lead on a hard point. Yeah, it does often fall away, but it was a solid, I want to recall, maybe 60 or 70 points to S&D. You were 4-1 up in map number 2. They were a bit disappointed with that. Nearly the reverse sweep, but not quite.
Yeah, not quite indeed. Let's throw it over, though, to our wonderful Des to break all that game down.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Alley Cat, Nameless, we got to talk about this series. And Alley, I want to start with you. You said Boston needs to get first bloods. Yeah. How are they doing the Search and Destroys tonight?
They did really well. Actually, in that first Search and Destroy, they didn't get more first bloods than Toronto did, but I feel like it was just really the Beans and Vivid show in that situation. But when it came to that game number 5, 100%. It was a lot of those picks off Beans. It was a lot of those situations where Toronto looked like they had a lot of map control, and one of the Boston players just like won an unbelievable gunfight to get that first blood, and the collapse just followed throughout.
Nameless, you mentioned that Toronto, after winning the last major, had an opportunity to elevate their game. Is this a testament to Boston's strength, or do you feel that Toronto kind of fell off a little bit since their last LAN performance?
I think Toronto still looked fantastic in the series. Like, they had an opportunity if they were to close out that game, too. This is a different song that we're singing here on the desk, right? But Boston Breach, a solid squad, bouncing back after the loss yesterday. The most impressive thing to me throughout this series was the Search and Destroys, and particularly Beans had himself a hell of a performance, but just like the adjustments that they made, especially on that hotel S&D, you're down 4-1. Toronto have set up some beautiful offenses on you, a couple B pushes, and then an A push, so they adjust their defense, a 2-2 split. And then we see Beans fighting the pressure early round on their offense, getting control of top bedroom, just well-defined goals on the map. Once again, we saw it here in this Game 5 Search and Destroy. Beans is giving them so many different looks. We saw on the very first round that they had, Beans goes and snipes Street. Later in the game, he pulls out the TAC 56, whips on the trophy, and he's starting to play with them over near that B site, right? So Beans is hitting them with so many different looks. They don't really know where to even contest the sniper, or if he's even gonna have it in any specific round. So Boston Breach, a lot to deal with. And really, like, they had great goals that they were defining there. That last round, once again, not to go on too much of a tangent, but we saw Beans pull out the sniper, sitting top AC, specifically waiting for them to get that bomb down and just play for the window kill on the retake. That's trusting your teammates, and that's high-level search.
Since they've added Beans to the lineup, Boston is now capable of winning Game 5s, and they win it against one of our top 2 seeds, taking down Toronto Ultra. This is a big win for Boston, who we were worried about. Will they start slipping in the standings? No, I think they're here to stay.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it was a tough loss yesterday. Now it's like, where do we put Vegas? Vegas.
Number 1, you heard it from Brycey. Right there next to my boys who won our first series. Just saying, Minnesota's on the stage next. Before we get to that, we got to take a look at our scuff play of the game. Let's walk us through this one. It's Mr. Nero.
Yeah.
Picking up some clutches.
It was Nero alive and orange here. I mean, he gets 3 in this situation, technically a 1v2, and it's just the way he plays his life, and then he's so weak. He throws a nade, kind of that insurance, but he doesn't even end up needing it in the end. He just guns the player that pushes it, tries to push him out in Kleenex. It was just like, It wasn't the most difficult 1v3 to win, but he still played his wife incredibly well.
And Nameless, you were mentioning that we kind of started that clip halfway through it. He was playing his Deddy perfectly, right?
Yeah, so Deddy had like a little bit left. His teammate was like completely out of play.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't in a position to check bombs. So Nero's up top, and there's a guy top AC. He has a sliver of Deddy left, or goes through the door, jumps up to peek bomb. No one's on it, which buys his teammate a little bit more time, and he ends up clutching at the very end. Just great plays all around.
Boston clutching up in a game 5, and right now we have the search and destroy hero from the squad clutching up in another final. We see it happening here with Beans leading the charge on snipes. Beans, talk me through your searches today. How do you feel about your game?
Search is looking great. We've got a little mascot in the back here. This is Leslie.
What is that?
He's with us in our games. He's a little breathing monk, I think he is. But yeah, he's with us now. But yeah, our S&D is looking so much better. Couple mishaps at Major 3, but we've really knocked down on it. I think if we just get our respawns into order, I think we're the best team in the game.
Who do you think rubs your mascot the most?
What?
It's Joe. It's got to be Joe.
That's
he loves to get on the head. He loves a little rub before the games. Yeah, it's perfect.
Following the tradition of fact, this seems to be pretty trolly. We got a boob series, just to let you know. And also, can you tell me a story about Leslie? How did you get Leslie?
He just appeared. I don't know. We came back from Major 3, obviously a little bit disheartened. I don't know. He just appeared on the setups, and now he's here for us to stay.
Beans, I want to ask you, you had a hell of a series, man, especially in those S&Ds. You guys found yourself in Hotel down 4-1. I saw some great adjustments. What happened mid-game? What did you guys realize that you changed in that game 2?
Yeah, I think that was the biggest thing in that game 2. Our mid-round adjustments were perfect. We knew, they were holding certain crosses from certain areas, and we adjusted mid-map, and I think that's what really made the difference. Obviously, we started a little bit slow. I think that's been the story of our team so far. This split, we keep starting slow, but then when we get going, we're unstoppable. So it's just one of them. We started slow in that map, and then I said, every round was important after the 4-1 round, and we managed to pull it out.
I want a quick follow-up to that too, because I see in the game 5, like, you're just kind of doing whatever you want early round. One round you're hitting bomb site with the team, next round you're sniping top AC, or you're going street. Is that you making these play calls in the search and destroys, like based on a feeling? Because it seems like you just have like a next level anticipation of what the other team's giving you.
Yeah, I think we just knew kind of what their game plan was. And yeah, we just countered them the best we could. I mean, that map's Embassy's not too complicated. Sure. You dive to B, you get the bomb down. It's about all you do. But yeah, I mean, we kept adapting mid round, which I think was the story of our S&Ds this series. And yeah, we played it pretty good.
Nice.
Top 4 at the major, and now you're picking up a win after an upset yesterday. Congrats on the dub over Toronto, Beans. We'll let you go celebrate.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Boston knocking both their matches out of the way here in our first week of the qualifier. They'll finish with a 1-1 record, but this is a big win and a tough start for Toronto. On the other side of the series here, we're also going to see Minnesota looking to finish with a 2-0 record on the same day. Alley Cat, that is coming up next. But before we get there, we got to remind people, they can be on this show. How do they become a part of it?
You get your plays in rank play. You go, you grind it out, and you've got some cool clips. Make sure you post them on the timeline, hashtag CDL rank plays, and maybe you'll catch it here on the broadcast.
I saw my boys Spin a Spence made it iridescent, Nameless. Where are we at right now? We still Crimson?
Oh, no, I'm iridescent.
All right, I was a little worried about you.
Whoa. That's right.
Yo, I've been there for like a month.
I was just kidding, by the way. I knew this. Nameless is like 16,000 points. I'm a few behind him. Here's a look, though, at what's going down in Wisconsin. We got the home series. Rocker take on LAG after this. Don't go anywhere. It's the CDL Major 4 qualifiers.
opposition. They crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get me. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. Nigga, rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas.
God, that sound is so weird through my headphones. Like, it sounds like it's in my room. Crazy.
Welcome back, everybody. Super Saturday here at the Call of Duty League. We are going into another round of qualifiers, and it's going to be Rocker back again for a second time on the same day. They're taking on LAG, and you're walking into enemy territory if you're the Gorillas. Tell me about Los Angeles. What does this squad need to do to ruin Rocker's party?
Well, first of all, they got to figure out their hard point. This is a team that when they came into the league, when they were in challengers, they were good at hard point. It was like an 8-0 streak. 2-11. Since then, this team has been in HP. It's been an absolute struggle. I feel like LAG, above all the other teams in the league, has no identity on this roster. They have like the pieces. They have SMGs who can go out there and take over games, although they've been wildly inconsistent. Other than the honeymoon period, we haven't seen the chemistry really between Assault and Arcitys either, right? Like it's like either one of them will be taking over a series at a given time. So it's just about putting it together. They've had some time. This is the squad that they're apparently stuck with, so they need to make it work now.
And bouncing off of that, it was that weird conversation of like they play really similar roles as well.
Yeah.
So it was like, how is that mesh going to kind of work, moving one of them off of it? We've seen lights of brilliance, but obviously not consistent.
I honestly think this is a decent matchup for LAG, but on the other side, you got a new look from the Minnesota Rocker. And Fame, he just had his debut to start the show. A 1.5 for the series. Nameless, where's that put him in the top 10?
That's the
I did my math right. Let's go.
Performance of all time, Chris.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Good numbers.
You know, this team has everything going for them right now. They're playing in front of a
Did they finally
crowd.
update the
They won
stats
their
on the
first match in
website?
a 3-0 fashion. They beat the 11th ranked team, and now they have a team that's also in the bottom 4, right? So you're thinking they should come in here with this fresh start and absolutely dominate.
And from what we saw earlier against Florida, it was kind of like the Minnesota Rocker that we saw maybe around
All these
stage
rookies that are
2,
coming out of
maybe time, where
challengers are
Apple was
just
in that conversation of being
smoking
one of the
these
better
pros.
SMGs who was just winning these insane gunfights and getting these high engagements.
Oh,
which
they still
we
don't even
haven't
have the
seen from
stats
him
on the
as
Call of
of
Duty
lately, and
website.
same from Cammy. We saw Cammy
God, they need to hire me, man. I already have him on my stream.
Continue against a team like LAG, where the last time these two teams matched up was during stage 2, when Minnesota was actually looking pretty good. And
Look
they
at that
lost
shit.
3-1.
See, I already got all those stats.
Looking for another
Call of Duty
win
doesn't even have them on their
today. If they
website.
pull it off, they will tie 7th
Unbelievable.
place. That is going to be 130 points
Unbelievable.
that currently belong to the Surge. Can Fame get them there? What has he shown you so far, Nameless?
He's shown me that he's comfortable in search and destroy. 11-5, had a big 1v2. I mean, this guy's running trophy when he needs to for the squad. He's soaking the hill time. He's being an absolute role player, and it's added some structure to the team. Not to say Attach wasn't doing that. Sometimes just having somebody else.
No, I don't have all the
you know,
stats
just have better
because
chemistry with them. And they're also in a
I only have so much space on my stream.
Not the greatest teams that we have. So we'll see going into this LAG match, like if they can keep it going.
Yeah, I just got the
It was very impressive
important
to see Fame
ones.
bouncing back and forth between weapons. Will he do it once again? Ali, the maps kind of decide that for us. And as we take a look at the 5-game series, we got Fortress, El Asilo twice, Mercado, and Fortress. Game is ready. So real quick, how's this breakdown?
I mean, it's completely different from the first 3 maps we saw earlier against Florida, so clearly it seems to be some teams kind of veto each other out.
Well, Minnesota's 8-0 on Asilo control, so that's going to be kind of interesting. They haven't played it in a long time, though.
Rocker fans, make some noise. It's time to get this
Man,
party
the chat
started.
that
as we
pops up
send
on the
it over to
stream is so
casters. We
delayed.
got Miles and Chance on the mic for this one.
Oh, hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back, and looky, you're all looking fine and purple and ready to party, and so is Chance in venue there in Madison, Wisconsin. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing fantastic. I've been loving the vibes here. Everything that Minnesota Rocker has brought to this event has been absolutely incredible. I love everybody on Minnesota Rocker except for
Oh, I see what you're saying.
He knows why, indeed, and Reddit. You'll be finding out real soon.
Yeah,
Do some
no,
digging.
you know, you're
There's a
right.
lot
There
of
was
drama,
some
so
like
don't stop
pro
getting
loot,
worse
for
right now.
example,
Ready to party, though.
not
LG on
frying,
stage, the first team to go up
but
against Rocket
there
Heroes,
have been
home
a
crowd
couple
advantage.
that have just come up frying
Will it be the same for
because
Los
they're all
Angeles
hungry.
Gorillas? A little
They
longer
want
journey
their
for them.
spot.
We'll see if they can't make more of it. But the home crowd buff chance, it's very real. It's a real thing. You know what you're doing, Wisconsin. You know what you're doing.
Apparently, right? Like, Optic had the juice back in their major as well. That took them all the way to the grand finals. So Minnesota, they've been taking it to great effect. And you already know LAG, at least Arctities, has almost come into this, like, pre-tilted. So the crowd is genuinely getting loud behind me. These guys are ready to have a good time.
Yep, and a good time will be had here on Fortress Hardpoint. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, cyberbullying works. We got rid of control. However, one of these teams, the record's slightly better. The rotation rank, though, for LAG, Nameless talked about it on the desk. Not a great look for LAG here in the mode. Can they turn it around?
Yeah, I just watched Ghosty on the Hex or the Eavesdrop podcast. Man, that guy had a wild fucking upbringing, and still through university and this life, he still managed to make his way to Optic fucking gaming. Like, dude, I have a whole new respect for Ghosty after watching that podcast. Sorry, I just had to go off about that.
Heads up play, rank play teammates in the future. Wanting to get towards the back line, stunned out. Great work from Exceed. Good timing, good shots. Takes care of business. You've still got map control, LAG.
Yeah, that is spawn knowledge on point as well, just to be able to consider what the timing is going to be for when P2 is open. So LAG off the break, completely on point. Another hard point. They've been struggling a little bit recently, but overall still very strong, especially so on Bagger. But look at that rotation. Afro, the man who was frying earlier today, going to be leading that charge. They got the break towards B2.
Break's good. Back over to Exceed. Nice start from him, 5 and 2. Daily Pop looking to clear these players out of the inside of Fortress. Rails now where he is. Rocker got the point. Great shots in Afro. That was outstanding. Now he's got an open lane to work with here. The rest of the teammates trying to make their way through the front, and he is roaming right now. Very common spot to see if you had a heat map right now on Fortress. This part of the map, scorching hot.
And that's actually super unfortunate for Exceed. Instead of the pressure on the back, he wraps to the front with his teammates, and they just get picked apart along the way. Rocker right now holding this P2 hill down. Vance inside the hill.
What do we think about Fortress for Hardpoint? I know it's widely hated for control, obviously, but like, I don't mind it on Hardpoint.
Doing the best they can. Rotation done. Far right-hand side of the minimap. That's where we go now, to the dreaded statue, Hardpoint. It giveth and it taketh away. We'll see what happens though now for Rocker. They'll take these few seconds over towards LAG. They're going to be set up for the good here. This is a great hold. Can LAG soak some time? Spawn's got a bit weird. We'll find out what happens.
Oh, and you got Minnesota reading the pitch as well. But Jonas Thieves just going to hold it down from the front. He gives you 3. Arctities for the 4th, and that is a very strong hold coming out of those 2 members. Gotta make sure you double back and actually pick up the time. But right now, an absolute stranglehold on this hill.
Still holding it. No one's getting close. Exceed. No one goes with him. Rocker now trying to break to the front. Next 30 seconds going to be big. That's a nice 2 kills. Final 2 players on the point. Timing that doesn't work out. Jonas Thieves gets 2 more. It's 11 and 4.
Oh my god, yeah, that kid is fucking cooking.
Joe, as he is cooking here on
Vibrant. As easy as it could really get for him, right? 2 different multi-kills. He's able to pick up all of those pieces, and 1 clean rotation out of LAG, and now that scoreboard is looking very tough for Minnesota Rocker. Good news is, you're winning the gunfights on rotation. You know that LAG is going to be spawning on the deep right side of the map, but this is not an easy hill to hold. Collecting time on Cannon's got a long way to go.
Long way to go. New hard point up, though. Cannon's the inside now. Looking for those spawns from Rocker to be a lot closer than the ones from LAG. They're making their way through not only the gallows now, but looking to hit the front side of the arc building. Here comes the hit from the back. Fame finds himself 1. Can he get the second? No, the pre-fire there, but Jonas is going to be on it. Trays are there. Cammy's in. Should be able to get a few more out of this one. Lovely nade. Oh my! Joe off the top rope. I think I taught him that. We had a little session just before he flew out to Wisconsin. The kid's gross, and he's doing it in the stats right now. That's 5 in a row. Joe Deceives on 1.
You might be the difference maker there, because Joe is frying. Exceed able to pick up the 2 pieces well, and hard to hold Cannons for a reason, and that reason quite literally with Joe Deceives. 17 kills, leading the lobby by a mile, and now helping his boy.
Come on, Minnesota.
Inside the point. All things considered, though,
regroup.
How bad that, like, you know, back Fountain Hill was, it's only a 40-point game.
Yeah, again, anything can happen here on Albagre. It's a real swing map. We're going to keep this momentum going, though, for LAG. Good work out of Joe Deceives again. 7 in a row now. 19 and 5 for the youngster, as he has quite literally cut Rocker into pieces. New hard points up, though. We go back over to the Blacksmith now for the first time here on the map, and this is going to be a tough one to hold indeed. No one there from LAG quite able to get in the point. Here we go. Rocker trying to find an angle of attack.
I mean, it's just Joe to see though is going to be leading the charge, right? That's an 8 spree.
No way he got that kill. That's like what?
The dude already has 20 kills.
Almost looked like he couldn't even shoot through that.
Coming in with bad vibes. Well, he is turning that truck around. Minnesota have played a series today. They had the hot hand, but Joe is taking it to him.
Really keeping things very much alive in the LAG camp right now. 63 points, all Rocker have managed to get. Another big win from
Oh
Joe
my
He's going to
goodness.
get himself double-digit streaks. He's looking to try to run this one up. 21-5 overall. We'll keep an eye on that for a moment, but for now, he's still just slaying his way across map. There's another. Here comes the next. Fame stays alive. The spree comes to a close. On the other side, though, his teammate Exceed on a 7 as well. That's 2 cruise missiles for LAG.
This is where Rocker have to turn that momentum around, though, right? Start burning some of those cruise missiles and take advantage of the fact that you finally killed Joe on the map. Varsity's, though, going to soften the blow up towards P1, and, well, here comes cruise number 1.
Cruise number 1 connects, takes care of Fame. Open hard point right now. Rocker scrambling to try to get themselves closer. Good work there from Afro. Now another point we go. Afro, though, no coverage. Exceed somehow managed to get through that smoke. Fame, though, back onto the point. Starting to get yourself some time now. Minnesota Rocker not out of this yet.
All right, yeah, Arcees, you got a trophy down in this back spot. You are going to be posted, but that slow approach towards the hill is coming through. But this has been a sizable amount of time that Rocker's been able to get in spite of the cruise missile. And the kills are starting to go their way, but Arcees with the big 2, at least to make
Joe
sure
Deceives
that
is fucking 25 and 8.
would have the bodies there first, but admittedly, you got guys like Vance might be in position.
26.
Joe Deceives, though, ready for it. Dude has 26 kills.
And only 8 deaths. Will he get another kill here? Yeah,
Oh my god.
Joe Deceives. That stun connects.
Minnesota's got to stop this guy. Oh my goodness.
As well, LAG, absolutely disgusting break.
He is making this look like a pub. He is just a walking kill spree at this point. An absurd stat line. Now it's really starting to reflect in the score because you get the 1 hold you need over on this P2. And maybe actually it doesn't even
There we go. Good break.
You shut Joe Deceives down. That's how Rocker can find their path to success.
Find Alec. No.
Arcees with an awkward gunfight towards the back line and towards the break now. Rocker trying to hold on. Fraser there.
Nice.
Fame. Afro with 2. Lovely work. They hold on. That's 20 seconds. And Assault now for LAG across map. Rocker are looking for him on the hunt. Cammy doesn't check it. No, they get both. Assault locking down P3.
I mean, that is a 2-piece. That
As if he just beamed both of those guys.
Game. I know it's only a 30-point gap, but LAG had the perfect full 60 last time around.
Oh man, they're set up good.
I got Arcees, the cutoff man, getting those entry kills, and by the
Oh,
time
good, good.
Everyone else from LAG still completely set up.
Comes a 3-piece for Joe Deceives. All bombs are rocket flying through. 1, 2. Oh god! 3.
No. Oh my god. I thought he was about to get a fucking squad kill there.
Break is done. It is over, and LAG, they retain control.
You call the future Miles, and he just makes it happen. The chemistry that you two is having unmatched.
That was a bad
right
play.
Now, 50-point game. LAG have loved this.
Oh my god.
Is loving
Joe is unstoppable right now. What the fuck?
Over on this side of the map.
I'll tell you what though, if there was a Wisconsin franchise spot, this boy would be the poster. He would be the absolute superstar for that roster, because man, our LAG running the show right now. 34 and 11, the clock's still ticking. Cammy, they somehow trade, we'll take it. Arcees and Co trying to break out now. Rocker, this is the opportunity to turn things around. Full setup here on cannons. Hold the line, boys, hold the line.
Gonna have to hold this one for a year and a half. Admittedly, if you pull off a full 60, you will be right back in this game. You got Vance playing a super deep angle to try to be the cutoff man, but they've basically gotten through. 2 players now.
Even if they pull off the full 60, LAG will just be in that next one like immediately.
There to shut him down.
We only need 23 seconds.
Great job finding these players out. Kills them all. Takes care of business. Open hard point. Can he back into it?
Get him. Get him. Get him. Oh my god, bad chow.
Great rivalry amongst the pair of them. But the battle comes to a close, and it's again LAG in the point. Afro 21 and 21 trying to keep things going. It is so hard for Rocker to accumulate time here.
I mean, it just
what?
Oh
my goodness.
Sees another 2-piece. He is able to get 37
that boy is
kills
disgusting.
to his name. The difference maker, the MVP in one of the only gunfights he has lost this entire game. Finally, someone for Rocker able to step up to take him down, but it is only 7 seconds to go. LAG, a cakewalk, map number 1.
Joe's about to drop a fucking 40 bomb.
Here comes cruise number 2. No one on the point just yet. Nobody home. Rocker trying to fly in. This over to Joe. He's in the hard point. Can he get 40 before the end of the map? Rocker trying to get in there. Over to Exceed. Great shots with the Vaz. Assault to pick up the cross. Oh, that should be
Oh
the
no.
5 seconds.
3,
LAG
2.
have come to play
Fuck.
here in Madison. What an opening statement from them into Bagra. OMSG indeed.
Joey Deceives is fucking frying.
Bring to the main stage. No complaints, no whining. Joe Deceives, he came to play lights out, literally, from start to finish. The number of double kills, the number of triple kills that kid was able to collect. Maybe the single best performance he has had all year long, and certainly one of the finest we have seen on Albagra.
Absolutely disgusting work from the LAG players there. It's that Joe Deceives run. What a stat.
38 and
38
15.
and 15. 32 non-crazy.
Wow.
Unbelievable opener
What's
there.
that ratio? I'm stupid. It's almost.
Not that tough though when you're shooting like that. Good stuff at LAG. They
Fuck
take
is
the
that?
first.
And I mean, you have a player like Tammy, right? First series we had, it seemed like he was back on top form.
2.53.
And 30.
Wow.
I mean, he's a Vastnet player. Double negative. So Joe Deceives absolutely feasting in that game.
Almost a 3.0 kill death ratio.
Man. I know there's a lot of conversation about the fact that Minnesota get to play 2 series in a day, get to have a warm-up series on land
well,
against like another
whoever has
team
Joe
to get the
Deceives on their fantasy is definitely smoking me.
Difference on map number 1.
Without a doubt.
And if those of you doubting it, check the highlights. It was mostly Joe Deceives, and with good reason. It was just kills like this all map long. We'll see if they can keep that one going under the search, but for now, we will sit in awe at what an unbelievable individual performance that was, not to mention great work from the rest of the squad. LAG right back at it with a hard point. Word to Nameless. They certainly needed it. They did not look like that for a long time, and the form seems to have returned.
It's certainly one of their better maps as well, so I think wheeling and dealing certainly a bagger that they like to play on for the hard point, and even another 3-piece that you were able to call in advance. Just the Fry men, they get the easy setups, they get the rotations that they want, so I know Joe Deceives getting a lot of love for the kills, but you got Assault picking up the 2 pieces to set yourself up. You had the first time on that back statue hill, it was Arcades with the early rotations as well, so really the AR setup, Joe, he knocked them all down.
He certainly did. What a team performance there as well from LAG. Back at it. They're in hardpoint. And they needed that turnaround because things were getting real ugly. For a squad that we heralded as the best respawn team at the start of the year, way back in what, North Carolina? Certainly have changed quite a lot, but that's right. Rocker, Search and Destroy is on its way. You broke the curse in the last series. Can you keep something going here? You're going to need it. Look at this.
Moss, I don't know if you can hear it, but through my headset the entire map 1, it's been non-stop. Even with like Joe Deceives got popping pieces, the crowd has not slowed down a single bit, and trying to give the team the energy for the map number 2. They have broken their curse. That 11 map loss streak they had in Search and Destroy, they looked clean on Mercado. Now we get to see if they can carry it through on LSUO.
Madison, Wisconsin, dumb lit. Let's find out what happens though. On stage, very, very different looks. Again, you see Exceed there. Again, parting these final moments. You've got game plan here in Search and Destroy. We're going to see exactly how this one plays out. But that's a ton of momentum coming off of that Bagra victory. They've got to be feeling fantastic after that one. The home buff hasn't quite hit LAG yet, as they've got to be feeling great. We'll see what Rocket can do.
Slow things out as well for LSU though, so.
Yeah, right. But once you win that first Search and Destroy, once you rip the Band-Aid, once you pop the top of the Pringles, you should be good, right? You just don't stop, surely.
Well, it's kind of an interesting question as well, because we're going to LSU, where you have a lot of like creative possibilities, a lot of options of how you want to play, pull out the sniper, make moves on every single side of the map. They were getting creative on Mercado. It might be some crazy stuff they might have on LSU, so excited to watch Rocker play, excited to watch Fame as well. Had like the second best debut we've seen in the CDL of any rookie of all time. So Fame looked fantastic, had double digits the last time we saw him on Mercado. We'll see what he could pull off on LSU.
Hey, indeed, what a debut he has been. To keep it going in one whole day as well against this level of play to see how it fares. But this is the look between Afro and Exceed going into Search and Destroy. This is just this season overall. Both of them putting up impressive KDs. But for me, the big difference maker there, it is going to be that opening duel win. Afro has been the man for the first blood. 90% of it for his team. We'll see if he can't keep that going here. It's a stat we look at all the time. First bloods, if you get that first kill, do you end up winning the round? There is a statistical advantage to getting the job done. We'll see if it can pay off here for the boys at Rocker.
And honestly, probably one of the crazier things about that for Afro, 19%, you're going to be borderline top 5 in the league with a rate like that. But also, through stage 3, you're going on an 8-loss streak at one point, or 11, excuse me. And Afro still has those numbers that are that sizable. So when he's on point, it is even further beyond that. So a menace on the map, a player to look out for. But obviously, we saw what the SMGs were doing on the flip side of map number 1. Going to be very difficult, I would say, for Afro to try to turn it around.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you there in Madison and those of you watching online, we're ready to roll now into our LSE Low Search and Destroy. Map number 2, the record, not very good there for Rocker, but now that they've managed to get a win under their belt, a brand new look for the roster here. Fame has injected some form of life, a rebirth of Rocker here after Major 3. Let's see how Major 4 fares for them. We're going to be very, very hard on the scrutiny after this LSE Low. Let's get it.
And I gotta say, I was told Madison, Wisconsin was the party capital of the world. It seemed like a crazy statement, but these guys have been bonkers, literally non-stop since that map 1 kicked off. So they're trying to keep things up, even on a map like a CeeLo that could be a little slow. But Rocker, a ton of map control, already making moves.
Here we go, MCPR up by the hillside here on LSE Low. Tag, Dart, back it up, Exceed. I love this, the reach out though. Fearless, Cammy has gotten down to 23. Not enough to get the kill though, as we're going to see a lot more shuffling towards that entry point to the A-bomb site as well.
And there's just no real openings on the map. I mean, you're trying to go out towards this B side, but Fame is going to be there. And, well, Fame has a big responsibility ahead of him, able to get at least 1 kill to trade out for the 3v3, but Joe Deceives able to get behind him. Should be there for the cleanups. The B-bomb site wide open, and Joe has not lost a single step.
Not missed it whatsoever. And this is a great setup right now. Afro is going to try to cross that field with a sub in hand. He's waiting for dead silence as well. Here comes the entry. Oh, spots the rifle, does. Takes care of the sniper, 2v2.
Yeah, this is where you turn on the burners. You got to start to fly because you got a lot of map control that you need to try to reclaim that space. And Afro pops the detonate, making moves. 25 seconds, they can pull this off.
Trying to hit it. Into the site. Oh, Joe Deceives cleans them both up there. Wonderful crossfire on the bomb site. Solid bit of execution there from the Rocker boys, but not enough chance.
Yeah, and the energy in the bot and Joe Deceives is still there as well. 3 kills in round number 1 and the bomb plant. This man can do no wrong. The setup nice and clean as well, but for a map, at least off the opening break, where it looked like there was no real openings, no avenues of attack for LAG, they found a way, just bullied their way through, and again, so far, looking unstoppable.
Only 1 round done. Joe Deceives 3 there. Let's see what happens, though, for Rocker now attacking. Bomb in the hands of Bance, as is tradition. Fame there, looking over towards that field side from what we call top white, and he might be able to catch a Joe Deceives out, who's used dead silence to get in the back lines here. Oh dear, this is awkward timing. He's pumped the brakes.
How? Hello?
What is...
Hello? What happened? What the... I've never seen anything like that in my life in Call of Duty. Is that how Joe Deceives is trying? He has active camo?
He's got active camo? No, he must have. There must have been a blue dot involved there as Fame. 2020 vision, maybe not, but either way, it's a 2v2. Bance and Cammy, Extort and Exceed. We'll see you on Reddit.
I don't know. Fame went from one of the best CDL debuts to going blind in the meantime. That is absurd, but it's also a B plant for a 2v2, so Rocker do have the advantage. You've killed the invisible man.
Not over yet. Good spot to be in now for Rocker. Shoes in the other foot. LAG, though. Here they come. Assault. He's going to hit that top wall. Good tags. Vance can stay alive from this spot. No hope for Exceed. He's got a long way to go to catch this kill out. Will they keep an eye on the bomb, though? Here we go.
That should honestly do it. Cammy was able to watch the cross the entire time. Yeah, just going to gun him down. Set up in the 2v2. Very clean. Bantu is on top of that cliff. No Cammy's watching the cross, has his bag, keeping him nice and safe. And Rocker able to get on the board. We got to replay this. Yeah, I mean, look, Fame's eyes apparently work. I just don't understand. It's excusable in this moment, but by here, come on, man. What is going on? He must have been the most focused player of all time. Yeah, that is insane.
He was locked in, man. But you would assume the guy on your side of the map positioned like that is surely friendly. He didn't see a red dot. He didn't see a blue dot. Just, whatever, man. We'll pick that one apart to death later on. But for now, LAG, they're going to fly forward, try to get themselves in on towards that A-bomb site. And for now, yeah, just get back in there, lads. Good luck.
Well, I mean, this has been left completely open for Joe Thieves. Not going to waste any time. This would be a bomb plant for free. He's planning it so you can check it from up top. You got guys like Vance, though, on the flank. Arctides, though, with the read. So already a massive advantage in this round for LAG.
Great start. Great start indeed. Bomb still planted. Ticking away. Numbers here is Cammy. He's Pop Daddy. He's trying to make his way in towards the back line. He's got quite far in. He might be able to crack the door, and that's going to be it. Now pump the brakes. Anyone upstairs? Exceed finds one. Exalt is going to read it perfectly. 20 seconds to go. All on a Fame. And Deceives reads him. Guns him to bed. The score is 2-1.
I didn't even have to break a sweat for that round. All honesty, for LAG, bomb site was given up completely for free. Seems like the crux of the round was on, you know, the onus was on Ben Vance on the flank with Dead Sounds to try to make a play. As soon as Arctides takes him down, the round at that point nearly impossible. You see the setup, right? Exceed snaking over on the back bar. Hetty, he can just call out every cross for his teammates and simply nowhere to go there for Rocker. So 2 rounds on offense, I'd say, for LAG. Pretty clean. See if Rocker can respond.
2-1, slow but surely creeping forward now. LAG. S&D's been a lot stronger for them. It's Fame, moving and shaking. Tagged up. Maybe got a little carried away after the first series, but out of bounds, trying to win this toe-to-toe against Exceed. Lovely bit of work there. Rocker fighting back. Joe Deceives, though, cuts him down. Oh my God, the hip fire. So much damage. Now last man up, Fame. 1v2 against 2 of the most storied assault rifle players in Call of Duty history. What's he got?
You have to imagine, yeah, Assault's going to be playing up top. They know they're going to have this bomb down, so Fame's got to go and collect, but that door opens. Assault should see this entire way through, and yeah, a heady like that, a power position in the hands of a world champ. Simply no hope. LAG keeping that lead
Damn, yo,
going.
I love dogs,
Haven't lost
but
a single step.
I hate dog fur.
That's the way it goes.
I was outside smoking, and my neighbor's dogs ran over to me. For literally 1 sec. That came out weird. For literally 1 second.
If LAG can keep this momentum going, they have started to drown Rocker.
It was just covered in dog hair. They're cute as fuck, though.
It's a tough one, Chance.
So
it's a lot slower. It's no Mikado.
I mean, we say it's slower. Joe Deceives is playing at a different pace, right? I mean, he was flying in those rounds, ready for the challenge of it up top. So 7-2 after dropping, what, 37, 38 kills on map number 1. He's trying to keep things going as Exceed looking to collect a scout for his first blood, but so far Vance is going to be a little bit safe. As obviously LAG completely slowed the pace down, waiting for that first pick.
Joe Deceives behind bar, definitely not of age in the United States, but it doesn't stop him serving up some shots. Cammy tags him, backs on up. No problem for now. You're going to let this play develop slowly. He's moving. He's trying to bait the play. And you can see those purple arrows. Not a whole lot of movement.
Man, these kids make me feel old as hell. Can't even drink in the States.
Tags on the guy on site, so you don't expect him to play too quickly. You got Afro there for the trades, but as the SMG's down low, but you just get picked. It's the sniper that delivers. But if you kill Joe, there's always hope.
We go. Ooh, Aussie's managing to catch out Afro. Tagged up. 25 seconds remain. 2v2. It's on Fame and Cammy. Assault's got himself close to the bomb site. He should be able to stretch plant this. Yeah, gets it down. Arsty's trying to back him up from outside. Looking for the usual positions, that top bar side. That's where you want to be for the check. Oh, Cammy, good timing. Makes it a 2v1.
Oh, he's got the Dead Silence pops. He got RC's
Oh.
finds the blood, gets the reset, and can get out of dodge. And RC's taking the full wrap. Once again, him versus the rookie.
Oh, but with the timing,
Done for.
reads it perfectly this time round. Right place, right
Nice.
time.
Let's
That'll
go,
be the
buddy.
round. Bounce back from Rocker.
And I think it's just nice to see that Fame can see people on those steps. Worked out this time around, so avoids the deja vu fate. Rookie gets the clutch, gets Rocker back in the mix to try to hopefully for those guys even the odds. Hey, look, he can see. It's perfect.
Yeah, once you can see, no problem. Good stuff there from Fame. Finally gets the clutch. Madison, Wisconsin certainly enjoying the show so far. 1 round separating these 2 teams. As LAG, they have been exceptionally strong in this search and destroy. as strong as Fame is right now with these little muscle ups.
Some pull-ups.
Great core strength as well, harder than it looks, but of course the square up is going to be down low in that A site. Here comes the hit from Rocker.
Trophy's going to put in overtime there. Joe Deceives posted up close, Exceed in the other doorway. That A-bomb site is a kill box. You do not want to enter that one, and Rocker won't be. You can see Joe Deceives behind the couch, Exceed by the doorway. Yeah, no one's getting in there without taking a bullet or two. So, Rocker will take that bomb elsewhere. Play this a little slower. Arstes has the back line covered. Bance gets away with his life.
Yeah, you saw actually a little bomb switch there coming through. Bance gets rid of it, hands it to Afro so he can try to make the play. But Assault in the meantime has gotten a first blood, and Bance might be behind enemy lines, but that dead silence runs out. And this is not easy to make a play, but he's got at least ears on Assault.
He's got ears on Assault, but he's not looking in that direction right now. Here we go. Into the bomb site. Quick check.
Oh.
Hipfire cleans up one.
Whoa.
Bance finds two.
Nice play.
The immediate transition of it was B, but wait for it. Cammy's got to clear the field first. Wait a minute. No, Arcee somehow slips behind Bance in a moment of sheer chaos. 10 seconds.
Oh, let's go, boys.
It's a 1v2. It's moving fast, and Rocker's
nice.
first.
Good plays.
And there we go. Cammy protected his boy. A confusing moment when Assault was able to, or Arcees rather, was able to get down low, but Cammy and Bance, chemistry on point. Two players that have been working together for years, and once again over towards B. Seems to be where they favor those 2v engagements.
Man, they read that play and they called it so fast as well. Like, we're going to be quick. As soon as they got those kills on the site, and Arcees of all people, but he was over there. He nearly caught Bance out with an awkward hip-fire moment. That would have been nuts, but what an equalizer there. Here we go. Rocker on defense, LAG, bomb in hand, and they are close towards A.
And LAG have been pretty on point. Most of their attacking rounds have mixed things up as well. Looks like they're going to be stacking up down low, both those SMGs to work that A site. Afro again up top. This is Rocker, the second time they've done it. Giving up the bomb site for free and trying to make plays on the flanks, but they have never found a window of opportunity. The AR's always posted for Gorillas.
Oh my, on the bomb site, once again, it's Joe Deceives and Exceed. Afro doesn't land a bullet. His teammates there to back him up, though. His Fame dives in, looking for the trade. Does get it. 2v1. 30 seconds to go, and there's the wall bang. Easy peasy there for LAG. They take the lead.
And I mean, Rocker, again, just trying to work those flanks when they're on the defensive rounds, but getting it picked apart left and right. Both Arcees and Assault have been delivering those long-range gunfight wins, and you got the SMGs. If you're just giving up those plants for free, letting them corner up, I mean, they're guaranteed to at least trade out the kills that are coming through. So another comfortable round right there for LAG.
Whew. It's a spicy map. It's a spicy one for sure. Here we go. Rocker on offense again. Bance with that bomb, and we are soaring towards the B bomb site. Assault going to be the only man with eyes on. Here comes the reinforcements. Arste's over the top. Nade's going to be there, but Afro with the TAC 56 in hand is not going to be too phased by it.
Oh, those are great shots coming through from Assault as well. Not an easy gunfight to win, but it's pretty much stopped the push, and now you got guys like Joe Deceives. No wasted time to get in position. He is in your top window. He is going to be a thorn in your side, and if that B hit doesn't work out, you don't have map control, but Bance finds at least a small opening on the tower side of the map.
I love this again. That bomb's got options. Afro, patience pays off in the form of that kill. Traded out immediately. Good work by Joe Deceives. Makes it a 3v2. He and Arste's now with their backs against the wall.
He's so quick, dude, just to get out at his lightning speed for the man with double-digit kills already. But the bomb goes down. 2v3 clutch from LAG. But if you've watched Joe play, you might be a believer.
You definitely might be a believer. Fame's to the far side. Oh, RCC's are good shots. Trying to create an opening for his teammate. He does. Sends in Joe. He cleans up one. Looking towards the bomb site now. Great tags in advance. Will he soften this one up enough to get this Joe Deceives in there? No, he doesn't. It's on the Cammy. The back and forth now. The 1v1. Bance wins it. Man, these rounds are tight.
And that is a fantastic shout for Bance towards the end. Cammy again, dude, those two always on point with the teamwork of covering each other's crosses, making sure they're set up for the crossfire as well. So I think Bance and Cammy, those two are the last ones alive. Always that playmaking potential and making sure that that 3 versus 2 doesn't slip away from them. On point with the little comeback Rocker have had. I think down 3-1 now with the advantage.
It's exciting to see that Minnesota Rocket team playing with such sort of chemistry. We haven't seen that in a long time here in the MW2 season. Here we go, though. This to be a spicy start. Stun check lands that player in bar. Afro's up close and personal. You got Bance over watching him here on defense. We'll see what LAG can do to break this setup.
And this is basically the I don't want to give up the bomb plan for free. If you try to make moves around sight, Afro can hear this. He can jump on you. And there's the first blood. Gets away as well because he had the teammate there for the help.
Go to Thieves now. Is he going to enter the site alone? Stun's going to land. Backs up. Cammy there. Pushes him in. Taking care of business. Rocker. What a decisive round.
And that is just a beautiful adjustment coming through, right? Instead of working those long, deep flanks, Cammy's playing tighter inside. Instead of giving up the bomb plants for free, Afro and Vance working together through the dead center of the map. Afro times the first blood perfectly.
God, their stream camera is so bad there.
Make sure he doesn't get traded.
I don't know what they're using, but it's not good.
Minnesota Rocker, a very dangerous word to say, Miles.
Careful, son. It's a family show. Mace is up, though. Rocker 5-4. Map point looking to equalize here in the series. LAG, they've been slowed somewhat. We'll see what they've got here on defense. This is again to force the final round here in the Search and Destroy.
If you advance with a TAC 56 in hand, you know it's going to be a very slowly played round for Minnesota. We got a little bit of intel. Stun check on Exceed. You know he's in the corner. He's going to stun back, so a little bit of information on both sides. But now he's 20 HP. Rocker, question is, you want to jump on this? Arcee's just trying to cover his boy. And it looks like able to be successful. No trades on Exceed just yet. Still a 4 versus 4.
Slowly but surely. We're back on the inside of El Siglo here in the warehouse. Sol has that B side of the map covered. Exceed's ears are going to be doing all the work over towards that A side. And we're in. That's the go button. Joe to see you soaring forward now, looking for the corner, looking for the angle, catches himself one, snaps on a teammate, snaps on the next one, and the trades are down. It's a 2v1, all down to Assault, looking to force the final round. The damage has been dealt to Cammy.
Nice.
Cameron McGilligan. Absolutely soaring, the Flying Scotsman there to get the final kill.
God, that camera's so bad.
And what a bounce back for Minnesota in Search and Destroy. Taking that home buff crowd to full effect, winning both their S&Ds on the day, but obviously had to dig a little bit deeper for that one compared to the Mercado, but the adjustments completely on point, figuring out while they were losing those rounds on defense and figuring out the different strats they needed to bring to the table. Completely on point there, and he didn't even need fame to be the Fried Man. As soon as he opened his eyes, the rounds were going a little bit better.
Cammy certainly was the champion for Rocker there. They're in the search. GG's. Just over 10 minutes to see that one come down to a 6-4. Rocker. Hey, if you'd have told me that they were the worst Search and Destroy team in the league as of last week, I would have been surprised. After what we've seen today, they have bounced back with aplomb. GG's to them again, 6-4. They tie up the series as we now stay on El Asilo. Yeah, that's right, ladies and gents. Keep your shoes off. We're staying here. We're playing Control.
And I'll be honest, I am a little bit worried for Minnesota on this map because I know LAG lost the map number 2, but Joe DeCease was still frying. And SMGs on this map, when they hit like the go button, they can absolutely take over and fry. So a lot of attention is going to be paid to me for that SMG battle. And I know Ben's double negative on map 1. Got to step it up.
Got to step it up indeed. We'll see if they can get that one done. Again, as Madison, Wisconsin gets a little lit, they're going to go get a quick break and have a drink. So are we. When we come back, we're playing Control. We're staying on El Asilo, ladies and gents. We'll see you in a moment. and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. It's time to get map number 3 underway. Madison is absolutely popping.
I hope it made sense.
During the break, I did hear that this crowd may be louder than a few of the majors we've already had this year, which is absolutely insane to say, but I believe it. LAG, Minnesota Rocker, map number 3. Let's get it.
Well, just to clarify, pound for pound, right? Obviously, it's just like some full online matches. There's more sizable crowds we've had, but these guys are nuts. They've literally been non-stop the entire time. Even when we're not on broadcast, they've been going crazy. They're having a blast, and it's hard not to. Miles, we were playing Rage Against the Machine in the downtime. I'm done with at this point.
Absolutely turnt. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Ashworth is twisted for this control. 8-0 on Elasilo for Rocker. That was a different look, though. That was attached in the lineup. Let's see how Fame fares today. What a crazy day of COD this has been.
Also very much worth pointing out, they have not played this map since stage 2, so it has been a long time since someone's been willing to square up with Minnesota on it, and maybe a bad decision. You can see a nice little start already for Minnesota Rocker.
Vance, no aim, no problem. Afro, taking care of business down by Kegs. As we're roaming. Decent shots at range, though. Joe deceives, takes care of that. Just a minute now to go. Minnesota Rock trying to keep LAG off the point here, and they're doing a wonderful job of that so far. No one that close. The only one there is going to be Exceed, number 6 on the minimap. He's playing on that top window side and all. Oh, now this is a look. This is the opportunity, and there it is. We're on B.
Yeah, you got Cammy trying to be the cutoff man, but is Joe Deceives the first one he's going to deal with, and he is getting spot up and tagged along the way. That is a full stack with that progress flying through on B, and Cammy, by the time he gets here, might just be a little bit too late. Able to take down 2, and those players get forced off point. Minnesota Rocker kill everyone but Joe. They've held on.
They hold on. Fame, nice shots at range. They see where the counterattack is coming from now from LAG. They're going towards A. All of those arrows soaring across the map. They did so much damage at B there, though. Just about 30 seconds to go. You're on A. It's going to be a slow and steady capture until the stack comes in, and here we go. Potential 3-man here from LAG.
Yeah, you see, it looks like the decision from Rocker. Honestly, like halfway chalk this up. If you can get the kills, that's fine. Take him, but much more interested in defending B long term. So no time wasted for LAG. They might have gotten trapped over by that B zone, but the instant A capture after the fact and plenty of time to work with.
Absolutely instant. As soon as they got on it, only took 1 attempt, perfect stack, job done. 1 minute 20. 1 segment remaining at B and lots of lives to get the job done. Over to Vance. Probably the right gun in the wrong place, sadly. There is Assault. He's got eyes on, cleans him up. Exceed now through the backline. Afro's got to find as many kills as he possibly can. You're buying as much time as possible to get Vance off spawn. And they're going to bully him. They are going to beat the snot out of him as he tries to escape that spawn. Once again, no chance. Afro, the man of the moment.
Yeah, you got Minnesota just desperate to clear their base, and it is going to be a long time before they're able to accomplish it. LAG are just crawling around the middle of the map, but there's Cammy, delivers them from all. Killer Cam in full force. Another highlight reel play, his 5th of the day.
How's he doing it? Where was this Cammy all season long? 35 seconds on the clock. LAG trailing in the life count. 1 segment still. As soon as you get on it, it's going to cause problems. Here we go. We're into the red. Check every corner. Exceeds tweaking, shooting dead bodies. As Rocker are lined up on the defense. 20 to go.
And it's just that full line on the top side of the map, so they have everything covered for the moment. And you have LAG, almost the funnel system to try to swing out and take these players down. Afro dancing with the devil, and he is buying his teammates so much time. There's only 7 seconds left. LAG, you gotta hop on the point, but there is nowhere to go. Dropped 4 in the feed. Minnesota Rocker get round 1.
Nice. I thought he was completely out of ammo for a sec.
We'll take it. Rocker. Secure the round. The crowd is sick. We gotta do this every show. We gotta do this every time. Are you hearing me, teams? Are you hearing me?
It genuinely is. It is so good to be here.
That's so expensive, though. And, like, a lot of the teams aren't making a lot of money as is.
What a transformation. We are seeing out of Rocker. Can they keep it going?
Granted, that would bring in ticket sales, but
has only skipped a beat for a moment. Let's see if they
I don't
can
know.
get back
You'd
on
have
it
to
here
get
in this round. They will be defending.
an accountant to run those numbers to see if it'd be feasible.
Hit or maybe just middle of the map being worked right now for Minnesota Rocker. So looking for the entry salvo kills. And players getting sent into the mix, and Cammy, no turning there. LAG, the SMG's down low, ready to be in the mix.
Contest. Gonna come to a close in a moment. Ants cut down. Great defensive work there from LAG. And now the front line push forward. Exceed the Deddy play. Easy reads, clean moves. No one there to stop him. And Cammy gets taken care of. 1 minute to go.
Oh, and Exceed's going to be dancing with him too, right? Gets over to the stairwell. Not easy to clear out. He's doing damage with the nades along the way. The repositioning so fast. Exceed basically doing laps around your base. Jodeci's down low as well. And this is just the root of all evil. You can't get out of your spawn. You're getting picked apart along the way. Can't be the only player to get out, but can't even take down Assault, at least not for the moment. So a lot of problems right now Minnesota trying to solve.
They're struggling. Here comes the step. Cammy's waiting for the boys to show up, and once they do get here, it's going to help out. But for the now, they're all getting banged up. Over to Afro, gets to the point and help out for a second. You're trying to keep those defenders at bay. There's the contest and Exceed. His body's all up in the air, but what a snap second from Cammy. Disgusting shots. The third. Oh my God.
Holy.
I don't believe what I'm seeing. He's seen number 4 as well.
The only man that was able to get out of the spawn turns into the heroics towards the end to get that A zone captured. Minnesota Rocker, plenty of pressure on, a minute and a half to work with. But so far, 0 progress over towards B, and Cammy eventually does get shut down. So LAG don't quite have the map spread. They don't have the pressure up past the field side of the map. So about a 50-50 battle for this B.
Man's having a tough one. 3 and 12 from him. It's not stopping his boys too much, though. He's trying to create his opportunities for them. The info man, 8 and 9 out of Afro as well. Slowly but surely creeping their way towards this B zone. LAG have got a great setup through mid, and now they're going to start sending out those little probes, finding the weaknesses in Rocker's approach, finding those kills.
And I know we can't see Afro's mouth right now, but his tongue is going to be out. This man is focused, ready to jump on this point. A couple players on the deep side of the map. Afro going to be trying to spot the feet underneath the truck, but he just made it right next to the zone. LAG, though, have been very passive. Haven't made a ton of noise, but
nice.
He gets caught on the flank as well. Man advantage right now for Minnesota.
Oh, we heard that. Trophies are in. Oh no, Exceed walks out into trouble, and Cammy finds another kill. Cammy finally gets taken care of, and it's a nice bit of work from Austin. He's the tags though. Afro with attack. First segment gone. Bandit's now looking to help out. Making the way towards the point is Joe Thieves. Holy moly, that boy is unkillable. Cammy gets it. 10 to 15, 40 seconds.
Yeah, Joe is simply built different, and right now it's only 9 lives remaining as well. The time is ticking. Minnesota desperate for the 1 extra push, but now you got players like Exceed pushed up on the map, so you got to deal with the flanks, you got to deal with the head glitches, you got to deal with the fact that Minnesota, every single player is falling. Afro has his work cut out for him. He is the only man alive near this zone. It's going to be a long time before he can get any help.
Exceed reads the players off spawn. Just about 10 seconds to go. Beautiful work here from LAG. We're not over there yet, though. Afro has the ability to double back on towards the point. Will he get there in time? He's got to make moves now, son. Fly forward, gets the kill onto the point, stops it. 1.9. There's a stack. The nades, the trophy a little too short. Are they able to get the second segment? Yeah. Are they able to get the third? Holding it down. Arcee's gets
Let's go, fam. 14 and 7. Oh no! And did they just body themselves to lose?
What just happened?
They end up in a crossfire, but they almost pulled water out of a rock for that moment. Little bit of that Cammy magic just to capture A, maybe a little bit of that Afro magic to work that B zone, but at the end of the day, all that just to be tied up on ticks for that potential defensive battle towards the end. But either way, LAG, hey, it's a nail biter. They still got the dub.
Almost popped a blood vessel if they managed to get that capture, and LAG was a fraction of a second to win the defensive round.
That was weird.
Here we go, though. Rocker back on defense. What the hell?
Oh, they're playing this like it's search and destroy, right? No pressure towards the middle of the map from Minnesota, but good news is there's no zone down low in the middle. So Exceed gonna have to choose where he wants to flank, and it looks like LAG maybe debating and leaning towards this B zone off the rip. You see, Joe Thieves is able to get a pick, and Exceed right now drawing a lot of attention, but for the moment the reinforcements aren't here, but these SMGs have opened up the map for Gorillas.
This SMG is causing problems. The Gorillas now running around, having a good time as Joe Thieves on a 3. Because he is straight monkeying right now. Seed on 3 as well. Gets himself at least 1 more. Can't snap on Afro. Good work there from Rocker on the defense. 1 segment of B, long gone.
And that was a lot of work and a lot of kills that LAG were able to get just for Afro to swing back in and shut him down. So Rocker stabilized, plenty of pressure out towards this A zone. Afro's got the Deddy popped in position for the flank. Tommy Belt doesn't go his way, doesn't check every corner, but at least the trades are enough to be in. That Rocker maintaining that map control.
And it's Deddy, no active camo. Clock's still open again. And it's rolling. Cammy back into the point. Can't win it against Arsty's here. Lovely shots. That's the 3-man stack. 2-man. I take it back. 1 on A. 2 on B right now for the boys of LAG as they are working B. Can Bounce get there in time? These kills are huge. Great coverage from Assault. Good snaps. And that's going to secure the point. And the pinch is there. Oh boy. LAG. They are roaming across Elasilo now.
And he had a spot trap setup as well. If Arcedes gets this kill, this could be a dagger, and at the very least, he's able to stay alive. So Rocker always gonna have to have Arcedes in the back of your mind. And if he gets an extra kill, that'll be a cruise.
Patience from Bance. Ooh, might not pay off here. Tags in from Arcedes, just trying to keep these players pinned back. Here comes Cammy. Damn. He gets killed. Bance taken care of as well. Arcedes, great shots. Just about a minute to play. Life count even.
And that cruise missile could go a long way, and I know Bance right now feeling the pain. I think 7 and 21 in the kills column, so right now Rocker trying to pick up a little bit of that slack, but it's the A zone. Rocker looking to defend. They have a little bit of pressure. You get Cammy up top. You get plenty of players on this side of the map. You got to avoid that spawn trap because players like Arcedes are starting to move in position.
What a nade from Exceed. Arcedes now on the pinch. Vance gets a couple of shots in, and he is not having a fun on this game. Over to Afro. Trying to slow down this hit. He's moving, waiting for the boys to shot for the reinforcements. Arcedes immediately right off spawn. He's bullying him. He's bullying Vance.
Nice.
Now alive and kicking, getting in towards the point. Gets them off it for a second, 20 to go.
Yeah, poor Vance. I almost feel bad at this point. It's just getting picked apart. Off spawn is not fun, but 15 seconds left. LAG, it's going to be at least 2 players working this flank, and that is not the way to start, so Exceed now has to lead the charge.
Leading the charge, essentially alone. Final 5. There's the contest. Cammy, though, in a perfect spot to read this one out. Gets taken care of. It's not over yet. Got to take care of the contest. It's on the Fame. Here come the rest of Rocker. We're stacked up. If you get these kills, this could go the way of LAG, but Fame finds another pick. Here he goes in the flank. Taken care of. The contest is still alive and well. It comes down to Bow. Cammy over the top. That's the kill. That should be the round. Joe to Thieves ties in. Man. What a crazy game of Elasilo this is.
Those are some calm fist bumps coming out at the end of that round as well, because LAG absolutely putting on the pressure, but a defensive shootout for the moment. Either zone get captured first, both teams able to lock down either one. And they need to clutch up and go big. So Minnesota, nice little advantage, trying to maintain that perfect record they have on Elasilo control. 8-0 overall, looking for their 9th.
Here we go. One more for Rocker. Took the lead in the series. LAG. He bounced this one back. We'll see how the rest of the round goes, but I'm fascinated to see what Ben's stat line is going to end up at. 10 and 24. Turning it around in this round already.
Yeah, I want to see his damage and his assist numbers after the game, because there might be an untold story here in the stat line. But right now, the pressure on the A zone. He's cornered up, ready to go. You got Cammy up top, radio tower, just to support him. So he's got a little bit of help that he needs, but still without too much pressure on the point. It's going to be a slow A zone capture.
This is a perfect setup, though, on this A zone. It's going to take some time. C's got a bit of a wrap. Here comes the players off spawn. Beautiful work out of Rocker once again, holding this down. Arsty's tagged up. Job done. Second segment out the way. We're going to see A taken clean care of here. Rocker, what an opener.
An extra assist to the pile as well for Ben Vance. Now trying to lead that charge down low and gets the trade on Exceed. Now his job is just to stay alive and be as annoying as possible. Or maybe gun the next player down and close but no cigar. RC's from Top Cliff is able to drop him as the map effectively gets to reset. Cammy the opportunity maybe for a flank, but you got guys like Joe to Deceive in your base as well. So there's going to be chaos on Elasilo just for a moment.
Pistol, good shots from Cammy. 1 minute 30-ish remaining here as we're trying to get closer towards that point. Cammy's spree comes to an end. Streaks now from Fame. Going to soften these players up as best he can. It's the naughty players at the back line. That's what he's going for. It's Exceed. You take care of those sort of anchor positions. Now you're going to fly forward. Assault trying to keep the point safe. The wall bang not quite there yet. Joe Thieves. Oh, he eats it. That's 2 dead. Bance and Fame find their kills. Over to RC's on the point. Oh, man. And he's a brick wall of defense every single time. Locks it down. Can he get another? Yeah, he can. That is Daddy Alec in fine form. LAG remains strong.
And that left side of the map has been his. Completely locked it down on defense and still has a decent bit of pressure on. Guys like Fame picking up kills in the feed, but Minnesota, obviously, most of them in their spawn. Fame's the first guy to deal with it. You at least get traded, but Minnesota, that's 3 players. They can surge towards this B zone.
Trying to make some of that. Big wins from Assault. Wow, nice shots. Thieves close and personal, cleans them up, gets his players off the point. RC's now investing in the streaks, but it's towards the spawners now. The rest of his squad have done a great job clearing out that B zone. 13 lives apiece, 40 seconds.
And you still got to clear your base as well. Assault getting the kills on the wing side of the map. Joe Thieves is going to be down low, and as long as LAG just keep the pace slowed down and don't even let them get to the point, they're going to have a good time.
Man, cruise missiles make so much
Exceed on the flank, a lot of players to shoot in the back.
Oh, he gets the shots in the back, but he doesn't quite get the kill. Looking for attack on the floor there. Over to Joe Thieves. Off spawn, into the feed. Takes care of Fame. On the capture though, nice hip fire there on Afro. Can he get 3 out of it? No, he can't. Bance staying alive. RC's and Assault, they get the kills, they clean the zone. LAG looking to force the final round.
And I can't quite tell if that take has actually gotten through or not. No, but it's getting decapped, so the extra pressure is not there. A defensive battle thus far, and maybe a last-ditch effort for Minnesota, but too many corners to check, not enough time on the clock, and no miracle gunfights being won. LAG locking down on defense. That'll be 4 for 4.
Wow. Final round. Quite a ridiculous game of Control. Let's see how we go. Defense. I mean, defense, offense, it seems that all open here on El Asilo. We'll leave it up to the gameplay. Stats be damned for now. Here we go.
I don't know exactly who's going to get the draw. I mean, El Asilo is like a 60-40 map in terms of attacking a defensive round, so you can absolutely pull off offensive wins, but both of these teams have been very clean, and it will be LAG on defense for the final round. So, Rocker, this is your moment. You've been creative in Search and Destroy, right? Maybe an opportunity to find a little bit extra here on this final attacking round.
An immense amount of damage dealt on the approach. Sending the subs, try to clean these players up. RC's and Assault, the ARs, they're cleaning house. Afro, though, manages to sneak in. The other A in this fight. Wow, gets himself 2. One more hit to be had. Knives up.
Whoa, nice.
As the West Midlands finest keeps the capture going on A.
Hey, you got pressure on both these zones, by the way. Bance was maybe toying with the idea of working towards B, but he's going to have to turn into the cutoff man. There's an extra kill to the pile, but he gets dropped before he can make something happen. A little flashy play from Afro, but doesn't buy you too much on the map. You are right back to square one as Minnesota Rocker trying to force this through B, but still a long way to go.
Rocker are battling tooth and nail, trying to get closer and closer towards the B zone. You clear up AC, now things get a little hot. Vance the man to get the kill. Exceed flying through, can't get it done. Afro there on the other side. You're on B, the slow capture begins.
Assault, though, on the flank is able to pick up these extra kills. So you're always down an extra man, and Assault is there to pick up 2. So now it's the SMGs by their lonesomes on this zone. And that is going to be a slow capture as the reinforcements are trying to get back in the mix. And honestly, Minnesota Rocker done a nice job to at least attempt to stay alive, but now Exceed again shooting you in the side. Rocker unable to get this pressure on B.
So they can't stop him. Thieves takes care of business as well. Beautiful work, LAG. 35 seconds remaining. Assault now by the hillside, taking care of the spawners. Complete and total map coverage right now from the Gorillas. 30 seconds to go.
I mean, this has just been straight up suffocating on this map. You are desperate to get any sort of control. And Minnesota going to force it to the A zone.
Oh my goodness.
Going to force it back down. 35 kills in the quick rotation. Flying back over towards field. Number of kills where he is just shot
Jesus Christ.
Shot players with knives out. Joe Thieves can do no wrong.
It's about to drop a 40 bomb this game.
It's a wide open point for now. These players desperately scrambling to stay alive. Over towards A they go, but the cruise is coming that way too, baby. Here we go. Trophy's in position. You stay alive for a moment. Canastes now dive on towards the zone and end the map right here, right now.
I mean, you just need any extra kill that LAG gets is just going to be massive for the rest of this round. I know you get an extra minute, but it is only 9 lives remaining. And right now you see LAG just setting up the trap, trying to keep these players pinned down because every kill is going to go a long way.
Here we go. 1 more minute to play. Nerves of unwavering still from Joe Thieves right now. Fame on the other side of that door. Looking for the kills. Exceed's going to be the man to start things off, and already the pressure is starting to be relieved from LAG.
I mean, that's just such calm gameplay as well. I mean, Joe Thieves has truly taken his time to stay in position. So LAG for the moment, not making any mistakes, but that's 2 down. This might be an opening for Rocker.
Big win there on a Fame. It's 7 spree. It's 30 seconds to go. Wait for the life count. Massive workout. Joe Thieves again. Catches one, stays alive. Oh my goodness, another one in the same spot. Trades now done.
This is it. This is Rocker.
Point Exceed flies forward. They've done it. They've done it. They somehow got in there. The kills were in, and I do not believe they managed to get on that point.
That's insane.
Show me the stats. Show me Bounce's damage. I need to see it.
All of that contained gameplay, but as soon as they kill Joe Thieves, they got the pressure on the point to get it done. A Rocker from the depths of hell on El Asilo. This is a team that simply finds a way. Say it ain't so.
Say it ain't so. Unbelievable. And that is a crazy game. Out of everyone there on Rocker, it just came down to the final few seconds. It was a 2-man stack for a while. Patience paid off, and that is a 200 IQ play. That was hard to pull off. Harder than Bance's chair on that main stage. And if you saw it, you know what I'm talking about.
I gotta say, I mean, pound for pound, bar for bar, Joe Thieves on the SMG front absolutely fried. Man nearly got a 40 bomb, but it was the objective towards the end that Rocker pulled off. But I'd say you gotta tip it over there to Fame as well. Crazy amount of damage he was able to throw on board, and 33 kills from the rookie, not too shabby. But for Cammy and Bance, getting outslayed like that, they gotta be very happy to pull off that win.
Damn, son, what a game of El Asilo. Well, here are the highlights. And this certainly doesn't tell the tale of how this map went down. Crazy kills. Nearly everyone there. And Bance, a strange stat line, but again, it really does come down to what you're doing with your lives and where you're putting yourself. And they managed to seal the deal there in the end. But man, what a crazy game. And what a crazy series. Will we go the distance, Charles? Let's find out.
I mean, what was that towards the end? Like a 9v15 or a 9v16 that they were able to clutch up and, I mean, really slow the pace down towards the end. But for the number of, like, double kills that Joe Thieves was able to get along that fence line in that exact moment, time and time again, I thought he was going to be able to do just enough towards the end. But no Megusa, even RCs with a cruise missile couldn't make anything happen, at least not for that final round. So Rocker, again, always stealing one away on El Asilo.
Wow. We're going to get to see the final moments of that round in a mo. It was all working out so good. And these are the last few seconds. And it was just a weird off angle there from Afro right in the middle of the zone. I think it was Bance on the boxes there. Good stuff from Rocker. Tremendous resolve. It is never chalked. They pull it back right then and there. El Asilo now comes to a close. We go to Mikado for a hard point. Can Rocker close it out? Or will our hard point specialist, LAG, who seem to be back in fine form, force that game 5? We'll find out. Fortress lying in wait if we have to go there. But whew, what a series, baby. This is crazy.
Hey, this is also a massive opportunity for Minnesota Rocker on Mercado. I know we talked about LAG, their hardpoint prowess, but a lot of that is on a map like Al-Bagger where they've had more success. On Mercado, not so much. So I know it hasn't been super clean from Rocker in the respawns, but this is absolutely a map where they can get it done. I'm still terrified of Joe Thieves, though. He has been bonkers, absolutely lights out in both of the respawns and the S&D as well. Fantastic, step it up. I don't think you're going to be able to sneak another one away with a player going double neg to pull off the win. So keeping a close eye on him for this map 4.
Keep a close eye on him. We'll see how that one goes down. Keep a close eye on everyone on the LAG roster, because don't forget, if anything happens to one of those players, Marky B is waiting in the wings. And Rocker, you don't want that. You don't want
absolutely
it. Not. We've seen it. You don't want it.
Quite literally the most dangerous man in the CDL. I think Marky B has a better rate on Al-Bagger control on offense than everyone else in the league. So a force to be reckoned with. But right now I think it's a guy like Fame that has to be reckoned with. One of the highest, like the second highest KD we've ever had in a CDL debut. That's what he delivered in series number 1. Now we see him on the control, popping off, getting the 33 kills, looking to be that guy for the team.
That guy's well hydrated. We're going to see how this one goes. Mikado, Chance, how are we dressing for this one? Again, current form for me, you have to be seeing LAG. They're so strong in the respawns. That guy there on his phone on Reddit, just checking the threads, making sure everything's all sweet. There any good memes, brother in the cap? Let us know. We know you can hear us. In we go to the Mikado, though, as everyone is certainly vibing there in Wisconsin. Hopefully you're vibing in the chat as well. We're almost ready to party.
And that's the most intimidating man in the lobby, by the way. Joe to see is the guy closest to your screen. Still has the pep in his step, still has the bounce. The only thing Joe doesn't have is the crowd behind him, because again, these guys have been literally non-stop. The boomsticks making so much noise.
Crazy. Another fun stat, that was the longest game of Control we've had in the season at 16 minutes and 57 seconds. Wow. Either way, though, Matt won this series 38-15. Joe DeCease with a 2.53. Let's see if he can do better than that here on Mikado. I doubt it. But crazier things have happened here in the Call of Duty League. Let's get rocking, ladies and gentlemen. Game 4. It's Electric Series.
I mean, it was, what, 38 on map 1, I think 39 on map 3, and had double digits in the Search and Destroy as well. So talk about the player to watch and pay attention to. Afro and Vance better be ready to try to shut this man down. I don't know if it's going to take a couple cheeky angles, a couple early rotations, but you cannot allow Joe to continue to fry.
Here we go. Nice nades to start things off here in Mikado. Mikado, one of the more complicated hardpoint maps we have here in the league. 7 points to rotate from. We'll see how well oiled these two teams are on all 7 of them. And then we go to the first, and there's all good kills there from the boys of LAG.
I think P7 will always be a call out that just, like, you know, tickles me just a little bit. Can't help but laugh when you say it, but you see Rocker, they might end up trading a lot of P1 time away if they got players already posted up top. So they are very cautious about this rotation, but maybe an opportunity for LAG to build at least a little bit of a lead, but keeping things stable instead. Rocker, nice and easy, completely on point, keeping that rotation on lock.
Good work again. Looking towards the second. Rocker are there. Arstes is going to take the high ground. Will he spot Bance, who's playing so close here on the wall? And this should be a clean kill. No one really else here in position to get this one. Bance going to find his first kill. Turn around real quick. Oh, there's 2. There's 3. Benjamin
Oh
Bance,
my goodness.
That's what we're waiting for.
What a triple kill that was.
Knocks it down, and it was just that cheeky little off angle. Bance is able to play, and now just the setup for the rest of the team. Bance bounces back and gets the double kill as well. And if you got your SMGs frying, Rocker are gonna have a fun time.
Absolutely cooking. It's 6 now in a row for Ben Bance. Looking to find number 7. The nades are there. Looking for that cross in mid. Tags up. Damage dealt. His teammates are soaking the time as well. Minnesota Rocker playing with true purpose.
And this is the most painful situation to be in when you're having to call out. We are chalking up 35 seconds for this rotation. So if you're going to chalk out that much time, you better be sure you lock it down in LAG. That first wave, nice and easy. You're taking care of it. You get all 4 players out and bound towards this new point. Assault is just cutting off the middle of the map, which means the other 3 just need to watch Big Door.
Big Door, eyes on. Joe DeCease snaking his way through this one. Fame, Cammy, and Bance lined up on the outside here, looking to get those nades and stuns in. Can they soften up those players before they make the hit? Here we go. Corners checked. Bance, investing the streaks. Now again, there is a small window atop this one. Misses. That is no good. His teammates are in though. Afro and Cammy find the kills, and that's going to be the break. Nearly. 2 more members left. Get in there, lads.
Oh, they're doubling up through the bottom door as well just to get the trades. It is a full-on funnel through that middle section. They see it might be a pop, but the timing for the trades is there, and Minnesota Rocker get the break. It was Vance in the start. It was Afro on the tear. There's another cruise missile. The SMGs starting to fry.
Oh, they are cooking indeed. 8-2 for Afro. He's on a spree, and he is soaring forward. Will he catch these players out? Yeah, he will. There's one more. Oh my God, bro. His teammates have just pile-drived LAG into the barbershop table. Peace out. We'll take that time.
They have broken both the table and LAG to bits on this rotation. Going to be a couple players through the back alley, but Cammy's going to turn. Easy direction to look for him, and they know exactly where the pressure's coming from. But Cammy does get back down, so the taxinades are there. LAG at least found a moment of an opportunity to get to this back door.
Awkward spot to be in, and you're keeping it together. Bance on the tips of his toes, staying in the hard point. Oh, that's good line.
Oh, wow.
Gets the pair of them. The third's around the corner if he wants it. The COD gods are smiling upon Bance in this one. Over to Afro. holding down Barbershop. The kills are there. Arcites up close and personal with attack. It's a few kills, some important ones indeed. He's on a 4 spree, and streaks are on the menu. But Vance, oh my God, ruins the play. 10 seconds remaining here. Rotation's already done. LAG are in.
And I respect that, but also Rocker are really taking their time. I mean, they just tripled up this hit at old, and you have players number 2 and number 3 after them Fame. They have just taken the longest route to get to this new hill. So that's a decent bit of time being exchanged. Got to make sure that break is on point.
Here comes cruise number 2 from the Rocker camp. Seemingly never-ending supply of ordnance. Are we going inside? Another miss. Well, the boys have got to work on their flying skills.
Oh, this is beautiful.
It was all a distraction. It was all a distraction. Arcee's in the back line. Can he get any more? No, it's a perfect break from Rocker.
I mean, Miles, it truly does not get better than that. They took their time on that long route, and the impact it has is it's blocking every single close spawn, and if you get the kills, you spawn them so far away and collect all of that time. That is the coach's dream. It does not get any better.
2 fumbled cruises, but they were merely a distraction. A gigantic, lingering smokescreen to the reality of the brilliant plays ahead. Rocker looking to get themselves in here once again. We see LAG on the perfect rotation. They're always first in, but the breaks have been so outstanding. Trey's now coming through. Cammy, the man with the kills, assault in the feed as well. Good work again out of LAG. This is the longest they've held on to for a while now. Bad news is Cammy's in the point. Here comes Bance. Rocker choosing the other foot now.
I do. Just look at the monster. The Vance is dead. You have Jonas Thieves is only able to get a 7th kill, and Vance up top is still been frying, doing damage on these players as well, just to try to keep them at bay. So another rotation where LAG get there first, and they just cannot make any time come through. Vance, talk about stepping it up for map 4.
I mean, this is literally perfect play out of him. Here comes Joe. Joe, don't shout it. Don't do it, Joe. Oh, okay, damn it. That would have been so sick. He gets the 2. He absolutely cracks the hard point. That was a bad cast of curse. I actually apologize, fans. That was brutal. 10 seconds ago, they're on the top side of the cantina. And we go over now to the final point in the rotation, the parking lot, the car park for the Brits out there. Let's go.
Yeah, that ever-dreaded P7. And look at Afro on this flank. Yep, lining him up, getting the pressure on. Beams down 2, and now the rest of the kills. Oh, so easy. Nowhere to go. Rocker have completely taken over.
They've taken over, and soon they're going to take over the comms with a quick listen in.
Go left, people, he's absolutely.
They're going to be T on me.
T down, one more, get that.
Nice, one more T, get one shot.
I'll get T. I'll get T.
Nice guy.
I'm going to get now,
I'm one shot.
Y'all this time, let's play
Could be back alley, I'm jiggling you back.
Yo, one play down, right.
People maybe.
Right there. People in the back alley, listen. Dead. Nice.
Open house back.
I'm looking.
Nice, good shot, boys. Yeah, I'm gonna challenge mid. Yeah, I'll get your T camera.
Low PT, I'll see.
How much pinch you push my gate, you pinch. One's on you. On you. No more spawn. Okay, yeah.
Play mid bad, okay?
Yeah.
Back one time. One's in right now.
Okay, yeah. You see, he's tunnel side time. I'm nading him, Ben, okay? I naded the guy tunnel side time. He's one shot. Yo, Kev, actually, I'll get P4 side, Ben. That's just you. Where's he? One's top cactus, I think.
Let's get cactus.
It is looking so bloody good for Minnesota Rocker right now. What a transformation. A team that were struggling in every mode, Chance. They were struggling so badly. Such high hopes. And now, everything has turned around. Bance going absolutely wild. The final few moments of this half point. Afro flying forward. There's a final sign of life here from LAG. It is truly never over until it's over.
Yeah, I'm in Minnesota right now, just starting off this stage, right? They have turned the beat around. They love to hear the percussion of this crowd, and they are just looking for these final 8 seconds. It is a desperation effort from LAG, who would desperately, need one of the greatest comebacks we've seen this year to try and win this game.
Unreal. It's going to have to be special. 6 seconds now for the dub here for Minnesota Rocket, and Fame's going to be the man in there. What a debut into the professional league for that young man. And for Bance, what a turnaround after what was a disgusting look under control. But it's not over yet, ladies and gents. Afro looking to find as much as he can, but LAG, it is an iron grip on the bottom side of Cantina for now. One break's all it will take.
And you have number 6 Exceed just spawned very far out as well. So Minnesota trying to read these spawns, just looking for the one. The angle's covered, but it's all just for the trades. 2 players now are actually making 3. The reinforcements are here. LAG though inside the hill, can't take care of Afro. 249, 250.
There it is.
It down himself.
I do not believe it. One clean break, one set of kills there. Afro sneaks in and steals the victory.
There's another dub.
Minnesota Rocker, 2 victories on the day in front of that electric crowd in Wisconsin. And LAG, they came to play, but it simply was not enough. Home crowd buff indeed. GG's in the chat, and that is a 20-point day for Minnesota Rocker.
And that is the 200 IQ play to set up this environment. Kicking off their stage right, trying to make amends for the stage 3 where they went winless. But Fame's looking good, man, in his CDL debut, and even for the performances we had, right, Vance? Might have gone double neg in the first 2 respawns, but they got the dub on a CeeLo control, and he absolutely took over on Mercado. So a lot of pieces to that puzzle for Minnesota starting to fall into place.
It certainly was. Well, good job to them there indeed. Brilliant work from both the submachine guns of Afro and Vance there to start things off. And again, Fame and Cammy pulling up the rear, keeping everything all tight together. But for me, Fame, what a day from him. That first series was an absolute blinder. And then,
Miles, it was such a blinder. He literally could not see on CeeLo for the first minute of that search and destroy. So blinder indeed.
But he's not wrong, ladies and gents. Woof, what a day of COD. And we're not even done yet. We still have one more series to play here today. But 3-1, the final score is Minnesota Rocker. They can certainly go and enjoy themselves. And that crowd, you in Wisconsin, you guys have been unbelievable all day long. I can hear nearly everything through Chance's mic. It is so loud in that venue. We thank you all for coming by. And what a great day.
And this is an absolute pleasure. Wonderful crowd, wonderful environment, and obviously nice for Minnesota Rocker to get the 2-0 sweep on the day. So good vibes all the way around. Fame with the wonderful introduction to the professional level. I know these guys are having fun.
Oh, certainly indeed. Well, Chance, thanks, mate, for representing us there in the theatre. It's been a crazy day indeed. We'll see what can happen later on today. Still one more match to go. Desk, take it away.
Thank you, gentlemen. And Chance, stay out of trouble there in Madison tonight, all right, buddy?
Can't believe we're good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, love it. All right, Nameless, we got to break down this series because Rocker, 8 series in a row. They're losers. Now they win 2. What's going on with the squad?
I mean, like, a lot's going right for them here. You know, they're in front of their home crowd. They're playing absolutely amazing. They bring in Fame. And I know a lot of people were watching Attach's stream, myself included, when this roster change happened. And he was talking about sort of when things started to go downhill for the Minnesota Rocker. And what he was saying is they would be in, you know, a lot of these games. And in every single clutch situation, they were just throwing it away just because they had no confidence and they were on a losing streak. Well, what we're seeing now is like a breath of fresh air. They're still in these same situations, but they're clutching up. They got away with murder in that control.
Oh, yeah.
There is no chance in hell they should have won that offense. They end up clutching up in the end. And then in this hard point, I feel like this was the best display we got from them throughout the day. It was just masterful. I mean, you heard Chance going crazy in that break that they had over at 10 was beautiful. Wrapping all the way around, taking your time. Vance turned it on. Everybody played their role to a T here. And lastly, I would like to shout out Fame, who played incredible throughout today. First performance, unreal. And then in this one, in the control, the guy had most damage, just frying.
I think we just need to Men in Black ourselves and, like, totally forget Major 3 existed. Because if you're looking at the end of Major 2, Minnesota is the 3rd best team in the league. Today, they start off 2-0 in our Major 4 qualifiers. So we look at these numbers. Allie, we do have to remind people, though, this was against 2 of the lower seeds in the league.
Florida,
what's your takeaway?
and it was LAG, but it's a weird league this year, man. Anybody could be anybody on any given day. We've been proved that throughout all of our stages so far. So I think, you know, we're all happy to see Minnesota isn't continuing that 0-5 streak that they had coming off of stage 3. And like you said, maybe just kind of close our eyes to it as they're looking a little bit more comfortable like they did during stage 2.
There we go. We do have to take a look, though, at our scuff play of the game because this was a performance from the subs in this series. And well, Afro, he brought it every single one. Talk to me about this clutch name.
I mean, thank goodness my man had on the SMG here at the end. I saw him pull out an AR a couple of times in the first few offense. I mean, offense wasn't working out for anybody throughout this game. But, you know, if we rewind time here a little bit on this offense, they were trapped over there in that A point. LAG just conceded it, just allowed them to cap it because they wanted to play the exit kills. Exceed actually finds 2 kills, but Afro gets through into their base, and they find enough kills able to stack the point and capture B. They only needed 1 tick, which is why I disagree with LAG's decision to sort of just leave them and allow them to capture A. I feel like pressure there would have been better suited for that situation. Either way, though, Minnesota clutching up is incredible in that moment.
Small issues for LAG, and you have to give MVP to Joe Deceives. Even though Rocker win this series, Joe drops a 1.46. He had a 2.53.
He was
hard
LeBron.
point and 12 kills in Search and Destroy. Joe, get with the squad, watch some VOD, and fix these mistakes, because you are frying, my friend. That is going to do it for this 3rd series of the day. Before our 4th one loads up, we got to remind you, pick up your packs right now. The e-packs available from Upper Deck. Simply use that QR code and start collecting the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards available now. When we come back, it's the final battle of the evening. You all been waiting for it. Seattle taking on LA. Thieves versus Surge when we come back.
This is the Scuffed Team of the Major, a super team built with 4 of the top performers during the most recent Major, as voted by you, the fans. Starting things off is Scrap from the Toronto Ultra. This rookie's performance throughout Major 3 was nothing short of spectacular, taking home the MVP as Toronto has crowned the champions of the Major. One series we have to highlight is the Grand Finals against Optic Texas. Throughout the series, Scrap was absolutely frying Optic, leading the way with 134 kills and a 1.33 KD, the 3rd highest in a CDL Finals. Along with his incredible performance throughout the season, Scrap's Major 3 performance has solidified him as one of the best players in the entire league, and we can't wait to see how he follows it up in Major 4. Making another appearance on the Team of the Major is Abizi from Atlanta FaZe. The team worked hard for their top 3 finish, but Abizi was a cut above his teammates. In their series against CLA Thieves in the first round of the bracket stage, which FaZe won 3-0, Abizi was in peak form, leading the lobby with 58 kills, including 27 in a single game of Control to finish off the series. The 3rd member of the Team of the Major is Pred from the Seattle Surge. While the results at the recent Major tournament may not have gone his way, Pred continued to make his case for being the season MVP, dominating every lobby on the stat sheet. One series you're going to have to watch is the Surge's match against the Atlanta FaZe in the 2nd round of the bracket stage. Despite losing the series, Pred notched an absurd 110 kill performance, including 16 frags on the final map of Search and Destroy. With performances like this becoming the norm for Pred, don't be surprised if the Seattle Surge pop off at Major 4. Rounding out this Team of the Major is Shotzi of Optic Texas. After losing to the Boston Breach in the first round of the bracket stage, Shotzi was instrumental in Optic's insane lower bracket run to the finals. The series to watch is their match against the Atlanta FaZe in the elimination finals. Shotzi went off with a 1.4 KD and 101 kills throughout the series. Shotzi started things off with a 25 kill performance on the first map of Hardpoint and followed it up with a 38 and 32 kill performance in maps 3 and 4 to send Texas to the Grand Finals. While they ended up losing to the Ultra, Shotzi's performance bodes well for Optic heading into the rest of the season. That's your Scuffed Team of the Major for Major 3.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
Picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it!
This is a big moment. LaRue is cooking. He comes out of the break.
I think he did. You can see the arrow comes. Here it comes! Oh, by the second. Hugh rounded the drop. Oh my God! Defended up. Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Kenny!
Here we go, baby. It's the headliner on our Super Saturday. LA Thieves taking on the Seattle Surge. Now, both of these teams are currently in our top 8 when it comes to seeding. Surge, though, in 7th, is looking to climb the leaderboard. So let's talk about this showdown. We only got about a minute before this match kicks off, so let's jump straight to the maps and modes. Allie, you were kind of surprised with some of these picks and bans. How does this all play out? Who's got the edge?
It's another one of those situations where Seattle Surge just cannot get to that game number. number 5, we're seeing Fortress Search and Destroy once again at the tail end of this series. I mean, they're the worst defensive team when it comes to that map mode, respectively. They're 1-5 on it, so they're looking to end this in 4 or less. We're on the flip side of LA Thieves. They are very happy to see that Hydro is that opening map number 1 because that's definitely one of their preferred hard points at 6-3.
Nameless, we talked about LA Thieves having some strength on Hydro. Why do you like this team to win game 1?
They just look good on it, and we've only seen Seattle play it a few times. They played it 4 times total, and the last 2 have been losses. They lost this map to LA Thieves before. We saw them lose it to Optic, and then also that game 2 Search and Destroy and Embassy. LA Thieves looked absurd on that map yesterday, so could get off to a hot start in this series.
Chat, you all lost your points when Boston beat Toronto. Now is time to earn them back. Get your predictions in right now, because the game is ready to go. We got our casters to take this one away. Lando and Study. Gentlemen, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chris. I will say, though, Jay, it's kind of fun, right? Because when we talk about channel points, I don't really know who you favor necessarily in a series like this. We always know Seattle Surge could come out and surprise. And then for the LA Thieves, after what they did yesterday, man, it felt like they were in a flow state. That is their word, I know, as of late.
Oh yeah, LA Thieves, the way they came out in that series versus London, that was quick work, man. The SCGs came to play, and then in Search and Destroy, Traza goes flawless, 11-0, and that's going to be the map number 2 in this series, alongside Kenny dropping a donut. Like, they basically won that 3-4. LA Thieves looked in prime form yesterday in that flow state, like you said, my friend, but Seattle, totally different opponent. The last time we saw Seattle was versus that Optic Texas roster, where they ended up falling 3-1, but you got to think about the series before that, man. Round 11 all the way into game number 5 versus Atlanta FaZe, 1 kill away from earning themselves a trip to that winners finals versus Toronto, but Pred was not able to take down Simp. So Seattle, if I'm them, I'm a little fired up to come out swinging early on in this stage.
Yeah, one thing that you talk about, Jay, when it comes down to Seattle Surge and their last 2 matchups, as you said, versus Optic and FaZe both, is we have a team kill off the rip. Probably will be a reset. But the one thing that is important for Surge, though, is that they were losing their hard points in those series. I think they go 3 for 4, or they lose 3 out of those 4 when it comes down to those 2 matchups. So for Surge, you're going to have to be focused. You're going to have to be ready. And as the desk, put it very well, Hydro HP. This is one that it felt like even once we confirmed added this to the map set, we thought, okay, this is going to be a great map for the Thieves, just given how many ARs that you can run on it, given the fact that you can have some crazy water routes, which just seems to fit Envoy's play style well. They are clearly feeling good about this Hydro game 1.
Oh yeah, the Thieves definitely are feeling great about this map because they have an overall record at 6-3, and the last time they matched up with Seattle, it was 250 to 235. They were able to clutch up on that final P2 to close out the game. On the opposite side for Seattle, this is a map that they usually were auto-vetoing for quite some time. They just recently started to play it all throughout stage 3. They have an overall 2-2 record. That means that they can fight. But versus a team like LA Thieves, you have to make sure that your rotations are on point, because that's going to be the biggest thing on a map like Hydro. So many routes that can be hit when you're talking about the water routes, all your SMGs pushing around the map. You just have to make sure you're putting yourself in a better position for these hills.
Yeah, and it's crazy too, Jay, because you and I oftentimes, we're going to go through, we're going to, stack crunch everything when it comes down to this series. Hydro HP, as you called it, for Thieves historically, they're one of the best hardpoint teams in the game at that mode specifically, or on that map. And oddly enough, they're not a great rotating team. Like, out of the other top 2 teams in the game, they're really good at rotating, like 60%. Thieves are the worst rotating team in the game, and the worst rotating team on Hydro HP as well. It's wild how they are one of the best teams on this map and mode, yet in a style of which it seems to be all about rotating.
Yeah, that's the thing that's really different to me about this LA Thieves roster this year from last year, because all of last year was all about fundamentals. When you talk about the LA Thieves roster, them setting up properly around hills, winning their rotations, that's how they were playing hardpoint. But this year so far, it's like, all right, screw the spawns. We're just going to break every hill we want to, and when we find a break, we will be able to set up properly to get a good amount of time on it. So I think if you are the Thieves, it's a great game plan to have, but versus a team like Seattle, who are one of the better hardpoint teams that we have in the league, you have to make sure the little things, the fundamentals, have to go your way.
Without a doubt, you saw it there in the bottom side of your screen. Mac is getting turned. Both teams aware of how big that this HP is. As big as my head looks like on the screen right now.
That's massive.
It absolutely is. Hydro HP. We had a little bit of a reset, but it's all good. About time to hop into what should be the first of what I think, and a lot of people do as well, Jay, A very long-winded series. Both teams finding themselves in a similar situation. It's not been the greatest, situation when it comes down to LAN performances. One grand final appearance both teams have seen. The other placements not so great. Both respawn dominant, trying to fine-tune their game in search and destroy. Long-time rosters as well, as we finally are in for game 1 to P1 we go, buddy.
To P1 we go, and I think the main player that I want to focus on the side of Seattle Surge is a guy who was kind of struggling all throughout Major 3. He had a couple big moments, but specifically versus a team like the Thieves, this is when he plays to a whole different level, and I'm talking about Mac, a 1.1 in hardpoint, 1.28 in control. For some reason, he has easy reads when you're going up against this Thieves roster, and already starting off 2-0, he's feeling himself.
Oh, he absolutely is. Thieves went for the instant flip over at P2. Mac trying to get it back, so his arrow very much influential, but we still will begin to tango inside of P1. Accuracy drops with that. LA Thieves finally get a point on the board, and Surge, well, they're happy to allow for those final few seconds to go the opposite direction. Why? Because now they have got rotations for new.
Yeah, now they're fully set up for this P2 hardpoint. LA Thieves have to try to find an opening. It looks like they're going to put pressure on through both angles, through the front side dome and through broken side. A team kill, unfortunately, does come in for Octane, which is now going to allow Mac to spawn behind that player, so he has the ability to potentially set up a pinch while his teammates are still holding down the hill, but the pinch comes in from Draza, able to take him off that time, and he finds a second. LA Thieves find the break.
Yeah, that is great work from Draza in toward the front side. We talked about his bit of struggles, Jay, when it came down to Major 3, just not the level that you'd expect to see him at. But Kenny able to find 3 on the flank. Wonderful work coming in from Quavo, father and son. You got to talk about both when you're mentioning one of them. It's about to be a lead change, a perfect break for LAT. Final 10 belongs to them.
And that's a perfect example of what LA Thieves like to do in hardpoint.
Exactly
Dead
right.
last in rotation, but when they find that break, they hold it down to the very end. And now we're going to force Seattle off that rotation over towards P3. They're fully set up, but this is going to be a big gunfight going on between Kenny and Sib. A little bit of assistance does come in from Envoy, so now the pressure's coming from both angles. At least they win one gunfight from the front, but now the pressure's coming in from the back end.
Oh, and that is excellent work, Jay. Already, we're talking the first 15 seconds of the hill, and LAT already finding themselves on another break. Across the map we went, 2 men strong toward the backside. Kenny and Envoy very much still alive, and with that, Surge now instantly put on the back foot, make it 3 down again. Last player alive is Pred. Can he make any dent? And it looks like he finds 1 kill, but that is all. Spawns flip.
Yeah, spawns flip. Now if you are Seattle, you need to fight for this final 15. Still a couple players from LA Thieves trying to put pressure on, but eventually you take care of him. So the final time is going to go to you. Seattle are going to be able to take the lead, but now off this rotation, you see one player in Draza. He's still going to spawn all the way across the map. So it's all on Kenny. Kenny drops, and now it's only 2 of his teammates left in this position. Octane at least relieves some of that pressure, taking down the first Envoy with the trade, and LA Thieves, they hold the push.
Yeah, it is just, what, man? I think Hydro HP at its smoke. I mean, at its most accurate, at its most likely is when it comes down to spawns. You got to be aware of it. Some tricky works happening at all times. And so far, it has been an all-out brawl. A 6-point advantage, a slim one at that right now for the Thieves. And we talk so often about breaks. There was one finally for Seattle, another lead change.
That's beautiful break right there from Seattle, sir. To time their pinches, to win their gunfights when it was necessary, and eventually find themselves in full control of this P4 hill with only 20 seconds left. These are going to give this a last final push, try to get them off for this time. But Seattle, great crossfires set up. Back spawn still in their favor. This final 15 is going to be theirs. You're going to force LA Thieves now off the rotation to set up for P5.
Yeah, I think the game is finally said, all right, Thieves, you guys are going to have to rotate at some point. We'll see if this one can be not just a rotation, but a successful one at that. A wonderful start, by the way, to this game 1 hard point from Dylan Hannon. Now at 14-5, pops the Deddy in hopes of maybe earning the first cruise missile of this game. And iCaster cursed him all the way to that one. My bad, Envoy. He will fall. Meanwhile, it is Thieves currently with the time.
Yeah, Thieves currently with the time, and Kenny also won a huge one-on-one versus Mac to make sure he maintained those spawns for his teammates. As now all of Seattle Surge are going to consistently spawn over towards that P1 side. Pred does take down 1. Pred finds 2. The Predator He's able to find those 2 kills and execute the break for Seattle Surge. Definitely catches a couple players from the Thieves off guard, as now for the final 20 seconds, it's looking like Seattle are going to put themselves in a pretty position to take this time and force LA Thieves off another rotation.
Yeah, I gotta say, Jay, the first set of rotations, come to a close. I hate to say it, but someone screenshot our current scoreboard. Pred happens to find himself double negative. I don't know if I've ever seen that, Jay, at least so far throughout this season. And I say screenshot it because I guarantee he is about to turn it around. Undoubtedly, one of the reasons why Seattle Surge holds the best hardpoint record in the entire league. Some big gunfights going down between the main ARs as Octane is able to take that. Seattle, regardless of it, still will hold the right side of your screen, the most valuable bit of real estate on the map as Octane looks to get going.
Yeah, Octane looks to get going, but Mac is there for the trade. Sib also catches that player onto Draza, trying to flip those spawns. That has 3 dead in the feed. Kenny, last player up, he gets taken care of. And this is exactly what Seattle Surge wanted to do. Not give up a lot of time off of the P1, win a couple gunfights, keep the pressure on, knowing that you are in control of the spawns for that next hard point. This is a good amount of time here. The Thieves are going to be able to find 2, so they're going to be able to get the break. But Seattle, they were thinking big picture. They have those spawns until 2 players spawn out. So if you are the Thieves, it's time to put the pedal on it. It's time to go.
That's exactly right. Pedal to the metal. Time to move. If you're the Thieves, let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding. A check-in with LA.
I have spawners. I'll be back. Okay, grab some. That's fine. Go. No, wait. Arch. Close right still. This arch dead. This one goes. You can hit absolute dead. In ruins last. No, I mean, one is ruins though. I'm back to him. I have P1 cross. Yeah, dead. Short. I'm one shot. I'm back. On the P3. This is huge time, guys. Bridge heady. Alright, got it back. Let's go front. I'm going to soak the silent down. I'll take a soak the silent going left. I'm going down. Give me ammo. Top window. One top. I'll see the guy top window. Yeah. Nice. The rest I'm still here. 3 I'm one out. Mars spawned out. I'm missing Pred in the back. I'm coming over. I'm coming up here. I ain't get time. I'm playing I'm blocking.
Are we about to see this happen again? The Thieves, wonderful plays over at P2, and they strut their way across the map. Right now, a wonderful map position, but can things begin to turn around? Mac falls from the skies. Surge in desperate need to bring it back. Let's go to listen now with them.
In the deep back.
Spawn.
Pawn door. Front door dead. I'm P5 back time. One dead. That's it. Jen dead. Okay, let's hold this up. Come on. Back left on the stairs. He's weak. Hold on. I'll get on in a second.
Close left. I
heard you. He's right here. I naded him. I got him. That was him. I see him. Two left. One there. He's absolute back left. I'm trying to hold blow. Dead. I'll come help you downstairs. One. Yeah. Out of right is on time. I don't see anything in beach, bro. Okay. I'm playing low left, okay? That's fine. I'll play out here. Tool. I'm gonna spawn out. Yep. I'll spawn out. Yeah, There's nothing low left, Dante. I have low left. Okay. Once the side close, I think. I spawned here. I have left. I'll get time. Okay. He's in close, outer, dead. I got him. So I'm holding. I only have low and outer. One cross P2. Look to the back. Okay. I have the back. Get to the back. I'm open right now. I have my P2 door. You look to the back. He's in back P2. I'm holding. One in the water. Globe or some shit. Wait. P2 bench is dead. Globe. P2. I'm holding your front. One's open. One open. P2 door dead. Nice. I'm trying to flank open. Have your outer, Mac. I have your outer. P2 door again dead. Nice. Let's go open. Open and dead. Nice. Open dead. One more P5. I didn't stand open.
Well, a good check-in with both teams. Right now, Seattle Surge are fighting for everything, as it seems. 20 seconds left to go at the pathway, and well, the score lines are not pretty, but they're starting to improve a bit as Mac hits the dust. That final 15 should hopefully make the scoreline look that much better, but still, Jay, Thieves in prime advantage and commanding control so far here in map 1.
Yeah, Thieves are doing great, but Seattle Surge on the last 2 hills from the P3 to the P4, they were able to get themselves a good amount of time to get back into this game. So a 25-point hard point is the difference currently right now. Mac in a great position to at least try to cause some problems on the side of the Thieves. He's able to at least find 1 kill, but none of his teammates are able to find anything. LA Thieves, they hold strong, and they can close out the game on this hill.
And you can see it in Sib's face right there. Just frustration, tries to make his way through the backside of the spawn behind enemy lines, but his accuracy, who's actually able to find 2. So with that, it will open things up. Now for Pred, he tries to strut. He eventually gets taken down by the pistol there of Envoy. Regardless, it is an all-out headbutt, but as we said, Surge, they need these points, and they're not getting them.
Yeah, they're not getting them. They're also not getting the favorable side of the spawns that you see all the Seattle Surge players spawning out towards P3. The only player towards Dome side is going to be Sib, so just want to try to stay alive on that side of the map. Don't let anyone sneak on by and potentially flip these spawns, because now you have to try to get a good amount of time off of P1 and close out the game at P2. So all of the Thieves, that's their main focus. Just flip these spawns. We're not really worried about this P1 time. If we can get it, even better. But the trade comes in onto Sib, and now the spawns are going to flip.
They are indeed, but still, you can obviously win it over at P1. Envoy trying to put on the pressure as that scoreline for him continues to look fantastic. 32 and 15. It only takes 5 more seconds and a 5 spree. Make it a 6 spree. Have yourself a moment, Envoy. Laughing it up, enjoying themselves some hydro. A dominant game 1 out of LAT.
Oh, man. That's how you're coming out swinging. That's good signs right there from the LA Thieves, because history does not tell the same story here. It's usually Seattle getting the better of them in this mode. But this time, LA Thieves, they win a couple rotations. They find the breaks when it's needed. And Envoy just takes his game to a whole different level on this map number 1. Ends that game out on a 6-3 to secure this game for his team. 34 and 15, man. 30 non-traded kills. He's all over the map, brother.
He is indeed. My word. I just said 30 non-traded kills is absurd. He was finding those kills, and Surge, I mean, you can see the dent that it leaves. Pred, -10. Mac, well, not so great. Sib and accuracy, a little bit of a better score line, but still negative at the end of the day. Just dominance from start to finish. But Jay, it really started off with the breaks. I mean, it felt like for the Thieves, very much picking up from where they left off yesterday versus the Ravens.
Oh yeah, it's definitely what they did. You can just tell that the confidence is there. Even when they don't win a couple rotations, they were able to find a break right at the beginning of some of these hills. And usually Seattle on this map, we've seen them be really good at reading spawns. Even when it gets a little bit chaotic, they're usually great when they set up. But on a map like Hydro, where they just recently started playing it, there will be a couple openings. LA Thieves, they come out and take a statement map number 1. Now they're going into a search and destroy where they pretty much won it super easy yesterday with a clean 6-0 with a guy not even dying. So I think if you are Seattle, this is where you have to try to clutch up. You have to get this W in the search and destroy, which has been your worst mode all year.
Yeah, absolutely. That's without question for both teams. S&D has been, you know, the area of struggle, as we know, that has been the case with the Thieves really since the roster form. We know how talented that they are in Hardpoint toward the end of the year last season in Vanguard. Once that search destroy started to see dramatic improvements, we saw them go back to back. The same thing can be said for Seattle. It feels like when this team is rolling it, or firing at all cylinders, a search destroy is at the top of the list, at least when it came down to Vanguard. But Embassy Search Destroy, man, it's going to be fun. And like I said, it feels like for the Thieves, they are very much happy to fly in for this game mode because they 6-0'd the Ravens on it yesterday.
Yeah, you're definitely very happy to play this S&D map. Like you said, they 6-0'd London yesterday, and they made it look so damn easy. Draza was winning 1-on-1s, 1v2s, did not matter. They were getting the job done, even with Kenny dropping a donut. So I think if you are the LA Thieves, that's insane. That's a 3v4, but not really a 3v4. At least Kenny was probably getting bombs down, baiting in a couple situations. LA Thieves just made this map look pretty easy yesterday. And then on the opposite side for the Surge, I said it, man. This one has bad history for them because that 1v2 where it was Pred versus Simp. 34 HP, he gets hip fired in bottom orange to not make it to that winners finals. Even in that round, it was Sib who found the first 2 kills. It was a 2v4 in that situation. So if Seattle Surge find themselves down 0-1 in this series, have to bounce back in this search and destroy. I think 2 players that I'm looking at to step up on this map is the 2 guys that really didn't have the best performance in that map, number 1. We said it, Max started off great, but then I don't know what happened. He just went on death spree after death spree. Yeah. And versus a team like LA Thieves, you cannot allow that to happen. So Mackenzie melts. He has to come out and try to make the plays in search and destroy, especially to shut down the pressure that comes in from Envoy.
Yeah, without question. But you could, like, that's a perfect way of phrase, especially that opening hard point. We saw what one SMG was doing for the Thieves side. We saw what the SMGs of Seattle, what they were doing, and obviously the record implies what the scoreline intended to be. 250 to 186. First game in the books. Thieves able to drop another W onto Hydro, but now into this search and destroy. As you said it, man, not great history when it comes down to Seattle, at least versus Atlanta FaZe in that prior game that they have played on it. Also, one thing, Jay, I went back and watched it just to like kind of relive maybe what some past experiences were for the Surge. As you called it, a hip fire kill. Also, Simp escapes with 1 HP. That is it. So Seattle are 1 HP away from facing off against Toronto in that winners finals. And again, who knows what happens if they're able to walk away with that kill, walk away with that series. But out of sight, out of mind, Seattle Surge, it feels like since the last time that they have been on this map, things have not gone the greatest for them. And one thing as well, Jay, is that we talk about just the Texas Major in its entirety. What happened to Seattle's S&D? Like, they go from going 4-1 in the qualifiers to 1-4 on LAN. I thought this team was supposed to be great, or at least better, at Search Destroy on LAN.
Oh, well, that wasn't the case there. You played Atlanta FaZe, that's a tough matchup. You also play LAG, you had to clutch up all the way into game number 5. That's the only Search and Destroy that they were able to take that weekend. So now you just have to get right back on the proper foot in this mode. Now Envoy already trying to work his way on the deep flank. One thing that LA Thieves do have a lot of success on this map is retake situations. The second best team as Envoy finds the first.
Oh, but he's made his presence felt. Sib and Accuracy both hit the ground. And right now for Mac, objective at hand.
Well-bodied his boy.
And Mac and Pred are going to take advantage of it. It was a perfectly played bait from Envoy and Co. to start off that round, and Mac and Pred able to deliver with all 4 here in round 1. The SMGs, who were slow on Hydro, answer early here on Embassy.
Yeah, I think in that situation, if you are the Thieves, man, we have the top windows, we have top PD control. They cannot get that bomb down. As long as no one sneaks over towards A, the whole map is basically in your control. But once Envoy dropped towards bottom middle, you saw that he was able to snap onto Octane, thinking that it was an enemy, gives up both of their positionings, allows Pred to hit new bottom bathrooms, find 3 kills on the round, and Seattle take the first.
He'll happily grab that, and as we said for Pred, just... I don't remember the last time we've seen that guy go double negative, let alone negative at all. Quickly turns things around in that round number 1, but into round 2, LA Thieves now on the attack. And take a look at arrow number 4, Envoy, ever so sneaky. Pops that dead silence, and without question,
that was close.
Is behind enemy lines. Nobody from Seattle is going to have any idea that he's here.
Oh yeah, Envoy, he's set up to make a really big play.
Oh, he's done for.
He's gonna be able to get that information onto Accuracy. Let's get it towards the X-Box.
Oh, I thought he was gonna get a triple kill.
For the trade, Pred finds 2, and at least relieves some of that pressure. Now Sib in a 1v2 situation.
A spot like that, I don't know how Pred, let alone find
I don't know.
on 2 on top of it. As you said, lightens the load a bit for Sib. Now it's on to the other sophomore to try to get things done for Surge. Can the timing work out for him? And the spot draws up. He'll snake his heart out, and from there sets his teammate up for the kill. It is Envoy to start.
It was a solid effort.
Thieves, thankfully, able to hold on to that man advantage.
You can say he tried.
Great plays coming in from the Aussie.
Yeah, and that's just great work right there from Envoy to find those first 2 kills in round number 1, because when you get those kills, that silence is going to be earned a lot quicker. So he was able to invest it in the second round. Pushes all the way through back alley, finds the opening, and is able to open up with the first 2 kills. Give all the information to his teammates. Even though Pred finds 2, the last player was towards gas. You can hit that bomb down. Couple snakes around the sign. And LA Thieves are able to tie it up at 1 now.
Into round 3 we go. The early shots exchange. Civ just narrowly gets out of dodge. I believe that was player number 4 in Envoy, trying to get up and aggressive. Meanwhile, it's Kenny who's also trying to do the same. He quickly gets found on out. So right now it is Surge with numbers and Surge with information. Pred taking a page out of Envoy's book, and he'll actually kill him with his own strategy. 4v2.
4v2. Pred gets information onto another player. He's going to go for the challenge. Gets a couple sound cues as well as he earns himself. Not a cruise missile yet. But Octane all left in a 1v4 situation. Bomb gets planted over towards A. Brett, he's not going to slow down. He's going to be the aggressor as he finds another kill on the round. That's 2 3-pieces in 2 different rounds in Search and Destroy. To now have the stat line of 8-2, the Predator.
I love S&D games when everybody snipes.
Those
Those are
he's
so
like,
fun.
okay, after that map number 1, I gotta turn it around. Here on Embassy, yo, Lamar. Watch over me. Watch over me, Lamar.
Yeah, actually, don't watch over me. I found the opening.
Yeah. I'm fine. I'm actually good. Don't even worry about it. Just send me out. Give me some dead silence, and I'll do the rest. A 2-1 advantage quickly here for Surge. Pred taking over. He has got 8 out of his team's 10 kills in total. We'll see if he can add on to it already. We've seen some crazy performances on Embassy. Maybe we've got another one. Sib miss-sniped, and with that, Thieves take more map control.
Yeah, Thieves are just going to push right up, get this bomb down towards B. You have 2 players from Seattle going to be ready to take him off of it, but Mac, if he challenged that a little bit earlier, he's able to get him before that bomb gets planted. So now in the 3v4 situation, you have Pred already working the flank.
I don't want to say this is a guaranteed kill, but it feels like it. It feels
Nice.
like it. Give it to him. 9-1. Kenny thankfully gets on the board. Problem being is that bomb, well, it is, yeah, it's already defused. So good effort, Kenny. Just out of the play. And from there, Surge, they retake and then some. I know we've been highlighting a lot of different moments, but just overall, solid teamwork round there from the Surge, even though we highlight Fred here at the end.
Yeah, that was just a good retake right there from Seattle, especially on Mac to kill that bomb carrier immediately as soon as that bomb goes down. So now in the 3v4 situation, LA Thieves are thinking, all right, we're going to have one body who's consistently looking at the site, but once he drops, then you have to change a couple positions up. And that allows Pred to find the opening through top Embassy, win a huge one-on-one, and then eventually set up the pinch. Kenny was not in the position to take either player off the site. Seattle are able to walk away with 2 rounds in a row now.
And this is a big one coming up for Surge as well. After losing that opening hard point, we talked about S&D. Where's it going to sit at? How's it going to play? And so far, they've answered accordingly. Another first blood granted for Seattle as Pred now finds himself on the 5 spree.
That's a
so
nice
one away
little
from the cruise.
hiding
Another
spot.
additive, another positive currently going
I wonder
on
if
here
you
in
hang
Game
out at
2
the
right now
exit
from
hall.
Seattle. Can Kenny look to get things going? You can hear the call-outs are there. Trying to organize the troops and come away with the clutch. It's about to be a brawl as Sib takes him down quickly with the snipe. 4v2.
Man, that's a lot of confidence. Jumping through top Paper's window with the sniper in hand and go for the shot on towards Xbox. And at least Raza takes down one into Mac. There's players all around him on the side of Seattle, but he's moving around. Accuracy eventually takes care of him. Now it's all up to Octane in the 1v3. Makes it more manageable. 1v2 now.
See if LaRue's got something prepared. Something crazy.
No dead silence.
Against the young guns of Sib and Pred, as you call it. No dead silence. And for now, no problem. A trophy in hand, but this man has held many trophies and based off of clutches much like this one. 30 seconds to go. Trying to find the right angle. Where has Sib gone? Where has he ran to? Just toward your left. Oh, Octane.
You blew it off.
Not able to read him. Sib, the one corner, the one angle that Octane decided to avoid ends up being his downfall. A great opportunity, a great chance there for LA Thieves. Does not go their way. Surge now up big.
Yeah, it's 3 rounds in a row now from Seattle. Surge. Pred with another first blood onto Envoy, shutting down the playmaker on the side of the Thieves. Exactly what you want to do. Now they go on the defensive end. LA Thieves have to try to switch it up though, because Seattle Surge, they've been great on their retakes every single time towards B. But this time Accuracy takes down Pred. That's not the guy you want to take down in this situation.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we've been talking about you know, Pred discussing things with Lamar. I don't know if I'd actually be interested to know what the comms sounded like right there.
Down. Oh, what?
Keep things PG.
Trophy
well,
did nothing.
Nade. This time actually coming in from the opponent. So now an instant 1v4. Mac, he's waving the white flag before he can even think about what's going on. He's taken down. Well, Jay, I'll tell you what, you just can't kill your teammates. That's the issue.
Yeah, it's not easy, especially your teammate is dropping more kills than your entire team combined. It's not really the biggest team nade that you want to do, but the LA Thieves, they take full advantage of it. They find the second kill onto sit towards top ACs and then just play the trade game over towards Xbox to finally stop the bleeding. Now down 4-2. If I'm LA, though, I think I just want to switch up my defensive setup. Force them to bomb plant. Just give up B and then force that retake because they are the second best team on this map at doing it. Instead of being the aggressors through the middle of the map, but screw me. We're just going to take mid-map control once again. Envoy in a great position to watch this cross towards B.
Oh, spots really just the back end there of Pred. Stuns are out. Information is found. Octane in the meantime finds Max. We know the second player is going to be in their sight soon. LAT, well, they played it aggressive, at least off the rip. They get their map positioning. From there, they find an early bit of information. Pred will fall. It is accuracy. Is at least able to even things up, but between both of these players, such great minds for the game, aware of what the other one is most likely gonna do. But Envoy goes low and now brings it to a 3v1. Sib, no Deddy, 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, he's just crouching his way over towards the site. Waiting for that dead silence to be
bad
Envoy
choice.
put himself in a great position to win this gunfight, and he does just that. We were talking about Pred being the playmaker on the side of Seattle. This time he does not take down Envoy for the first blood, and Envoy is able to find 3 on the round. Great work to play it super patient towards top PD. Take down accuracy. Then in a 1v3 situation, you know that the bomb is down towards top middle hallways. You play your corner, you trust your gunny, and you win the 1v1. Thieves, 2 rounds in a row now, down 4-3.
Yeah, starting to make the comeback, and I love what our Observer team has been doing. I feel like we've gotten so many great angles of Envoy. You can just tell the playmaker that he is has always been known since he's got reintroduced back to the competitive scene, really throughout the CDL franchise era especially. Been known to be that route man, known to be the playmaker in search, and right now he's being that for the squad. Going to lead the charge back as he has a huge round number 7, but into round 8 we go. Thieves were down and now they're looking to fight back. Another first blood granted for them, and on the attack, that is everything. But Pred looks to strike, eventually traded out. Numbers still in favor of Thieves.
3v2.
Imagine he gets that knife.
But Envoy takes him down, and then Octane with the beamer from top papers is able to find the final kill. That's just another great job right there from the Thieves, knowing the setup that Seattle like to play. They haven't switched it up yet on the defensive end. It's usually accuracy playing over towards triple vans. They get that first blood onto him. And then a perfect crossfire to take down Pred in towards bottom laundry was set up by Draza to keep the numbers on their side. Eventually find the final 2 kills. Seattle Surge let them back into this game now, 4-4.
It feels like throughout this comeback, a lot of it has resided on these first bloods. That is something that Seattle struggled with mightily at the Texas Major. They were at a 0% win rate in 3v4s at Major number 3. So as we said, it feels like they just lack the playmaking when they're down in numbers. And right now that could be the thorn in their side. Looking to slow things down, recognizing that all that momentum has quickly been squandered. Can it be the playmaking from Mac that maybe leads this team back, or on the opposite side, could it be Draza? Stunned out, position known. And how does Seattle elect to play this? They start to line up. Mac able to find that kill, stays alive. The same thing can be said for Envoy. Many players low on HP.
3v3 now, 40 seconds left. Seattle Surge is still looking like they're gonna put the pressure over towards B. They're just trying to find a way over to the opposite side of the map. Pred, he's gonna get infoed on. Kenny's able to take him down. So now in the 3v2 situation, you have to get this bomb down. You still have Octane, though, top AC, who can cause them problems.
And Kenny can absolutely do the same thing. Once he gets that indicator, the bomb has been planted. He's gonna jump right on it. But Kenny, he gets found out.
What's gonna happen?
Is provided to the squad mates, but other than that, Seattle Surge very much still firing. One player at top PD, the other at top orange. Time continues to tick. Envoy able to find one, and Octane will drop the other. 2v2, and they're able to come away with it. Down 4-1, they have come screaming back, and now will hold the advantage. My word, what a search destroy this has been, Jay.
And I thought right there, if you are Seattle Surge, the biggest thing that you needed to do was get away with your life from the player on bomb, which was Mac. He threw a couple snakes, allowed his teammate to pick up that kill, force it to a 2v2. And then all you have to do with that situation is watch your flanks, make sure you throw a couple shoulders to check bomb. But both of you guys cannot die in that situation. Envoy wins a huge one towards top PD, and then Octane reads the positioning of Mac beautifully to both win their one-on-one engagements. The retake was in, and now that's 4 rounds in a row. So now put the Thieves at game point.
Wow. Oh my word.
Seattle's
Surge.
choking.
I mean, confidence has to be shot, but out of sight, out of mind. Gotta have some short-term memory. That's without question. This could be the kill.
Don't do it, Pred.
This could be the one.
Oh my
Able to
goodness.
drop Envoy. As we said, playmakers on both sides of the screen. But this time it's the Aussie who comes out on top. Seattle, what can they do now that they have that first blood? Maybe it's Pred. Maybe it's Pred who can
Oh
do it.
my.
Give
What
him
the hell?
Opportunity, and he will not squander it. Send him forward and watch him fly. Pred delivers, and now we've got OT.
Oh, Pred. He wins such a huge one-on-one right off the rip versus Envoy. Shuts down that cruise missile. If Envoy was able to earn that, the round is basically over. Because they were not going to be prepared for a streak to get called in. But Seattle Surge on the back of Pred, who has just been taking over in this search and destroy. Had a couple rounds where he was getting first blooded, but he finds another 3-piece to now force a round 11. Oh, man. Seattle Surge on the attack. We saw this once before, man.
We have indeed. We have indeed. The round 11 records by no means look solid for Surge. But now is the time to break the streak. If there's ever a time, it would be now. Starting to feel pressure when it comes down to the top 8 seeds. What's going to happen? Envoy over the top. The playmaking is in. Octane on the other side of the screen is able to find one himself. An instant 2v4, but Pred is still alive.
Pred's still alive. He takes down Octane. 30 seconds left. A player from the Thieves has to hop on the point. Kenny at least finds one. All left up to Pred.
On his position's known. The comms are there. The communication is there. And Thieves are going to walk away with the comeback. Down 4-1. And it did not
Good game,
matter
Thieves.
for the defending world champions. It's all smiles as they recognize what they have just done. Surge have got to be feeling it after
That was a huge
loss
comeback.
like that. We were already singing their praises, and now we're admiring their downfall. A 2-0 now in the series for Thieves. All momentum, without a doubt, has got to be on their side after a comeback like that, Jay. Wild stuff here on Embassy.
Thieves did not panic, man. 5-5 situation. You had one player in Octane who was sitting towards top AC. He gets all the information that the pressure is definitely coming over towards B-Bomb. But once it gets planted, you already see Envoy on that street flank. He did the same exact route in round number 1 and found success at that point as well. Takes down Sib, works his way to top PD, eventually sets up Octane to find that second kill. And then in the 4v2 situation, see Seattle with no PD control. That means they had to check the bomb from either back alley or through bottom orange. LA Thieves had all that information. They watched all those angles, and they're able to find those final 2 kills and clutch up in the search and destroy. That's devastating if you are Seattle, man. Now you have to try to complete a reverse sweep to not be 0-1 in this stage.
Yeah, versus the LA Thieves, who, as you said, buddy, is like a team that's always going to adapt, a team that's never going to get nervous. It feels like in situations like that, very, very impressive out of LAT. And another round 11 loss on Embassy for Seattle Surge. As you said, that one has to sting in more ways than one. But folks, before we throw it to a quick little break, we got to talk to you about Spylight. That is right. You guys loved it yesterday. We're doing it again today. Spylight is a new segment by our presenting sponsor, Citadel, on Prime Video, where you guys get to guess who the CDL Pro is based off a few key stats. Make sure to stick around to find out who it is on the other side of this break.
Well, shit. It's a good one. I wanna say Draza, but maybe it's Sim. I'm gonna lock in Draza as my final answer. Boom.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28, only on Prime Video.
Alrighty, friends, before we threw it to a commercial break, we were highlighting Spylights. Who's that pro? I'm gonna read these through. Won 3 Challenger Cups plus playoffs, had 3 final appearances in a 7-month span, and the only pro.
Oh yeah, it's Draza, because he's from Alaska.
Got any guesses?
Well, do I have any guesses? There's only one guy, and his name is definitely the Alaskan assassin in Draza. You could just tell, man, the only player from this state he's had 3 finals appearances in the last 7 months. Like, there's no question that it's Mr. Zach Jordan who just closed out that game for his team in that map number 2 to now be up 2-0 in this series. LA Thieves, man, I thought they struggled online, but so far in their first matchup, clean 3-0, 2-0 up versus a team like Seattle Surge, who are one of the best respawn teams we have in the game. What's Draza looking for? He can't even figure it out, brother.
He's looking for a map loss, but he can't find it, Jay. I tell you what, dude, I got this guy on fantasy for $6. Talk about a bargain, by the way. I think you got him too, right?
Yeah, that's my guy. Let's go, Draza.
Duo, love that. We love that. LA Thieves, they also are 11 life right now. As you said, buddy, so far in our Major 4 qualifiers, 5-0 in map count. We'll see if they can make it 6 as we jump in toward El Asilo control. I mean, talk to me, buddy. Like, what do you want to see here from Surge? Obviously, the first hard point is always going to be a vibe kill, considering Surge are, you know, so prevalent, so talented at HP. Then you lose a 4-1 in Search Destroy. Despite having that advantage, what do you want to see them do here on their opening attacking side?
I think the biggest thing that has to be talked about with Seattle Surge is their slang, because we saw map number 1, you had 2 players who were almost double negative, and you kept it a really close game. So if you're winning a couple of these one-on-one engagements, that can be the turning point for this game. And Sib and Pret, they're already starting off hot. Early pressure towards B. That's going to be 3 down. You see the spawns for LA Thieves all the way across the map. This is exactly how you want to start. Just this reverse sweep is still on the cards.
Yeah, that's exactly right. What should they do? What do we want to see them do? Oh, this would be perfect. Actually, if you could just slay them out on one side of the map, instantly get that B point, yeah, that would be preferred. Okay, ask and you shall receive. Accuracy off to a lovely little start. Eventually does hit the dust, but regardless of it, 2 minutes on the clock in an A zone that is absolutely capable if you are Seattle. As we talked about it, Pred, unbelievable performance in that last Search Destroy despite the loss. Double digits and then some coming in from the Aussie as he'll look to try to make his dent into the setup once more. His presence without question has been felt. The only question is really, can the rest of his teammates get out of spawn? Can they begin to make some sort of a flank? If they look to group up, we'll see if Surge can make something happen here.
Yeah, right now the Thieves, their setup is too strong, but 2 players are going to drop on the side of the Thieves. You know that 1 player is going to be sitting towards top radio tower. This is the biggest kill of the round. At least Brett is able to find the trade, and Envoy finds 2 to relieve some of that pressure. But Seattle, they're able to get on the point. First segment is about to be done. These are going to be some crucial kills, and Brett said, Lamar, you took me down on a Search and Destroy. I'm going to make you pay for it. I'm going to do it in the respawn.
Eat that one, Accuracy. Meanwhile, Mac, he's like, guys, can we stop, like, you know, this internal stuff? I'm trying to cap a point here over at A. 1 done, 2 more still to go. And right now for the Thieves, it's just try to apply as much pressure as you can. Get Seattle Surge somewhat put in the backside of their spawn. It's absolutely clinical to get him in a spawn trap here on El Asilo. But Surge, given their previous success, are going to quickly jump right back on in toward middle and get that progress flowing again. Accuracy versus Draza. Patience pays off. Here comes Seattle.
That's a big kill to take down Draza from top radio towers. Now you can funnel through. You can take that tower control as Accuracy is able to find 3 in this final push. Last play here is Envoy. The stack is going to be in, and Seattle Surge take the first attacking round.
Round of applause. Round of applause there from Seattle. Jay, we saw everybody putting in work. Accuracy ends round 1 at 10-2.
That's good work.
Things you love to see. I love that. Talk about a wonderful way to kick off this control. As you said, what could be a reverse sweep? Are we only 1 round in? Absolutely. But that's what you're going to need. You're going to need to see a full team effort. Actually does it in round 1. Mac had some wonderful moments as well. We'll see if Seattle can keep this going. Already into the defense, putting some pressure onto the Thieves. We'll see if Kenny can get off that donut. He likes those a lot lately, Jay.
Yeah. even if in a different mode, Kenny still has yet to pick up a kill, but Seattle Surge did exactly what they need to do in that first attacking round. Now can they answer on defense? His accuracy lines up the first, lines up the second, earns himself that cruise missile. There's still 1 player stopping that clock on the side of the Thieves. Octane is able to find the trade, but Pred is there to take him down. And now this is where you can maintain the map control. Seattle Surge are putting a lot of pressure on the map. LA Thieves cannot get out of their base.
Yeah, that's the problem for Thieves. Like we said, Kenny just has to get a kill. I mean, when it comes down to it, he's going to have to get on the board. And that's when the progress can really start to begin. You got to win your trades. Right now, a very fiery Seattle Surge squad is yet to take their foot off the pedal. And right now, it is Pred who is on that flank. And you know he's guaranteed to at least find 1. His streak will come to a close. But with that, finally, a body, a toe, rather, is able to jump onto one of those points. Still a segment yet to be captured, and that time begins to tick. 30 to go.
Oh my.
As Draza tries to pause it. Accuracy. He is just having a blast at the top of the mountain, eventually falls, and now all the pressure gets put on the Octane.
Oh, that's the biggest kill, though, to take down Accuracy from top radio tower. Now you can stop that clock, have a little stack going on towards the A point. All it comes down to now is all about these gunfights, and they're able to take down Sib, the only player that was trying to contest it. But the cruise missile is going to get invested. Accuracy's going to be able to give the information to all of his teammates on where they're attacking this from. A couple trophy systems are going to be down, so nothing to show for it. But they put the pressure on, and only 15 seconds left. LA Thieves, they need to try to capture it.
Oh, this is big. This is big! Mac able to find a double. Then with that, the Thieves have to scramble on to the point. A perfect setup there for Accuracy. 2 segments. Is there going to be a third? Can the Thieves jump on? Pred with another, a big 1v1. Thieves with numbers. Mac trying to go off. LAT
Oh my goodness.
stabilized for the moment. They felt the pressure when it
That was
comes
wild.
to lives. Can they get the capture? They will. A minute on the clock. And what can LAT do with it?
At least the good thing right now for LAT is that they have white control. No players from Seattle Surge have pushed them far enough on the map. So now it's very crucial to find as many kills as you possibly can as they start off with 2. You get the information onto Mac, but Accuracy wins that gunfight on the flank to shut down that pinch that was coming in. So with only 35 seconds left, 7 to 11 in lives remaining, LA Thieves, they're just trying to push on forward.
And given where both of those arrows were, both for Thieves and for Surge, Octane gets that nade kill, and then it opens up such a massive amount of the map, right, for Thieves. The problem being is that Pred still happens to be a problem inside of middle, causing some issues in the warehouse as Accuracy eventually beams out Octane. Pred still on the prowl, and with 5 lives left to go, 5 seconds left. Is there a chance? Is there a possibility? No respawns remaining. Octane, yeah, not gonna occur. Seattle hold them off. Thieves do a decent job of at least making this game, this round, Jay, a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, they tried to fight, but they just couldn't get past the ARs on the side of Seattle, man. Accuracy's having himself one hell of a control. 18 and 6 so far in the KD department. Every time he needs to find himself in a situation to get 2 kills, he did it. Multiple times over towards Radio Terror, and in that situation right there towards top AC, he shuts down the pressure coming up through field. Great nade to take down the first, and then great shots to find the second. We're asking for someone to step up on the side of Seattle Surge besides Pred, and Accuracy has definitely answered the call. Seattle up 2-0.
Yeah, he is beaming, man. Like, Thieves just had an issue just getting to the A zone last round because he was top red tower. Like, he has just been an absolute menace so far. And as we said, the slang, the talent is absolutely there for Seattle. It's just a matter of putting it together. And I believe that is the 3rd team kill that we have seen from Seattle in just 2 games, or rather 2 maps. This one's not even done yet. Maybe not even close to being done yet. Seattle, regardless, let's begin to make their pivot. Bit of a swivel now over toward B as Pred continues to run wild. This is just got to be a headache to deal with, Jay, when you're talking about Pred. Sweat off the brow as they eventually do drown him out. It's still a minute on the clock. Still some progress to be done. Thieves thankfully wiped the board.
Yeah, Thieves do a great job of setting up the pinch. It was Kenny who won a huge one-on-one on the back end to at least open that play. So now with 50 seconds on the clock, Seattle trying to fight out of the base, trying to take care of Bonvoy. He's just cutting them down left and right. Already on a 4 spree. That's going to be another 4 dead in the feed. You see the call is already in. Turn around, play for a couple more spawn kills. He finds his 5th. 1 offer into that cruise.
Yeah, I think if I'm on Boy's teammates, it's just like, hey man, listen, just stay alive. 30 seconds to go. Get a guaranteed kill. Let's have a cruise missile move into this next attack because we are absolutely going to need it. And that's going to be the cruise earned. And how about a 7th kill on top of it? Do we hear 8? No, not going to happen. Pred eventually foils them. Is that going to be the opportunity? Is that going to be the lane that could be found for Seattle? Mac, a little hesitant to jump on that point. His presence is revealed. Kenny trying to get things going.
Quick swap.
Able to find 1, and now this kill should be pretty much guaranteed. It should be locked up. Thieves wipe the board on both of those zones, and with that only allow for 1 segment to go the opposite direction. A good answer, but one that was obviously needed.
Yeah, that was definitely a much needed answer right there from the Thieves. Maintaining map control, allowing your SMGs to get pushed up in enemy base. Just roaming around, finding kill after kill. As Envoy does a great job of just staying alive in towards bottom pool. He's able to earn himself that cruise missile. And now, like you said, LA Thieves, they were able to do a great job the first go around on their attacking round, just completing that A point. Now they find themselves down by 4 segments. So if you are LA, you have a cruise missile. to work with. Octane also on a 5 spree. Your biggest kill on the map is taking down accuracy towards top radio.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Just get accuracy out of this spot. Causing some issues early as he will take down 2. It does set up Octane. A big kill to find, and he's able to rip the head. They're off of the Iceman, so double cruise missiles throughout the remainder of this game for Thieves, and they would love to walk away with this attack, to walk away with as many segments as possible without having to use them. With that in mind, they'll send Envoy forward. All 4 of those red arrows very much so established at this A zone, and it feels like it's just a matter of time before they go for the full capture.
Yeah, they have the stack going. Spawns all the way across the map for Seattle Surge. Gonna basically decide to chalk this one up, but Mac, he's not giving up on the play. He's setting up for the exit kills. Works his way all the way around the yellow shack, but not able to pick up the kill onto Envoy. So now they get that information. All you have to do if you are LA Thieves is win a couple gunfights towards back AC, and the spawns will flip for Seattle Surge. But Pred, he starts it off by winning the first one onto Envoy. And just keep in mind, if you are Seattle, you have to worry about those cruise missiles as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. LA Thieves, bit of control. Player 3 and Kenny going to cause some issues for the backside of the mountain. Meanwhile, player that is sitting in white right now is going to be accuracy. So a lot of things to keep in mind, really, for both teams. A bit of spawn pressure that's found from either side. So Kenny, player number 6, in accuracy, eventually falls. And with that, they will begin to fly on forward. Plenty of bodies as Octane looks to get established. Long range fights. Those are his specialty. Line him up, maybe knock him down over the top. Sim eventually does get found out. That's going to be 1 segment already at B. 2 players alive and 2 off a spawn. Can LAT keep this rolling?
And can LAT keep it rolling? They're able to find 2 kills. So Sib and Pred have to try to make a couple plays. Great route right there from Jaza to take down Sib. All left up to Pred before the stack comes in. He's just trying to stay alive. He's trying to allow his teammates to get back into the play. The second segment is already in. Pred trying to go for the wall bang, but his teammates are all the way across the map. LA Thieves trying to force round 5.
Oh, Pred! Inaccuracy! Able to wipe him away. Just a sliver left on that progress bar, and this would have been a round 5 guaranteed. But now, Seattle begin to awake, and now for the Thieves, you're thinking, okay, 50 seconds left. Obviously, we have 1 zone left to go. Positive being is that we've got some cruise missiles in our arsenal and the artillery. And here comes the first one, Jay.
The first one comes in, you're picking up, using it to simply get all the information you possibly can. You know that 2 players are going to be over towards BS and D. At least a trade does come in. Now you're able to stop that clock. You're able to get on the point. The 2 stack is going to be here. Seattle have to move.
They do. Draza able to win it. Is that going to be enough?
1-on-1.
Draza! Give them both! And with that, Thieves, they capture the point. And now they have crawled back again. Down 2-0, forcing the round 5. Have a cruise missile still to work with. And it feels like shades of map 2 all over it, Jay. Thieves were down 4-1. They won it in round 11. They were down 2-0 to start off El Asilo. And now we've got round 5. A spotlight on all 4 players of Seattle Surge. They've got to win this.
Yeah, Seattle, they have to find a success they had on the very first attacking round, which is a lot of pressure over towards B. But they're going to switch it right on up, take bottom pull, try to close out A with ease. Like on the opposite side where I was saying the biggest kill on the map was taking down accuracy from this positioning.
Oh, no.
Now it's taking down Draza as Kenny finds 2. Envoy with the 3rd. First push already shut down.
And then we talk so often, right, in control about that opening gunfight, especially for the attacking side. How huge it is! Everybody beaming off the rip of this round. That is a 10-team streak from that last round. Now has progressed over into this one. Draza still on the 5, Kenny on a 4. A slow game for him, but are we about to see more cruise missiles earned? Draza eventually drops, and thankfully for Seattle, they can finally make their way past that 50-yard line.
They finally can, but now you still have Kenny, who has top radio control. He's able to cut down 2. Now the last player up is going to be Pred. You just have to rotate over towards B, because you know those deep spawns are coming in from LA. So you're just trying to stop this clock, extend this time the best way that you possibly can. All 4 players around this B point. Kenny's going to get the information. He also has a cruise missile to work.
Oh my God. Like fireworks in the sky. Seattle, how do they handle it?
Yeah,
Trophies
the trophy.
are down, but not effective. Another few men fall, and with that, the time begins to become a factor for Surge. 15 seconds, where do you go? You got arrows more positioned over at B. Do you try to make the pivot at A? Octane still has a cruise missile as well. Surge, how do they weather the storm currently? They are able to lock it down. All 4 members still alive and trying to stack it, trying to be alive for as long as possible. But here comes in another cruise missile.
Oh my goodness.
Puts on the afterburners, not able to find anything.
Thank God.
Information is all that it is. And Mac, the
Come on, Mac.
alive, trying to remain
Got this, boy.
Nades at his feet. 47
Oh, what? Oh, he did get it. Okay.
Minute and 5 on the clock, 19 to 12 in lives remaining. LA Thieves have set themselves up to potentially close this series out in a 3-0. Just want to make sure you're maintaining top radio control, making it a lot more difficult for Seattle to get on towards the point. You're going to have one player in Pred who's working a super deep flank, but he eventually gets read out right there by Kenny. Big kill from him with 45 seconds left. Seattle, they have 1 or 2 more good pushes. Accuracy starts it off with 2. Accuracy finds 3. This is where you can stack the point.
Absolutely, everybody from Seattle, the game plan is hop on the point. Get on this objective. Let's get this done.
Let's go.
Right
Let's
here,
go.
Right now. Is it going to go through? Is it going to go through? Yes,
Nice.
it will. Seattle.
Stayed alive.
Avoid utter collapse and managed to come away with the round 5. Phoenix was ready to come back from, or rather, ready to come from the backdrop forever. He had to wait a few rounds, but Seattle, my God, Jay, they're able to survive like 15 cruise missiles, and that is just chaos.
That was crazy.
That is just absolute chaos on the map. And thank goodness they won that for their mental as well. Wow.
Yeah, that was just tremendous clutch ability right there from Seattle Surge. Mac was the only player over towards V point. He wins a huge one-on-one, even with Kenny on the flank, finding 2 kills, shutting down both of his teammates. Mac stays alive just long enough for his teammates to eventually get back into the play. They secure that B point. And then in a 2v4 situation, Accuracy again makes the play. 26 non-traded kills, 34 and 22 with 4K damage. He was doing it all with the AR, man. Every time they needed to find an opening, it was Accuracy who got it done every time he needed to, with big kills over towards top radio, because that's the positioning you want to make sure you take control of. Once you do that, the stat comes in. You know that Thieves are spawning all the way across the map. Seattle, they were never out of it, man. They got fight. They win this map number 8 and now stay alive longer in this series.
Yeah, I gotta say too, Jay, like when we talk about like momentum and all that stuff, I feel like momentum is still on the side of Thieves after that. Like, you were the ones who made the comeback. I feel like those guys are probably smiling like, oh, we almost had them. Imagine if we came away with another wild comeback. It feels like for Surge, sweat off the brow. Like, thank God we didn't just get embarrassed, if you will, in back-to-back maps after having the sizable lead that we did. They at least survived the cruise missiles. It was not easy. They had their work cut out for them in that round 5, and they did come away with it, but it just feels like so many opportunities squandered in what could have been a more faster game of LSCLO control. But for fans and, you know, maybe just your average CDL viewer, you're happy to see a wild performance like that. It's been a crazy day of COD, and this series is finally starting to live up to those expectations. Surge eventually get on the board as now we approach Embassy Hardpoint.
Oh, and Embassy Hardpoint, man, this one's gonna be a banger. Neither one of these squads have matched up against each other on this map. It's usually a Mercado Hardpoint, a little bit of Hotel, and then also that Hydra that they played at once. So this is the first time that they're gonna be able to square up on this. LA Thieves, this is one that they usually do tend to struggle with when you talk about rotations. Everything in Hardpoint, when you talk about rotations, is what the Thieves tend to struggle with. And on the opposite side for Seattle, this is one of their stronger maps, 2nd overall in rotations. But the biggest thing that they struggle with is their hold percentage, man. 10th overall in the league. So that tells me that they're winning the spawns. They're winning that rotation, but their setups are not the best. So they have to try to work on that to try to force that game 5.
Yeah, without question, all eyes on the Seattle Surge, given these last few performances, given these last few games, and also given the standings. How about Minnesota Rocker doing unbelievable work there at their home series in Wisconsin? Amazing stuff. No Chance was having an absolute blast. But the big thing is that Seattle Surge have been caught, Jay. They are right now neck and neck with Rocker, tied at 130 points for Seattle. They now have Minnesota Rocker on their heels and have the potential to maybe even be passed when we talk about seeds as well. And for Surge, like we said, man, they face off against Thieves today. They have a date with Toronto Ultra tomorrow, so it does not get any easier from this point on.
Oh yeah, it definitely does not get easier. So if you are Seattle Surge, you gotta get it the way you came in. And that's try to fight all the way to the very end of this series, even if that map number 5 is Fortress, where you haven't had a lot of success. Right. But it's all about getting there first. This Embassy map number 4 is everything for Seattle Surge. We saw them in that map number 2, started up nice, but then eventually the comeback was in. Even in that map number 3, they looked pretty damn dominant, but LA Thieves, they started to crawl back, but they eventually had that ice. So now if you are Seattle Surge, you just got to do a better job at your setups, because that's what LA Thieves were able to do all throughout map number 1, even with Seattle chalking the final 20 to 25 seconds to set up properly for the next. LA Thieves were able to find the break with ease. So if you are Seattle Surge, setups have to be on point to force this game 5.
Yeah, and as you said, versus this Thieves team that at times over on Hydro made breaks look effortless. For Seattle Surge, they're 1-4 in their last 5 hard points. Not really the record you'd expect to see, considering that they do still technically have the highest hard point win rate in the CDL. Trying to get back to business, trying to get back to their strong suit. The spread begins off quite nicely, 3-1, before he eventually does fall. And with that, Surge are able to get on the board. Both teams looking to try to grab some time over at P1, but most importantly, get that focus for the bottom side of the map for P2.
But that's LA Thieves finding all the kills in the feed, and you also have one player in Draws that works that deep flank, the King Tree control, but accuracy not missing right now. Takes down 3 players, is now gonna allow Pred to strike through bottom mid. Now it's all about the fight for the spawns. Accuracy does get taken down by Octane, so it's gonna be LA Thieves with more bodies on this side of the map. Should be able to start off with this initial time.
See if Sib can get on the board. He does hit the dirt, and that's now gonna be 0-5 for him. Fred as well, he'll also drop. Accuracy, how about an incredible performance and a wonderful display that he just put when it came down to Elisilo. He gets taken down by the car bomb, so everybody from Seattle just continues to drop. Regardless, they've got a few close members here, but they're still not able to take away the Alaskan Assassin. Population 1 when we talk about pro players from his state, but in a wonderful state of mind. One more kill away from that cruise missile. Eventually drops, 20 seconds still to go, and it feels like for Thieves, it might be on the hunt. A big decision to make. They find those kills, and now the focus comes in toward next.
Yeah, I thought if you are Draza in that situation, one off earning that cruise missile, you just want to stay alive, make your death a little bit more difficult. But he goes for the challenges, which eventually allows Octane to find 3 off the rotation. And now this is going to allow LA Thieves to get fully set up for top AC. That's another 4 dead. LA Thieves currently with a nice little lead, and they're trying to extend it. Some great time off P3.
Yeah, right now, Fred, the only man past that 50-yard line, indeed. Trying to make something happen. Does he go for the ladder push? Is there even an opportunity? Is there a chance? Yes, there is. Octane, the sole man in the point, eventually does get sniffed out. And Pred, his long-term play will work out. The issue being is that he's still the only man here. Thieves off a spawn, able to drop him. And with that, they look to extend their lead that much more.
And now with 25 seconds left, if you are Seattle, they're still putting on a lot of pressure because they know they're maintaining those spawns, but you cannot drop in these gunfight scenarios. His accuracy at least takes down 1, but Envoy's going to be here for the trade. So now Seattle Surge with the pressure that they apply towards
These guys are pumping Seattle right now.
Punching left and right. Only 1 player up, but that 1 player that stays alive now allows Seattle Surge to get the preferred spawns. Now they should be able to get some good time off of this B4.
They should. We'll see if they can. Dross is going to bring out that Vaznev. Meanwhile, the rest of his teammates can stay the same. Right now for Surge, trying to lock down, trying to hunker down right now inside of the office. Not a whole lot of space. Sometimes that benefits you, sometimes it does not. Here comes the call. 3, 2, 1. Toss up the nades. Time to jump on forward. Draza, first one in. He eventually falls. Accuracy. He does get dropped. Ed, once more, taken off of the Iceman, and Sib looks to arrive. A slower start to this game, but now on the 4 spree. Has a hand in taking down Octane. Chaos going down inside the office, but Surge, it looks to be a full 60. Job done, and they are right back in this game. Kitchen we go.
Oh, and already off the rotation. Accuracy was able to win a couple big gunfights, relieve some of that pressure from the Thieves players. But then eventually Envoy strikes. He's able to find those final 2 kills of the players on Seattle Surge closer towards the hard point. And now it's going to allow LA Thieves to get fully set up for Kitchen. They know where Seattle are trying to break from. They're blocking all the spawns from PD. But Seattle, they're attacking from orange side just so they can get that closest spawn, try to find that break.
Yeah, right now they've got the numbers because of those spawns. They will now begin to make their push on forward. However, Kenny and Envoy there to erase them. The play was established. The push was nearly granted. And now they continue to fall by the wayside. Thieves, look what happens when you rotate. Their hold's absolutely impeccable, as they have now doubled the score of Surge and then some. And now it's Envoy's turn to go on a spree again. Wonderful work coming in from Dylan Hand, and right now for Surge J, that scoreline, it is not looking pretty. The second side of rotations have got to be much better than this. We could be talking about streaks, we could be talking about cruise missiles, and yes, we are. Look at Quavo go, 14-6.
That's a great response right there from the Thieves. Just got full 60 over towards B4, but they get a full 60 over towards Kitchen. Now up by 92 points. You know all about this P1. Neither squad is going to fight for a majority of these times. They just want to maintain the better side of the map, all ready to go down on the side of Seattle. Trying to just keep them off of the point, but LA Thieves, they're playing some great hard point right now.
Yeah, and like you said, man, this is just like it just feels like Surge are in a weird funk right now in hardpoint. Like Hydro, they started off slow, as we said, to close out Texas. They were dropping hardpoints to Atlanta. They were dropping both of those hardpoints to Optic Texas. It just feels like they are not in a great groove. As it seems, everybody on Thieves fire and streaks have been earned. They need to wake up, and as we said, Jay, this is surprising considering how great the Surge have been at hardpoint all season long.
Especially versus a team like Thieves. Every single time that they have matched up, at least in the last 2 times, it's 3-1 record in favor of Seattle Surge. But I don't know what's been going on with the Thieves. They're winning a couple rotations, they're doing the fundamentals, and this is what the scoreline is currently looking like. But Seattle Surge fully set up for this P2. Hopefully they got a couple trophy systems down so that cruise missile isn't going to be effective. They're getting themselves a good amount of time off of this hard point. Sips holding down that street end with only 35 seconds left. LA Thieves now getting those spawns over towards gas. Do they decide to just call it quits and rotate over towards AC?
Oh, a big one for Accuracy to take. Was able to drop 2 in the meantime. Regardless of it, Thieves, too many bodies. Seattle recognizing that score. They've got to jump in. It's got to be aggression, and maybe that mentality, that mindset is exactly what they need. At a point in the game such as this, Mac eventually falls, but the focus is now going to be over at the ACs. It was a 2v2, and now Seattle take a look at that group spawn that they just get. All 4 members alive and thriving. We'll see what they can do with this opportunity.
Oh yeah, this has to be a hold to fight your way back into this game. As you know, the pressure from the LA Thieves is going to come in from gas side, also through bottom orange. So Mac, he's going to have his hands full. Eventually, he does get taken down. But this is where you can get that chain from P3 to P4 if you're able to find a majority of these kills. Nades are coming in, but no trophy systems to work with. They're finding all the kills in the feed until Kenny's able to strike from orange. Able to relieve some of that time. Not allow Seattle to get all of it, but with 30 seconds left, it's all about the battle for those next spawns.
Yeah, it is. I was just saying Mac in a spot where it felt like that 1v1 is what you had to have. In these 20 seconds, they cannot go the other direction. Thieves, take a look at that map positioning. It's all about the top side. Not only are they getting the scrap points, but they're also going to be set up for new. A dream-like scenario if you are a Thieves fan. But Seattle, what can they do? What can they do with this next push? Members up, players alive. Early
they broke that quick.
Well could tell the tale of what's going to happen for the remainder of this series, for the remainder of this map. Thieves come running in. Kenny for 2. Envoy
And
for
then they
the
lost
3rd.
it
It's
just
another
as
break for
fast.
LAT.
Oh my God, and that is perfection right there from the Thieves. Everyone attacks from a different angle, and even with the only player that was up at that given time was Envoy. He waits for his teammates to get into the play for them to eventually find the break, but Mac, he finds 3 of his own. Seattle, no. We give up all this time. The game is basically over. So they're able to find the break, find a couple kills in the feed, and keep this game still going. Now we're going to force LA Thieves off that rotation over towards Kitchen, where they had a lot of success the last time around. Seattle need to find some early breaks, or at least win that rotation towards next with 2 players here.
Yeah, it's difficult for Surge as well, just given the chaotic nature of Kitchen. But regardless, though, maybe this could be their opportunity to thrive. Like we said, into chaos, maybe in spots like this with the backs against the wall. This is where at times they played their best COD. We know this franchise is full of surprises, full of incredible moments. Some crazy comebacks have been happening in COD lately. Is this another chance, another one here for Seattle?
Ooh,
Mac,
nice kill.
again, able to find one, but Thieves now within 15 points of Collins series. The last team fight of the game very well could be in store as Surge trying to make their way through. Accuracy for another. Envoy trying to tease his way forward. He'll hold out 2. How great has Envoy been throughout this series? 36 and 27, putting Seattle
There it is. I think that's all she
bed,
wrote.
as it will be a W once more for LAT. And a perfect start here in the Major 4 qualifiers.
LA Thieves, man, did not make any mistakes. In both the hard points, it was Envoy who took over with so many engagements, non-stop pressure on the map, winning a couple rotations, setting up properly, giving yourself a nice little comfortable lead at the end of the first rotation of hard points to then play that 20 to 25 seconds of junk time towards every single hill. And when you find the kills while you're playing for that time, even better, because then that means you're winning that rotation over towards next. LA Thieves, their hard point was just too damn strong, man. Every single time they needed to find the break, they did it. The couple of times that they needed to force themselves to win that rotation and set up properly, they did it flawlessly with full 60 holds. They just didn't make any mistakes in those hard points. And that search and destroy to come back 4-1, 5 rounds in a row to eventually clutch up in the round 11 was the turning point in this series. Seattle Surge, so damn close, man. But they're just falling short in their hard points, and that's just unheard of. Whenever you talk about Seattle Surge, their hard point has usually been the best in the game. But LA Thieves, they get the better of them today, and they walk away with the series 3-1.
Yeah, they do indeed. And I was looking through, right? We're talking about, 1 and 5 now in their last 6 hard points for Seattle Surge. Yeah. I mean, if you look at the results, the amount of points that they're putting up, Jay, it's not great. Like 185, 209, 120, and then in this last series, 186, 159. These have not been close hard points that they have been losing. As we said, for Seattle Surge, Minnesota are not just approaching, they're on your heels. Your best game mode now appears to be one of your biggest struggles right now. It's got to be a little bit worrisome for Seattle. They got to go to bed, wake up, and that's going to be a tough series versus Toronto Ultra tomorrow. But what a day of COD. That's going to do it for myself and Jay. 4 games in the book, some wild results. As we now send it over to the desk. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And I thought we were going to see a Game 5. After the start of Game 3, it looked like the Surge just flipped a switch. Yes, you lose a round 11, but they took control early. Then you just see LA Thieves dragging out the series. Were you surprised to see the Thieves clutching up in that Game 4, Allie?
Not at all. I mean, the LA Thieves, again, we're talking about a championship caliber team who is literally capable of anything and everything. And we got a little bit of a sneak peek of maybe what they have been doing with those 2 weeks off that we had from Major 3 with that hot 3-0. And now they come up and have a great showing against the Seattle Surge. My biggest worry was going to be in those respawns. LA Thieves in those maps 1 and 4, I mean, just dominance.
I mean, I will say, like, on that Embassy, I was expecting Seattle Surge to win and push it to a Game 5. I mean, this is an Embassy map for Thieves sort of been back and forth on the season, but for Seattle Surge, top 3 Embassy hardpoint team that we have in the game. 8 and 4 in that map. They've been phenomenal there, and some uncharacteristic rotations that they were giving up. We saw them. They finally got a good setup there on that P4. They weren't able to break into Kitchen, but then following that, nobody going and taking top PD. They don't get any time on that P1, and from there on out, the game just sort of spirals out of control. it seems like Seattle Surge, man, their hard point is off, like the chemistry isn't there. Maybe they tried to make some adjustments in their play style, but it is not working right now.
Allie, can we talk about these numbers from Envoy? We're forced to look at them again. The man dropping some 30 bombs on us once again. LA Thieves starting off this week 2-0.
I mean, I think what's most insane to me is like he went 34-15 in that map number 1 Hydro. As a sub player, as their main sub with a Vaznov in hand, he went 34-15 on Hydro and then went into that Embassy 36-27. It just felt like Envoy's already fast, and somehow in this series, I felt like he sped up even more.
Well, that's what it's like when you have spawns, right? We saw in the Hydro multiple times taking long routes. They got all the way around, back P2. Even in the position at the very end of the game, when Seattle had an opportunity, if they were to lock down P1, they didn't go get P2 back spawns, which just allows Thieves to go around. And then Envoy finds himself taking a water route, right? Time goes by, he finds 2, and then they're in the spawn blender. So credit to Envoy, also credit to the team. Very structured gameplay today out of the LA Thieves.
Solid stuff from LA Thieves. One last thing to do here is to announce our Scuff play of the game. Can you guess who it belongs to, Alley Cat?
I'm gonna assume it's Envoy somewhere at some point at some sort of game mode. Honestly, it could be the whole series, but it's gonna be jumping into this Hydro. I mean, it's just a highlight reel throughout the entire LA Thieves when it came to this matchup. Yeah.
I should say it's the sub duo because Kenny, he had some slow starts, but we were talking about it. What are the rules? Kenny is that first man in, right? You're not expecting him to drop the bombs.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that when we interviewed Kenny last time, it's funny because I brought up that conversation about what him and Dylan kind of were talking about moving into this stage, and he realized that they needed to play their lives more. It almost feels like Envoy was given that free range to go do whatever he wanted, so Kenny kind of took that step back and played his life a little bit more.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about it, like with LA Thieves, like what their issues can be sometimes in hardpoint. It's like the extension of plays when your subs get a kill, being able to get out with their life and stay alive and extend those situations when you have that advantage. And it seems like Envoy's running with that. That's sort of like has been their approach to hardpoint, and it's working.
Speaking of Envoy, he joins us live right now. What's up, young man? Congratulations on the victory tonight. I wanted to get your opinion, though. What is it like playing against the Surge in particular? How do they match up against you?
I mean, the Surge are a really good team. Actually, I don't think we've matched up a lot on LAN over the last 2 years with our same teams. But, I mean, you know what to expect out of them. I mean, Pred's going to, you know, bring the heat, and I don't know. They're a good respawn team, and they've been improving in Surge. So we knew it was going to be a hard series, but came out on top.
And you guys definitely have improved as a sub duo. If you're looking at the numbers, you have been dropping 30 bombs on the regular. Envoy, what's working in your game in particular?
Well, I think hardpoint has always been like my worst mode, so it's been pretty nice to see that it's improving. But I think the big thing is that when me and Ken are on point and like our chemistry's flowing, it just makes the game really hard on other teams. And I think unlike other sub duos, I think me and Ken really interchange of like, you know, who's the fast guy or who's the slow guy in certain situations, and both know our role pretty well.
Dylan, I was looking at some of the numbers when it comes to that control, that game number 3. It seems when it comes to you guys in game number 3, it's either you're smoking teams 3-0 or you're getting smoked 0-3, except when it comes to LSCLO. Now, that's typically the control you guys don't prefer to play, but you do always push it to that round number 5. What do you find your struggle is having to go to that round number 5, and maybe why you can't close it out all the time?
Well, in that Asilo specifically, we just gave up B, which is obviously the easier point to hold on defense. So they were doing a really good job of capping that, and I think just our main problem comes down to when we get a 3 dead, you know, it looks really good on the map, but, you know, if you have Pred or Mac or anyone in your bottom mid just making plays and being a rat, it's definitely hard to clear them. And like you've seen in the last round, Pred made a play while he's last alive after we cruised, and it just spiraled the round out. So I'm really confident in our control, but we still need to work on a lot of things on the CeeLo.
I have 2 questions for you. The first one being, excuse me, you guys got rid of hotel control in this series. Were you hoping that they picked Expo? Is that a map y'all are comfortable on?
Hey, we might have that Berlin effect from last year when it came in. But yeah, I mean, we just know they're most comfortable on hotel, and we're pretty strong on all of them, so I think it was a smart play from us.
The follow-up to this is you have been absolutely frying lately. It seems like you're way more free on the map. What have you done individually? Because it seems like you've just taken a leap forward.
I think we've just been really focusing on our game plan, which is definitely just getting everyone on the same page and allowing all of us, when we have our moments, to push out and get all those kills. So just going to keep working on the game plan, and hopefully, you know, there's more good things to come.
Last question I have for you is, what does Envoy do on Sundays when not competing in the CDL?
Just relax, man. I mean, we have long days, long weeks. I don't really have the stream on much often, so just hanging out with a girlfriend, my cats, and then watching CDL.
We'll let you put in that family time. Thanks for joining us here on the show.
Thank you, guys.
That is Envoy. He is our MVP tonight for LA Thieves, who walk away with a 2-0 start to our Major 4 qualifiers. And if you're looking at the points, well, it's another 10 going to the Thieves, who are currently in our 4th seed, tying Optic now at 170. So technically right there in the top 3. If you're looking on the right side, Seattle Surge, they're catching up. You got the Rocker tied with the Legion just 3 games back.
And for the Seattle Surge, it's a little bit of a scary situation. Once again, Vegas Legion only about 30 points behind those 8 and 7 seeds.
Let's take a look at our matches from today. How did we get here? Well, it all started with the Rocker hosting their home series. Florida Mutineers, the first to take the stage. You can see it started very even. Then Rocker started to take control. They wiped Florida with a 3-0, surprising everyone with a new player in the lineup.
Absolutely, and the new player was the guy who mega fried throughout this series. He had a 1.5, second best debut that we've seen in history, and the guy popped off in the Search and Destroy, 11-5, also had a big 1v2. This day was all about the Minnesota Rocker, man. Like, they make that change. They're in a dire situation. They're also playing in front of their home crowd. They get a 2-0 start here to stage 4. Just massive W's.
That was our first matchup on the day. The second battle featured the Boston Breach, Beans and crew taking on the champions of Major 3. How'd they fare?
They fared really well. Boston, this is probably the showing that we more so expected to see from them yesterday. We got to see it today against the Toronto Ultra, and a big revenge match and turnaround from Beans against the Toronto Ultra specifically. He had a great series coming out of him, especially in those Search and Destroys where he had dropped a .33 last time. Not the same story when 10 and 6, and they closed out that game 5 as well, where Boston Breach had been struggling. Huge W for the Boston Breach game.
Boston Breach in a game 5 take down our top team at the moment, Minnesota. They had a twofer today. They started against Florida in the morning. Their afternoon snack, well, it was a gorilla. They ate up 4 of them here in this series, despite Joe Deceive having one of the best performances we've seen from a sub.
I was gonna say, they ate like 3 of them. Joe Deceive was a feasting, and honestly, for LAG, tough performance, man. But they went out there, they gave it their all. I think they choked that game 3. That's the one thing they're gonna take from that series. Like, man, we really needed to win that. They had all the advantage in the world. But either way, Minnesota Rocker turning up. Fame having himself a hell of a start. Hopefully they can continue this excellence.
Rocker now in a much more comfortable position, 3 games ahead of 9th place, which belongs to Vegas Legion at the moment. As we take a look at the schedule, well, Vegas, they will be watching one more time as Toronto takes on the Surge. Royal Ravens will be playing Texas Optic, and we'll close things out with the Mutineers versus Atlanta FaZe. If you're looking at the numbers here, Ali, these are all pretty one-sided affairs. Which one do you think has potential to be tight tomorrow?
Maybe the London Royal Ravens Optic one, simply because of what we saw in Elimination Round 1 during Major 3.
They went to Round 11 at Major 3. They got a new face in the lineup nowadays. Nameless, we've now seen a lot of new players. Who's impressed you most here in our first 2 days?
Oh, man, it's been tough. I feel like you got to say Fame. He had himself a hell of a performance. Also, Standy, man. I feel like we forget, like, the recency bias. Standy was going nuts.
Standy's numbers, Fame's numbers, they're all great. Thank you all for tuning in as well for another fantastic day of Call of Duty. Super Saturday officially done. We'll see you at 2:45 p.m. Eastern tomorrow for Sunday's 3 matches.
Well, that's it for the day. Thanks everybody for watching. We'll have it live tomorrow for day 3. See everybody then.
To my problems, fighting through the tears, frightening my fears. See my past in the mirror, closer than it appears. Trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here. Yeah, in the spotlight and it feels right. Never been scared to take it to new heights. Always there to dream and dare to see the chance to check this. I just check fear off my checklist. You must have forgot, boy, I'm relentless.